The boyfriend convinced Shabazz that Farrakhan plotted against her mother, Betty Shabazz. The article claimed that Betty Shabazz blamed Farrakhan for some aspect of Malcolm X's death. It's possible that the boyfriend also contributed to Qubala Shabazz's apparent drug problem, as the government agreed to drop the charges if Shabazz agreed to see a psychiatrist and to get drug treatment. The government also switched custody of her 12-year-old son Malcolm to Betty Shabazz. 52. The assassination of Huey Newton. As documented earlier, the CIA waged psychological warfare on Black Panther National co-founder Huey Newton his entire life after prison until his death at the age of 47.53 in the 1970s. A U.S. Senate committee published an admission that as early as 1970 the FBI, the Central Intelligence Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency began cooperatively targeting Newton as part of their enemies list. 54. In one example described earlier, U.S. intelligence appeared to have also used the tactic of an undercover agent acting as a romantic partner and using drugs to undermine an activist when Elaine Brown brought cocaine into Newton's life just after he came out of prison in 1970.55. The exact extent of Huey Newton's involvement with cocaine still remains up for debate. National Black Panther co-founder Bobby Seale said he split with Newton by 1973, as Newton had started dealing cocaine by that time. On the other hand, Newton wrote and published his autobiography, Revolutionary Suicide, in 1973, suggesting he was more functional than most full-fledged addicts. Huey Newton also worked towards attaining a doctorate in the 1970s. In his doctoral dissertation, War Against the Panthers, published in 1980, Newton meticulously detailed U.S. intelligence's unsuccessful attempts to arrest him for drug involvement. 56. In War Against the Panthers, Newton also detailed how the FBI tried to kill him in 1973 by having police shoot up the door of his next-door neighbor at 5 a.m. one day. He knew the neighbor was dealing drugs, but only later found out the FBI was paying the neighbor's rent. Newton believed it was an attempt to lure him into defending the neighbor and getting shot in the process. 57. By 1988, Newton had started a Panther-inspired school for children in Oakland, California. That year, police arrested Huey Newton on a minor charge that put him in prison with former Los Angeles Panther leader Geronimo Pratt. 58. In prison, Pratt took Newton under his wing while Newton was reportedly in drug withdrawal, and the two compared their intelligence files. They saw how the FBI and CIA set them against each other and manufactured the war between Newton's Oakland office and the New York Panthers, with whom Pratt had been close. On August 22, 1988, the day officials were to release Newton from prison, he chose to remain incarcerated and announced a press conference for the following day. There, he said he wouldn't leave prison until officials freed Pratt. However, Pratt asked Newton to leave and help him from the outside. 59. Once out, Huey Newton worked with Pratt's lawyer and made speeches for his release. In the summer of 1989, East Coast Black Panthers had restarted a Black Panther newspaper. Newton called them and said he wanted to reunite and restart the East Coast and West Coast Black Panthers. 60. U.S. intelligence reportedly still had Newton under surveillance, and these moves likely contributed to his early death. On August 22, 1989, on the one-year anniversary of Newton's refusal to leave prison on Geronimo Pratt's behalf, a gunman murdered Newton in Oakland. A minor conviction for gun possession had left Newton unarmed. The assailant shot Newton 3 times, including twice in the head as he lay on the ground. 61. In addition to its anniversary timing, many other aspects of Newton's murder suggest it was a U.S. intelligence assassination. The San Francisco Examiner caught Oakland police Lt. Mike Sims in a number of lies about the murder. When Sims repeatedly said the police had no suspects, no clues, the Examiner reported police had been videotaped arresting 3 men near the scene within minutes of the murder. Sims later said only 2 were arrested, neither of whom were linked to Newton's murder. Oakland police corrected Sims the following day, saying the 2 were suspects, though they only named and charged 1. It is important to note that FBI Special Agent in charge, Richard Held, spoke with Sims at this press conference. 62. The FBI and police claimed the accused shooter, Tyrone Robinson, appeared to have acted in self-defense when Newton pulled a gun after an argument over money he owed Robinson for cocaine. The earlier police statement that they didn't find a gun belonging to Newton at the scene contradicts this claim. The account also doesn't explain why the shooter would put 2 extra bullets in Newton's head as he lay on the street from the first bullet. As a Special Forces commando described for an unrelated article, putting 2 extra bullets in the head is a signature move in a combat military execution. 63 witness Michelle Johnson, who lived just across the street from where Newton was killed, gave a description of the killing consistent with a murder setup. Johnson heard a brief argument and recognized one of the 2 men as Huey Newton. The other man ordered Newton into a car. Newton protested, "Man, I ain't getting in your car." She next heard shots, peeked out her window and saw Newton slumped on the sidewalk. This first-hand account refutes the notion that Newton was killed over drugs, but rather that Newton's assailants had kidnapping and murder plans. 64 Johnson's description, along with other aspects of the murder, bolsters the contentions of Newton's brother and area activists that the FBI murdered Newton. 65 Several writers support the accounts of Newton's close friends who said the police had Newton under constant surveillance. These factors strongly indicate U.S. intelligence set up his assassination. 66 The assassination of other black leaders came with similar anniversary or threat timing. Martin Luther King's family lawyer, William Pepper, made it clear that U.S. intelligence orchestrated Martin Luther King's assassination exactly 1 year after he officially announced his opposition to the Vietnam War. 67 A gunman assassinated Congo President Laurent Kabila on January 16, 2001, exactly 40 years after the U.S. aided the assassination of Kabila's former comrade, and Congo's first independently elected president, Patrice Lumumba. 68 This tactic offers an implicit warning to those of similar leftist persuasions. Chapter 20. U.S. Intelligence Drug Trafficking, Cocaine and Heroin. In a 1988 report, the panel documented that covert networks supplying arms to the Contras with the blessing of U.S. officials were also bringing narcotics to American cities at the height of the urban drug epidemic. A decade later, a CIA Inspector General's report concluded the same. Findings of U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Investigative Subcommittee, reported in the Washington Post. 1 CIA payroll in Jamaica included many political operatives who later immigrated to the United States. They settled into the large Jamaican and Caribbean communities in Miami and New York City. In the early 1980s, the Shower Posse leaders evolved from small-time marijuana sellers into nationwide cocaine and crack distributors. 2 In 1983, Vice President George H.W. Bush ordered Oliver North and the CIA to set up drug shipments from Latin America to the U.S. East Coast. North reportedly contracted with the chief cocaine producer in Bolivia that year to airlift over 500 tons of cocaine to the East Coast for distribution by a Colombian cartel. 3 The Shower Posse members apparently served as some of their lower-level dealers before their roles grew larger in time. Iran-Contra cocaine and the war on ethnic groups. So much information was made public about the CIA paying Nicaraguan Contras and aiding them in the trafficking of cocaine, it led to nationally televised congressional hearings in the 1980s. One insider, Al Martin, a retired U.S. Navy LT commander and former officer in the Office of Naval Intelligence, testified as a whistleblower about his involvement. Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative reporter Gary Webb also investigated these CIA-covered operations and published a week of front-page articles in the San Jose Mercury News. Webb detailed them more extensively in his book Dark Alliance, The CIA, the Contras, and the Crack Cocaine Explosion. For while Webb's 1996 San Jose Mercury News articles gained mass dissemination through the Internet, veteran journalists such as the Associated Press's Robert Perry first broke the story in 1986. This contributed to the U.S. Congress holding hearings in the 1980s. Much of mainstream media ended up attacking Webb and the San Jose Mercury News, pressuring the publisher to stop the series with only half of the articles printed. Nonetheless, the aforementioned 1998 report by the CIA Inspector General stated the CIA did work with the Contras in trafficking cocaine, vindicating Webb and backing his findings. 5 In 1986, the Nicaraguan military shot down a counter-revolutionary Contra supply plane laden with drugs, flying over Nicaragua. Southern Air Transport, a Florida-based cargo airline once controlled by the CIA, provided the plane. The event unraveled U.S. intelligence's secret war on Nicaragua, with investigations prompting congressional hearings. It was found that the Contras were being illegally funded by the U.S. through cocaine trafficking, as well as the sales of arms to Iran. When the public first found out about these operations in the late 1980s, the media dubbed it the Iran-Contra scandal. The seeds for Iran-Contra were planted 7 years earlier, when Ayatollah Khomeini led the faction to overthrow the U.S.-backed Shah of Iran. Khomeini's government whipped up hatred towards the U.S. and took hostages whom they freed the day of President Ronald Reagan's inauguration. Credible books claim weapons company owners who supported Reagan promised the Iranians arms sales if they held the hostages past Election Day, to help Reagan defeat President Carter. This secret agreement has been called the October Surprise. 6 Congress said Reagan authorized such deals several years later. Reagan and Bush then used the money received from these arms sales for the illegal funding of a counter-revolutionary army against Nicaragua. In 1980, newly elected President Reagan and Vice President George H.W. Bush began building support for the Nicaraguan Contras, after the socialist Sandinista government had seized power the year before. Early in the 80s, Congress cut off U.S. government funding of the Contras due to their human rights abuses, but Bush illegally reinstated it with the Iran-Contra cocaine operations. George Washington University archived the Reagan administration government documents on this part of the scandal, as well as the illegal, covert war against the Nicaraguan government. 7 By 1986, the shot-down CIA plane that the Reagan/Bush operation used had secretly transported drugs and guns for years. 8 In the early 1980s, Barry Seal, one of the biggest cocaine and marijuana importers in the southern United States, had piloted the plane. Louisiana's Attorney General said Seal smuggled between $3 billion and $5 billion worth of drugs into the U.S. 9 Barry Seal had many connections to the CIA. Seal officially worked for the agency in 1984, purportedly for a drug sting. Seal transported drugs through a small airport that was federally confirmed as a joint training operation with another federal agency. A National Security Council staffer said Seal's records showed him to be a contract CIA operative both before and during his years of drug running in Mena, Arkansas. In the 1980s, 10 writer Michael Montalvo documented how Marine Lt. Col. Oliver North's own diary entries disclosed much of his role supervising the transportation of over 500 tons of cocaine, to the poor masses of the inner cities and across the USA. North purported the shipments were only trying to save Central America from communism by funding the anti-Sandinista Contras. 11 Reporter Webb and others described how the CIA operation accomplished this massive cocaine distribution by luring low-level drug dealers into high-level national trafficking. These CIA-backed suppliers trafficked the largest amounts of cocaine ever in this country, dropping kilogram prices from $60,000 to $12,000 in a year. 12 Although the method of turning cocaine into more affordable and addictive crack first got the government's attention in 1979, widespread marketing was not achieved until the early 1980s. Evidence indicates that U.S. intelligence used Los Angeles-based national crack cocaine traffickers, giving them virtual legal immunity for years. 13 Oliver North oversaw the Contra operation with his direct supervisor, Vice President George H.W. Bush. North worked as National Security Advisor to Bush while Bush headed the National Security Council. They kept documentation of these operations under wraps through President Reagan's Executive Order 123,333. The order privatized NSC intelligence operations and permitted agencies other than the CIA to carry out special operations without reporting its activities. Allowing any private enterprise the NSC set up, to carry out covert operations. This barred researchers from attaining any government documentation through Freedom of Information Act filings. 14. A long list of other researchers and people investigating aspects of the drug trade and drug war backed Gary Webb's account. Besides Professor Peter Dale Scott, Drug Enforcement Agency veteran Mike Levine wrote about his findings of CIA drug trafficking in his Expose Deep cover. He repeated the allegations for years in his weekly Pacifica radio program, Expert Witness. 15. At least one other DEA agent, SEAL Reno Castillo, testified to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence about the CIA drugs and arms trafficking. A Senate committee chaired by Sen. John Kerry also interviewed key witnesses such as imprisoned drug dealers and money launderers, who disclosed their roles in the huge cocaine trafficking scheme. Senior DEA Supervisory Agent Dennis Dale said, "In my 30-year history in DEA, the major targets of my investigations almost invariably turned out to be working for the CIA." And finally, Leslie Coburn exposed similar information in her book Out of Control, as did Nation columnist Alexander Coburn. In Whiteout. 16. Los Angeles Police Department narcotics detective Michael C. Rupert reported giving over 250 pages of documents to members of the U.S. Senate Select Committee investigating CIA drug dealing. In his 1997 testimony to that committee, Rupert said that his evidence showed conclusively that, as a matter of national policy, set at the National Security Council, the White House elements of the CIA, in concert with elements of the military, and other federal agencies, have dealt drugs to Americans for at least 3 decades. Major defense contractors like E-Systems have also engaged in such traffic. Rupert further said his evidence indicated that the CIA has infiltrated and established illegal relationships with a number of police departments around the country. One of the purposes of this has been to protect CIA drug operations from law enforcement. I have personal knowledge of this activity in Los Angeles and New Orleans and have documented such a case in New York City. 17. The Washington Post summarized confirmation of what the U.S. Senate's Foreign Relations Investigative Subcommittee found. In a 1988 report, the panel documented that covert networks supplying arms to the Contras with the blessing of U.S. officials were also bringing narcotics to American cities at the height of the urban drug epidemic. A decade later, a CIA Inspector General's report concluded the same. 18. Associated Press and Newsweek journalist Robert Perry documented how George H.W. Bush was CIA director in 1976, and how he continued to run intelligence operations for 3 decades through CIA staff that remained loyal to him. A congressional committee noted how when President Carter nominated Stansfield Turner as CIA director to succeed Bush, Bush loyalist William Casey helped engineer a secret CIA office behind President Carter's back from 1977 to 1981. Casey ran operations for the wealthiest conservative families without President Carter's knowledge. 19. Perry detailed how Casey then became President Reagan's CIA director, working under Vice President Bush. Casey proceeded to create a clique of CIA officers who maintained decades of dominance, including his key assistant, Robert Gates, head of the Defense Intelligence Agency. Perry also described many others as Gates's clones, such as George Tenet, CIA Director 1997 to 2004, straddling the terms of Presidents Clinton and George W. Bush, David Cohen, and John McLaughlin, among others. These figures remained in top U.S. intelligence positions until at least 2009. Gates became George H.W. Bush's CIA Director, George W. Bush's Secretary of Defense and President Barack Obama's Secretary of Defense for several years. 20. U.S. Navy LT. Commander Al Martin, the whistleblower involved in the Iran-Contra crack affair, showed letters from congressmen thanking him for his testimony regarding the Iran-Contra crack hearings. He had testified about how Vice President Bush appointed CIA and FBI personnel to have direct contact with narcotics traffickers. Martin also testified that U.S. intelligence manipulated U.S. Customs to ensure certain aircraft and ships were not inspected. Martin further stated that U.S. intelligence maintained secured shipping routes and narcotics storage facilities. 21. Closer to the street level of drug dealing, about the same time as Nicky Barnes and Legs Saunders dealt cocaine, the CIA was running a California-based cocaine trafficking operation with a similar network. During that mid-80s time period, U.S. intelligence-paid operatives supplied the nation's West Coast-based premier drug trafficker, Freeway Ricky Ross. Before his arrest in 1989 by an apparently honest federal agent, prosecutors said, Ross bought and resold several metric tons of cocaine. This earned the equivalent, in 2013 dollars, of a $2.5 billion gross profit and $850 million net profit. 22 CIA-Contra crack operations under Bush and Gov. Clinton W. While the Iran-Contra scandal was an obvious reflection of Reagan/Bush politics on behalf of the ruling oligarchy, most of the media hid politically hot aspects of the scandal. One such aspect involved future President Bill Clinton, who either cooperated with the CIA on the drug trafficking operation, or at least turned a blind eye while he was governor of Arkansas. Trafficker Barry Seal's primary airport of entry was Mena, Arkansas. Reporter Gary Webb said, Clinton's critics have charged that it was impossible for the governor of Arkansas to have been unaware of Seal's activities at Mena. 23 Terry Reid, an Air Force intelligence officer and FBI informant, wrote in his memoir Compromised that he aided the CIA-Contra project under Clinton's watch. This project facilitated gun and drug smuggling, with a weapons manufacturing company inside a fake parking meter factory in Arkansas. Other CIA-connected individuals set up similar front companies in the U.S. and in Nicaragua's neighbor, El Salvador. 24 This trafficking fueled a covert war on the Sandinistas, while massive inner-city crack cocaine distribution triggered a proliferation of gang wars in the U.S. It is interesting to note that a court convicted Clinton's brother Roger and a high-powered supporter, Danny Ray Lassater, as co-conspirators with 24 other co-defendants for drug trafficking out of Little Rock, Arkansas. Lassater was an investment bond broker in Little Rock, the largest bond community in the U.S. outside of New York City. This was probably due in part to laundered drug money, since bond brokers can play an intermediary role to keep the investors anonymous. 25 The CIA Inspector General's office confirmed that the CIA ran a joint training operation with another federal agency at Mena's airport. Thus Clinton, reported as knowingly allowing Lassater's trafficking, either colluded with the CIA's operation or looked past it. An Arkansas State Police Intelligence Unit officer said that he was then ordered to shred nearly 1,000 documents related to Mena and Iran-Contra. 26 This foreshadowed how President Bill Clinton would tolerate intelligence operations during his presidency in the 1990s. Indeed, America increased its operations and military aid in Colombia in that decade. Accordingly, Colombia increased its coca leaf production fields from 3.8 to 12.3 thousand hectares from 1991 to 1999. 27 Drug war against poor people of color. As the 1980s came to a close, in many American cities cocaine and its cheaper and quicker delivery system, the rock-like smokable crack, had risen in popularity to at least equal the problem of heroin addiction. 28 In African American and Latino neighborhoods, gangs increased in numbers, with the largest being Los Angeles's rival Bloods and Crips. A Hollywood film, Colors, the title coming from their opposing red and blue bandana colors, made them well known worldwide. In communities where these drugs were sold, users developed addictions to them that resulted in loss of money, jobs, and families. Addicts developed tolerances to the drugs, and had to use more to get the same effect. Men often had to deal and slash or steal to afford them. Women had to deal, steal, or prostitute themselves. 29 The violence stemming from these gang wars for command of drug-dealing turf harmed communities around the country. Many people were killed in these wars, including innocent adults and children who were in the wrong place at the wrong time. As fear rose, those who could flee from crime-ridden urban areas did so, bringing down the tax base and impoverishing inner-city areas with abandoned buildings and limited revenue to pay for services. Law professor Michelle Alexander studied the issue of drugs for years. In a review of Alexander's book The New Jim Crow, magazine writer Arnie Cooper said, "The war on drugs was the creation of conservative political strategists. That it resulted in disproportionate drug arrest rates in poor communities of color may even have been part of the plan." Alexander's statistics show that in 2004, 75% of all people imprisoned for drug offenses were Black or Latino, despite the fact that the majority of the country's illegal drug users and dealers are white. 30 Supporting Michelle Alexander's conclusions, a New York Times column noted that President Clinton signed a law, originally formulated under President G.H.W. Bush, establishing the 100-to-1 punishment ratio for crack cocaine possession versus powder, meaning sentencing guidelines of 6 months for possession of a small amount of powder cocaine were 600 months, 50 years, for possession of the same amount of crack cocaine. The Times column said, Clinton signed this despite the pleas of civil rights leaders who correctly predicted that this would be an anvil dropping on the black community. Alexander's The New Jim Crow spent 10 months on the New York Times bestseller list. In her introduction, Alexander wrote, "Few legal rules meaningfully constrain the police in the drug war, and enormous financial incentives have been granted to law enforcement to engage in mass drug arrests through military-style tactics. Once swept into the system, one's chances of ever being truly free are slim, often to the vanishing point." The New Jim Crow debunks the notion that rates of black imprisonment can be explained by crime rates and identifies the huge racial disparities at every stage of the criminal justice process, from the initial stop, search, and arrest to the plea bargaining and sentencing phases. In short, the New Jim Crow explains how the legal rules that structure the system guarantee discriminatory results. These legal rules ensure that the undercast is overwhelmingly black and brown. 31 A number of other sources supported Alexander's conclusions. For example, a documentary, Kids for Cash, highlighted how corporations gave kickbacks to 2 judges for sending thousands of kids to the corporation's private prisons for minor offenses. The Pennsylvania courts found both judges guilty, and stated that one of the judges had violated the constitutional rights of thousands of kids. A number of these kids were sent to juvenile prisons after first-time minor offenses such as marijuana paraphernalia possession. 32 Another example of systemic corruption that is incarcerating people en masse comes from documents released by National Security Agency whistleblower Edward Snowden. Reuters detailed how the Drug Enforcement Agency had a special operations division that partnered with over 24 other agencies, including the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and Homeland Security. The DEA trained federal agents in falsifying their investigative trail, what they did in their investigation and how they came to find evidence, which they called a parallel construction, a false story about how and when they obtained evidence. This opens the door for planting false evidence without being caught. As Reuters detailed, a secretive U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration unit is funneling information from intelligence intercepts, wiretaps, informants and a massive database of telephone records to authorities across the nation to help them launch criminal investigations of Americans. Although these cases rarely involve national security issues, documents reviewed by Reuters show that law enforcement agents have been directed to conceal how such investigations truly begin, not only from defense lawyers but also sometimes from prosecutors and judges. The undated documents show that federal agents are trained to recreate the investigative trail to effectively cover up where the information originated, a practice that some experts say violates a defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial. If defendants don't know how an investigation began, they cannot know to ask to review potential sources of exculpatory evidence, information that could reveal entrapment, mistakes, or biased witnesses. "I have never heard of anything like this at all," said Nancy Gertner, a Harvard Law School professor who served as a federal judge from 1994 to 2011. Gertner and other legal experts said the program sounds more troubling than recent disclosures that the National Security Agency has been collecting domestic phone records. 33 U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark remains one of many prominent people who backed Alexander's general view even before these revelations about bribed judges and the D's systemic cover-ups. After working under Presidents Kennedy and Johnson, Clark became a more radical activist, and gave his opinion of U.S. intelligence's use of drugs. As noted earlier, he said, "I think the government uses drugs to sedate and divide the masses." 34 The Opium War on Afghanistan, Pakistan and opposition abroad. When U.S. military forces could not beat back the North Vietnamese, they lost control over the Southeast Asian area around Vietnam. After this loss of easier access to inexpensive Golden Triangle opium crops, opium production declined. One of the top producers of the Golden Triangle, the country of Laos, produced 200 tons of opium in 1975 and only 30 tons by 1984. U.S. intelligence proceeded to increase activities in the Golden Crescent region where Pakistan borders Afghanistan, lying at the other end of the same mountain range containing the Golden Triangle. A World Opium Survey reported the Pakistani-Afghan opium harvest rose from 400 tons in 1971 to 1,200 tons in 1978. 35 Afghanistan has historically been one of the most underdeveloped of Third World countries. By 1973, the Soviet Union had given Afghanistan, its neighbor, close to $1 billion in civilian aid, accounting for 60% of its foreign aid. 36 American oligarchs started meddling around the border of Pakistan and Afghanistan in the early 1970s. The U.S. has been giving military and economic aid to neighboring Pakistan at least since then. 37 Professor Peter Dale Scott holds that Pakistan had started to increase its support for Afghan Islamic resistance movements following a left-wing coup in Afghanistan in 1973. The Pakistan-Afghan threefold increase in opium production coincided with this support for Afghanistan's Islamic resistance to the more leftist Afghan coup leaders. 38. The CIA cultivated key Pakistani assets who assisted Indiana an arms pipeline to the Afghan Islamic resistance. 39. One of these assets was the Gulf Group shipping line of the Gokul brothers. Another was the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, BCCI. While researchers suspected CIA ties to the bank's future officers before its founding in 1972, in 1976 CIA Director George H.W. Bush strengthened the CIA's ties to various Arab intelligence agency figures who were all BCCI insiders. 40. When President Carter took office in 1976, he did not reappoint Bush as CIA director. It was then that Bush and William Casey set up the secret CIA office and worked with British intelligence. They set up a Bank of Credit and Commerce International affiliate in the Cayman Islands. During the Iran-Contra crack hearings, it came out that BCCI was the top conduit for laundering money in these 1980s dealings. 41. In April of 1978, a newly formed, pro-Soviet, socialist-leaning People's Democratic Party overthrew Mohammad Dudd's leadership in Afghanistan. They seized the land from its wealthiest overseers and redistributed it to the people. They also nationalized farm credit. 42. This, along with the fall of the longtime CIA-supported Shah of Iran, put the CIA into intensive planning mode, figuring how to gain more control in Pakistan and Afghanistan, neighboring Iran's oil-rich Middle East region. President Carter's national security advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski made important disclosures confirmed by U.S. intelligence reports. In an interview with a French media organization, he said he advised Carter to start arming and funding radical fundamentalist Islamic fighters, the Mujahedin, to wage war on the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan in early 1979. President Carter armed and funded the Mujahedin's war on Afghanistan's leftist leadership, and the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan about 8 months later. According to Afghan expert Dr. Barnett Rubin in testimony before Congress, the U.S. proceeded to pay and arm Afghan mercenaries to fight the Soviet Union. The same American oligarchs involved in opium trafficking in the Vietnam area were now trafficking opium out of Afghanistan. 43. Afghanistan, the size of Texas, shared its northern border with the Soviet Union. For 10 years the Soviet Union sent troops into Afghanistan to help fight the Islamic Mujahedin. All the while, the Reagan and Bush administrations continued a proxy war for that decade, arming and paying the Mujahedin to keep fighting. The CIA considered the Golden Crescent a new Golden Triangle. Heroin factories popped up on the Afghan-Pakistan border to help process the opium for local sales, while raw opium traveled globally. By 1980, Pakistan-Afghan opium dominated the European market and supplied 60% of America's illicit demand. 44. Professor McCoy wrote that 1979 to 1989 encompassed 10 years of CIA-covered support for the Mujahedin resistance. He detailed how this resistance involved Afghan guerrillas and Pakistani military intelligence. The Washington Post noted that CIA Director William Casey advised Pakistani Inter-Services Intelligence, ISI, to train Mujahedin resistance for attacks upon the Soviet Union, which they eventually carried out. McCoy added that during this time, the U.S. government and media sources were silent about the involvement of leading Afghan guerrillas and Pakistan military in the heroin traffic. 45 veteran Daily Telegraph journalist Ahmed Rashid, whose best-selling books include Jihad, The Rise of Militant Islam in Central Asia, wrote, in 1986 the secret services of the United States, Great Britain, and Pakistan agreed to launch guerrilla attacks in Soviet territories Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. The task was given to Pakistan's favorite Mujahedin leader, Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. Reuters, the British version of the Associated Press, also confirmed that a guerrilla warfare training camp in Afghanistan was set up in the early 1980s by the CIA and ISI and run by Hekmatyar. Hekmatyar was supplementing his CIA and Pakistani ISI income with profits from his heroin labs in the Pakistani intelligence-controlled area at this time. Hekmatyar, who founded the Muslim Brotherhood, became Afghanistan's leading drug lord. 46 CIA Pakistani intelligence strategy included heavy control over the drug flows. Professor Peter Dale Scott believed that CIA Director William Casey followed through on a plan promoted to him by an Alexander de Marin CHES, that the CIA supplied drugs on the sly to Soviet troops. While Marin CHES denied it went through, reports came in that heroin, hashish, and even cocaine from Latin America soon reached Soviet troops. These reports said the CIA-ISI-linked Bank of Credit and Commerce International, along with several American intelligence operatives, were deeply involved in the drug trade before the war was over. Scott wrote, Maureen Orth heard from Mathia Falco, head of International Narcotics Control for the State Department under Jimmy Carter, that the CIA and ISI together encouraged the Mujahedin to addict the Soviet troops. 47 Professor McCoy cited that they had hundreds of heroin refineries, and they targeted the Pakistani people, increasing heroin addiction there from 5,000 users in 1980 to 1.3 million by 1986. By 1990, mainstream media substantiated Gulbuddin Hekmatyar's Afghan heroin trafficking. A front-page article in the Washington Post stated that a senior administration official in the White House confirmed Hekmatyar and the Pakistan ISI as American allies involved in heroin trafficking. 48 The increased CIA involvement in the Golden Crescent area along the border of Pakistan and Afghanistan contributed to the ever-increasing opium production there. After a growth to 1,200 tons in 1978, it almost quadrupled in the next 20 years. The United Nations said Afghanistan's opium production had risen to 4,600 tons in 1999, or 70% of the world's total. 49 Chapter 21 Kurt Cobain's death. Love, heroin and police cover-up. Punk rock expressed the way I feel socially and politically. Drugs are a waste of time. They destroy your memory and your self-respect and everything that goes along with your self-esteem. They're no good at all. The duty of youth is to challenge corruption. Rap music is the only vital form of music introduced since punk rock. I would like to get rid of the homophobes, racists, and sexists in our audience. I know they're out there and it really bothers me. Kurt Cobain, various quotes. Nevermind came without a lyric sheet. At first he wanted to print some of his poems, then some revolutionary debris. Kurt says revolutionary debris meant all kinds of anarchistic, revolutionary essays and diagrams about how to make your own bomb. And I just thought we better hold off on that, he says. If we ever really want to do that, we'd be more effective if we gained popularity first. From Come As You Are, The Story of Nirvana, published shortly before Cobain's death. Kurt Cobain sang, wrote the lyrics and played guitar for the band Nirvana. They were widely considered the most influential band of the 1990s, despite Cobain's death at the age of 27 in 1994. While the band topped the music charts for sales, its music, then considered punk rock, fell into the all-purpose genre of alternative. Later music critics considered Nirvana the founders of the grunge music sound. Cobain, like a number of other grunge musicians, developed a heroin problem in the early 1990s. Heroin and alternative/punk musicians. As the Afghan heroin-producing opium supply grew in the 1990s, American and European consumption also grew. While a number of mainstream musicians developed heroin problems, heroin use appeared even more popular among a fringe collection of artists and musicians who lived in urban areas. From the 1960s to the 1990s, a number of these musicians who became influential in alternative music developed heroin problems. Some of them also crossed paths with members of U.S. intelligence. In the 1960s, John Lennon, who had glorified heroin use with his Beatles' White Album song Me and My Monkey, referring to the slang monkey on my back for addiction, had spies watching him closely. Velvet Underground lead singer-songwriter Lou Reed, managed by suspected spy Miles Copeland III, wrote Heroin and Waiting for My Man. White House physician Max Dr. Feelgood Jacobson regularly gave psychedelics and amphetamines or cocaine with heroin speedballs to people who attended Andy Warhol's parties, where the Velvet Underground first performed as the house band. Jacobson had also frequented Timothy Leary's gatherings. World-renowned artist Warhol produced the Velvet Underground's influential first albums. One in the 1970s, one of the first American punk icons, Iggy Pop, had a known heroin addiction while his band, the Stooges, popularized aggressive, intelligent, pre-punk rock music. Anarchist punk rock icon Sid Vicious, of early 70s British punk rock band, the Sex Pistols, reportedly died of uncertain causes after a slip-up with heroin following some clean time. His girlfriend Nancy Spungen developed her heroin addiction when living in New York prior to their meeting. She traveled to England and moved in with Vicious. Spungen died of a knife wound 4 months before Vicious. Vicious had at one point been implicated in her death, but British investigators never came to a conclusion about who killed her. By the 1980s, more punk-inspired musicians developed heroin problems. For example, Australian punk singer Nick Cave started using heroin and glorified the drug with compelling lyrics and music for his band, The Birthday Party. In Sydney, Australia, CIA and Special Forces veteran Michael Hand joined businessman Frank Nugan to form Nugan Hand Bank. Nugan had notes from CIA Director William Colby, and other top CIA help, in aiding heroin traffickers. Professor Peter Dale Scott said that Nugan Hand Bank financed the first major drug imports, organized by veterans of U.S. Special Forces and CIA in Laos. Australian heroin addiction rose dramatically in the late 1970s. 3 Researchers argued that drug dealers directed much of the cocaine and heroin mostly to urban American Black and Hispanic communities. Urban whites were more likely to try heroin and cocaine if they lived in these racially mixed neighborhoods. 4 With top music magazines Rolling Stone and Spin calling Nirvana the most influential band of the 1990s, its frontman Kurt Cobain had the greatest effect in popularizing heroin to the white community. 5 Cobain as radical political leftist. Kurt Cobain grew up in a middle-class neighborhood of Aberdeen, Washington, where artists and musicians in his family helped cultivate his early development. By the age of 20, Cobain started the band Nirvana and had a relationship with Toby Vale, who was in the all-female, radical political band Bikini Kill. Vale and Bikini Kill singer Kathleen Hanna helped influence Cobain's increasingly radical leftist politics. 6 Bikini Kill's feminist politics followed the lineage of radical leftist punk rockers, the Clash. 7 Post-punk bands such as Washington, D.C.'s hardcore band Fugazi continued in this vein, and was well known for its straight-edge anti-drug lifestyle. This term came from the song Straight Edge, by Fugazi singer Ian MacKay's former band, Minor Threat, without CO lead singer Guy Picciotto. As a teenager, Kurt Cobain recreationally used alcohol and marijuana, and soon used psychedelic drugs a few times. By the late 1980s, Cobain loved Fugazi, and even had their name written on his shoes. In 1989, Nirvana had produced its first album Bleach, for local Seattle independent record label Sub Pop. 8 Soon, major labels courted Nirvana, and the band decided to sign with Geffen. Sonic Youth, another Geffen client, took Nirvana with them on their European tour as the opening act in 1991, filming it for the movie 1991, the year that punk broke. 9. An MTV video, Smells Like Teen Spirit, helped Nirvana break out globally in the late summer of 1991. Their album Nevermind hit the top of the pop charts in the US and 7 other countries by the beginning of 1992, selling 5 million copies in 4 months. Nevermind would go on to sell 10 million copies in the US and 30 million worldwide by 2011. 10 Journalists noted how Nevermind's unmatched success changed the course of music, the recording industry and even fashion. 11 The grunge look of jeans, t-shirts, or flannel shirts to keep warm, were popularized by the clothing Kurt Cobain and his fellow band members continued to wear even after they began making lots of money. Nirvana's album covers presented subtle and not so subtle political statements. The cover of Nevermind had a baby submerged in a pool reaching for a dollar bill on a fishhook. The album In Utero, banned by Walmart and Kmart supposedly for Cobain's sculpture of fetuses on its cover, also contained 4 pictures of the burnt-out Los Angeles Republican Party headquarters during the 1992 Los Angeles riots. Cobain further forced Rolling Stone magazine to display his t-shirt and their cover picture of him. He had written on the shirt, "Corporate magazines still suck." 12 Not everyone was aware of Kurt Cobain's left-wing political passions. Michael Aitzarad published a biography of the band, Come As You Are, 6 months before Cobain's death, revealing Cobain's politics that ranged from pro-democrat to radical anarchist. On the mainstream side, Cobain urged his fans to vote for Bill Clinton in 1992, and was credited with making the difference in Clinton's win over George H.W. Bush. In that election, youth came out to vote in the largest percentages since the voting age was first lowered in the 1960s. 13 Cobain's political actions were often discreet, such as putting an anonymous track on an AIDS benefit album, and participating in benefits for abortion rights groups, anti-bigotry organizations, and anti-censorship organizations. He also battled prejudice by publicizing his hypothetical bisexuality and hatred of homophobia. 14 More radically, Cobain was quoted as saying he originally wanted to put revolutionary debris inside his hugely popular album Nevermind. He said this meant all kinds of anarchistic, revolutionary essays and diagrams about how to make your own bomb. And I just thought we better hold off on that, we'd be more effective if we gained popularity first. Then people might actually think twice about it. 15 While Cobain's lyrics remained more personal and apolitical, he consistently made liberal to revolutionary political statements in other public forums. In the band's first biography, Cobain said his popular single Lithium was an update on Communist Manifesto author Karl Marx's statement on religion as the opiate of the masses. 16 In interviews he took a leftist perspective, mocking the American economic system, saying if major record labels bought up all the alternative bands, then, chalk one up for capitalism. Let's get our top hats and tails and have a cigar. 17 Love, Marriage, and Heroin. Anodyne award-winning writers Max Wallace and Ian Halperin spent years investigating Cobain's death, after musicians they knew said it was suspicious. Wallace wrote for the New York Times and contributed to the British Broadcasting Corporation. Halperin co-authored 2 best-selling books, was a regular correspondent on Court TV and contributed to 60 Minutes too. Their first book, Who Killed Kurt Cobain?, came out in 1998. They published Love and Death, The Murder of Kurt Cobain in 2004. They gained much assistance from a police detective turned private investigator, Tom Grant, whom Cobain's wife Courtney Love had hired in early April of 1994. Grant started investigating her on his own, after he found evidence of foul play. Wallace and Halperin chronicled how Kurt Cobain met his wife, singer Courtney Love, after his first album with major label Geffen Records was released. Love, who had left another husband a year before, became pregnant with Cobain's child within several months of their meeting. Some of Cobain's close friends, such as Dylan Carlson, said Love's pregnancy prompted Cobain to propose to her. They were married in February of 1992 with a prenuptial agreement, which barred either getting the other's money via divorce. By that time some band members had become unhappy with Cobain's budding heroin addiction and disapproved of Courtney Love. Nirvana bassist Chris Novoselic and all family members of Cobain and Love were absent from the wedding. 18 Most reports had Cobain's regular heroin use starting at the same time he started dating Courtney. Love's father and ex-husband both said she had a regular heroin addiction while she lived with them. After the birth of Cobain and Love's child, Vanity Fair published an article about Love, describing her heroin addiction. 19 Kurt Cobain's heroin addiction reportedly reached its peak when he almost failed to complete a Saturday Night Live performance. Cobain went to detox in September 1992. Kurt Cobain apparently relapsed with heroin after his detox. In an incident less than a year prior to his death, on May 2, 1993, Cobain had shot up heroin in what private detective Tom Grant reported as an accidental overdose. Grant obtained the police report, and reprinted a copy of it in his case study manual. It says that after Cobain became semi-conscious from the accidental overdose, Courtney claimed to have tried to revive him by injecting him with buprenorphine. She also force-fed him Valium and 4 codeine-based Tylenol pills containing acetaminophen and Benadryl. Grant said that adding these drugs to Cobain's system put him at much greater risk of death. 21 While the full extent of Cobain's heroin addiction remains uncertain, reports suggest that a stomach problem he had since he was a teenager was the trigger for his continued drug use. The stomach ailment left him vomiting, starving, and in bed for weeks. The most commonly prescribed medication for stomach ailments, paregoric, included a tincture of opium, as it relieved intestinal problems. Cobain ended up trying morphine and then used heroin. However, in the summer of 1993, a doctor diagnosed Cobain's problem as a pinched nerve and successfully treated it, along with prescribing a medication that helped sustain his treatment. Virtually all reports supported Cobain's abstinence from heroin while on this medication. 22 By September 1993, Nirvana released their second album with Geffen Records, In Utero, which topped the pop sales charts its first week out. Shortly before the album's release, Kurt Cobain increased his share of the band's formerly equally divided royalties, since he had written most of the songs. Friends said Love had nagged him repeatedly for almost 2 years to make these changes with his bandmates. Cobain reluctantly threatened to quit the band unless his bandmates accepted his getting 100% of money from the lyrics and 75% of royalties from the music, to be applied retroactively to Nevermind's sales. This caused a rift between Cobain and his band. 23 Now that they were rich, Courtney Love insisted she and Cobain live in an expensive house in the wealthiest neighborhood, the polar opposite of their apartment in the seedy University district of Seattle. Living across a lake from billionaire Bill Gates, Cobain complained to friends he was embarrassed by the house's extravagance. Cobain's friend Peter Cleary said the singer booked a 38-day European tour partly because he was like an emotional cripple around his wife, but on tour, he was the boss. Cobain was certain to gain some independence, since Courtney couldn't accompany him while she was mixing her band Hole's upcoming album. 24 A recent American tour had exhausted Cobain, but he felt ready for the European tour, as he was exhilarated by the absence of his stomach problems. However, after the first show in Munich, Germany, a doctor diagnosed Cobain with bronchitis and suggested he take 2 months off from his tour. 25 Kurt Cobain had gotten into increasing conflicts with his wife by this time. Their lawyer, Rosemary Carroll, said they had become hateful towards each other. Cobain had finally decided to leave Love, wanting a divorce. Love called and asked Carroll to find her, the meanest, most vicious divorce lawyer she knew. 26 Nonetheless, Cobain adored his 1.5-year-old daughter Frances, and missed her on his music tours. So he asked Love to bring Frances and meet him in Rome. Love had flown to London for publicity regarding her upcoming album. Love and Frances met with Cobain in a hotel in Rome on March 3, 1994. 27 Around 6:15 a.m. the next day, Love called the front desk and asked them to get an ambulance, as she had found Cobain unconscious on the floor. 24 hours later, Cobain woke up from what the doctor described as a pharmacological coma due not to narcotics, but the combined effect of alcohol and tranquilizers which had been medically prescribed by a doctor to Love. Everyone called it an accidental overdose. No one but Love ever referred to it as a suicide attempt. 28 Back home in Seattle 2 weeks later on March 18, Courtney Love called 911 and said her husband had locked himself in a room with a gun and was threatening to kill himself. When police arrived at their Lake Washington estate, they found Cobain behind a locked door, but their report said he told them he was in there to keep away from Courtney. The report further said he insisted that he didn't want to hurt himself and that he didn't have a gun in the room with him. When the police questioned Love about her false report, she apparently admitted not seeing him take a gun, and said she didn't hear him say he was going to kill himself. The officers confiscated Cobain's 4 guns from the house, a box of ammunition and, importantly, Cobain's stomach medication pills. Cobain bought another rifle at the end of March. 29 In late March, Cobain and Love reportedly battled over his wanting to back out of the scheduled headlining of the Lollapalooza tour, which would have made him millions of dollars, along with millions for others. Soon after this conflict, Cobain called his fellow band members to announce he was breaking the band up. Subsequently, Love and several of Cobain's management executives did an intervention on Cobain, during which Love threatened to limit Cobain's access to his daughter unless he went into rehab. Much evidence suggests that Cobain had largely gotten away from narcotics at this time. But whether or not he had a slip with his heroin use, he felt threatened enough to enter Exodus residential treatment in Los Angeles on March 30. 30 Murder and heroin chic private detective Tom Grant said that on Friday, April 1, Courtney Love called the Exodus payphone 13 times. Kurt Cobain left rehab later that day. Exodus and most other long-term residential drug treatment centers are not locked-down facilities. Cobain entered under his own volition, so he could have told staff he wanted to leave and walked out the door without a problem, ignoring their suggestions for him to stay. Instead, he avoided talking to staff about deciding to leave early, and climbed over a 6-foot wall in the back, according to journalists Wallace and Halperin. 31 Soon after leaving rehab that Friday night at 8:47 p.m., Cobain called the Peninsula Hotel in L.A., where Courtney Love was staying, and left a message for her. The message said he was staying with a friend, leaving Love the number of the friend, a woman named Elizabeth in California. Cobain then took a plane flight to Seattle early the next morning. From her Peninsula Hotel room, Love called private detective Tom Grant on April 3, purportedly to hire him to look for her husband, alleging she didn't know where he was. According to Grant, he brought another investigator with him and they met with Love in her hotel room, where she told them about having a phony story planted with the Associated Press, saying she had overdosed on drugs and was in the hospital. Grant claimed Love said she did this to get Cobain's attention. 32 On that day, Love also evidently told Grant she had Cobain's credit card cancelled and wanted Grant to call the credit card company to find out about attempted activities on the card. The following day, Grant said Love told him that she had called in a missing persons report pretending to be Kit's mother, Wendy O'Connor. On April 6, Love sent Grant to Seattle to look for Cobain, but Grant had no luck finding him. 33 Just a few days later, on April 8, 1994, an electrician found Kurt Cobain dead in a sunroom above the garage of his home. The coroner said he had been dead since April 5. Most reports say he committed suicide by shooting himself in the mouth with a shotgun. However, evidence points to high-level police and media cover-up of a murder scenario in which Cobain's wife Courtney took part. Did U.S. intelligence first allow Cobain's popularity and known drug usage to foster an era of heroin chic? Then, when the politically radical leftist Cobain showed signs of getting away from heroin and influencing his fans contrary to the interests of America's drug trafficking oligarchy, did they orchestrate his murder? Evidence supports this scenario. Cobain's death made front-page news worldwide. Virtually all the stories repeated a Seattle police spokesman's account that Cobain had been shooting heroin intravenously in the sunroom, then used a shotgun to commit suicide. Media looked for suicidal statements, magazines lauded his musical influence, but most mainstream investigative reporters did little to no investigation of a possible homicide. Investigators say Cobain was murdered. During the next 10 years, independent investigations about Cobain's suicide found links to U.S. intelligence foul play, but there was extremely sparse mainstream media coverage until the new millennium. Award-winning investigative journalist Duff Wilson published a story in the Seattle Times a month after Cobain's death. Wilson's sources in the Seattle Police Department told him that many facts in Cobain's case didn't add up. For example, Private Detective Tom Grant found and shared with police that someone tried to use Cobain's credit card between the time of his death and his body being found. Additionally, the suicide note didn't appear to be about suicide at all, and the handwriting changed part-way through it. With the knowledge from his former police detective work, Grant said the police also made the highly doubtful claim that there weren't any legible fingerprints on the shotgun. 34 After publishing these inconsistencies, neither Wilson nor the Seattle Times followed up with a long-term investigation. More importantly, a police officer investigator working at the scene said his supervisor told the team of police investigators that they were not to investigate Cobain's death as a homicide, making it clear from the start that the so-called homicide investigation was just a show. The officer said this highly surprised him and other police investigators, especially with the change in handwriting on the suicide note at a particularly important point. That part of the note was only a goodbye to fans. The band acknowledged that Cobain was breaking them up. 35 Grant, Wallace, and Halperin investigated Cobain's death as a homicide for years. Grant continued to communicate with Love for some months after Cobain's body was found. She then stopped talking to Grant after she realized he had started investigating her. 36 After refusing countless lucrative financial offers for over 15 years, Tom Grant eventually came out with his own independently published books on this subject. He had formerly only shared much of his work with authors Max Wallace and Ian Halperin, for their books. Wallace and Halperin also produced a film, The Cobain Case, based on these books. It was released in Europe, while American media refused to even make mention of it, except on YouTube. It includes recorded conversations between Tom Grant and Courtney Love, along with their lawyer, Rosemary Carroll. This film further shows Cobain's grandfather Leland Cobain, the relative to whom Cobain was closest. Leland Cobain and his wife Iris didn't believe Kurt was suicidal. Leland also believes his grandson was murdered. 37 The books and movie offer extensive evidence that someone murdered Kurt Cobain by first giving Cobain an extremely pure dose of heroin that left him unconscious within seconds. That person or another then put a shotgun in Cobain's hands and shot him in the mouth to make it look like a suicide. Some of the accumulated evidence supporting this murder scenario includes the amount of opiates in Cobain's corpse, accompanied by Valium, which potentiates heroin. Cobain had a morphine level 70 times higher than the amount that would kill the average person, and 3 times the amount of heroin that would immediately incapacitate and kill even a severe addict. 38 This suggests that someone gave Cobain a hot shot, a dose many times the normal 5% purity of street-bought heroin. 39 Most importantly, Cobain's and Love's lawyer of 2 years, Rosemary Carroll, said it was obvious Cobain didn't write the last part of his suicide note, which, as mentioned, appeared to be a goodbye to fans regarding the band's breakup. 40 In 1997, the NBC TV show Unsolved Mysteries released Cobain's autopsy report findings to Cyril Wecht, president of the American Academy of Forensic Science. He said, "For most people, including addicts, this is a significant level. And for most of them, the great percentage, it will be a level that will induce a state of unconsciousness quite quickly. We're talking about seconds, not minutes." He continued, "I just can't tell you that it would have been impossible that Cobain then pulled the trigger of the shotgun, but it does raise a question as to whether or not he shot that shotgun." 41 Wecht went on to say, off camera, if it was suicide, he probably would have had to be holding the gun in his hand while he was injecting himself with the heroin, and then shot himself immediately after the injection. As seen in the trailer for an important movie on Cobain's murder, Dr. Wex said, I cannot think of a case in which someone injects himself with a large amount of heroin and then proceeds to kill himself. It just doesn't make sense. 42 Denise Marshall, a deputy coroner in Colorado who has investigated hundreds of deaths said, when I saw the blood morphine results of the toxicology tests I asked myself how could he have pulled the trigger? It would have been virtually impossible. 43 Did Courtney Love help set up Cobain's murder? Ian Halperin, Max Wallace, and Tom Grant found particularly strong evidence that Courtney Love helped set up her husband's murder, partly to get his money, since the prenuptial agreement would have nullified any alimony she could have gotten with a divorce. 44 Attorney Rosemary Carroll, whom the couple had also named godmother to their daughter, first raised the possibility of Love setting up Cobain's murder. Cobain had felt so close to Carroll, he told friends he regarded her as a surrogate mother. Carroll said Cobain wasn't suicidal, and that Cobain was divorcing Love. Carroll discussed her suspicions with Grant, who taped most of his phone conversations about the case. They are summarized in Love and Death, can be heard on Grant's website, and were played for reporters in April 2004. 45 Grant said Love originally told him that Cobain had prematurely left a residential drug treatment facility and that she was looking for him. Within 24 hours she apparently changed her story, saying first she thought Cobain was suicidal, and then that Cobain was divorcing her and leaving her for another woman. 46 Besides Love asking Carroll to find her the most vicious divorce lawyer, she wanted to know if her prenuptial agreement could be voided. Meanwhile, Cobain had called Carroll and asked her to take Courtney out of his recently drafted will, which was still unsigned. Award-winning filmmaker Nick Broomfield interviewed a young female nanny the couple employed, who also said Love was obsessed with Cobain's will, in Broomfield's film Kurt and Courtney. 47 On April 6, 2 days prior to the discovery of Cobain's body, Love visited Carroll and accidentally left behind her backpack. After Cobain's corpse was found, Carroll looked through Love's backpack and found 2 pieces of paper. One was a to-do note that read, "Get arrested." On April 7, Love was arrested after a reported overdose. It gave her an alibi for where she was when her husband was found dead. The second piece of paper looked like handwriting practice, as if to forge a letter. Carroll took the backpack to Private Detective Grant, who secretly copied the suicide note that Love refused to show anyone after the police investigation. After Grant showed Carroll the note, Carroll said she didn't believe Cobain killed himself, and added that Love planned the whole thing. 48 Carroll gave Grant other contents of Love's backpack, including an itemized hotel bill, phone records, and messages from where she stayed the week that Cobain died. It seemed that Love lied to Grant about her many contacts with Cobain the day he left rehab. 49 Many believe Love lied in saying Cobain was suicidal. Besides Carroll's statement, Cobain's closest friend, Dylan Carlson, told Grant that Cobain was confronting some issues, but was optimistic about them, not suicidal. 2 psychologists who evaluated Kurt Cobain in the rehabilitation center didn't find him suicidal either. Friends who visited Cobain in rehab saw him happily playing with his infant daughter. 50 Cobain's grandfather, Leland, said Kurt wasn't suicidal, and had asked Leland to help him choose a new pickup truck to buy. Even Courtney admitted once, "I don't think he was really suicidal when he came home from drug rehab." 51 Though Courtney Love said Kurt Cobain's brief coma due to accidentally overdosing on her sleep medication in Rome was a suicide attempt, details suggest it was another attempt by Love to kill him. When the hospital pumped Cobain's stomach they found evidence of Rohypnol, the infamous roofie drug used to dope and rape women, as the drug leads them not to remember anything that happened. In Rome these are most commonly known as sedatives or sleeping pills. 52 Love's very questionable behavior around Cobain's death a month later, and the impending divorce, suggests Love may have slipped a massive amount of Rohypnol in Cobain's drink that night in Rome. Love and several others had pressured Cobain to go into drug rehab. After Cobain left rehab early and got back to Seattle, he talked to Michael Callie DeWitt, another live-in nanny for the couple's infant daughter. Hotel phone records show Love talked to DeWitt continuously that week, even though she had her daughter with her in an LA hotel. 53 DeWitt was a former boyfriend of Love's and a known heroin user. Grant and Carroll stated suspicions about DeWitt's role in Cobain's murder. Grant found a note DeWitt wrote to Cobain at Cobain's home, in the time between the singer's presumed death, April 5, and finding his body in a room above the home's garage, April 8. Grant found the note the night of April 7, and believed it sounded like an attempt to cover up DeWitt's knowledge of Cobain's death. He'd later learn police had taxi records showing DeWitt left from the Cobain home for a plane flight to LA several hours earlier, before Grant arrived. 54 phone records and Love's payments to DeWitt and his family point to DeWitt as a suspect in Cobain's death. Phone records place DeWitt in Cobain's home until April 5, when he left to stay at a friend's place. DeWitt returned briefly on April 7. Love got DeWitt a high-paying job at Geffen Records. Love also paid several $100,000 to DeWitt's father to renovate her house, and she paid for many of DeWitt's drug detoxes, along with detox for his girlfriend. 55 Additionally, a Los Angeles-based musician and acquaintance of Love's, Eldon Hoke, made the claim on television and film that Courtney Love had come to his workplace at a record store and offered him $50,000 to kill Cobain. He said she provided him with a plan to make the killing look like a suicide. Hoke's statement was backed by his boss, who overheard part of the conversation, and Hoke passed a lie detector test about this statement with a nationally renowned polygrapher. Many knew Hoke as having a drinking problem, and as someone who would do anything for money. Hoke, however, never followed through on Courtney's offer. 56 U.S. intelligence connection to Cobain's murder. Here is considerable evidence to suggest that Kurt Cobain's wife, Courtney Love, planned her husband's murder. However, investigations fell short in failing to explore why police superiors and mainstream media helped cover up the murder. They also failed to explore evidence of possible U.S. intelligence aid. The only explanation given by Tom Grant for police failures are professional pride, city politics, and potential lawsuits. He claims there were copycat suicides within days of Cobain's death that led police to not re-investigate whether Cobain was murdered. 57 Evidence suggests that, unknown to Cobain, U.S. intelligence used him to promote heroin use, similar to the way U.S. intelligence and media assets helped promote acid in the 1960s. Suppressed evidence indicates that U.S. intelligence helped orchestrate Cobain's murder due to his anti-materialistic, radical leftist politics, along with his implicit threat to promote sobriety when he stopped using drugs. Police foul play started as early as what appeared to be Love's first attempt to kill Cobain. While it's not certain if Love gave Cobain the overly pure batch of heroin he nearly overdosed on in Seattle in May 1993, she was with him and immediately injected him and force-fed him more drugs that could have caused his death. Private Detective Tom Grant asked why Love wasn't arrested for possessing, injecting, and administering illegal drugs. While Grant suggested that it was due to her friendship with certain Seattle Police Department officers, the police department blacked out an entire paragraph of the police report that described Love's actions. 58 By most accounts, Kurt Cobain finally found abstinence from heroin by the summer of 1993. Ironically, Cobain's near-death experience on March 4 of 1994 actually offered evidence of this. The doctor in Rome found no narcotics in Cobain's system besides the prescription tranquilizer Rohypnol. Cobain's tour mates through Europe said he was not using any drugs, and wouldn't even participate in the very mild debauchery that went on. 59 Courtney Love said that Kurt Cobain barely drank in his last months alive. 60 Police also failed to charge Love with any crime in what appeared to be a false report. That was the incident where Love claimed Cobain had locked himself in a room and said he was going to kill himself. Police confiscation of Cobain's prescribed stomach medication could have caused him a setback. 2 weeks later she allegedly filed another false police report mentioning that Cobain was suicidal, pretending she was Cobain's mother. Police again failed to charge her, nor investigate why she did this, despite Tom Grant sharing his information with them. 61 Seattle police have a substantial record of working closely with U.S. intelligence, including acting as provocateurs to infiltrate radical left political groups and promoting illegal drug use among them. 62 Such a history helps make more sense of foul play around Kurt Cobain's death. A source in the Seattle Police Department told researchers he and others in the department had serious doubts about the investigation, especially when the medical examiner declared Cobain's death a suicide immediately upon viewing the corpse. The officer said, "The clincher for many of us was the note. Anybody who saw it thought it was strange." 63 Several years later, the Unsolved Mysteries television show hired 2 national handwriting experts to examine the note. They both confirmed the top part of the note was in Cobain's handwriting, but the bottom was not. 64 This same police officer also reported that photos taken at the scene of Cobain's death were not developed. Wallace and Halperin obtained an internal memo of this officer's supervisor stating to his superior that he planned never to develop the film. 65 When authors Wallace and Halperin filed a Freedom of Information Act request for police department internal documents regarding the Cobain investigation, the Seattle police refused to confirm or deny whether the photos remained in their files. 66 Photo results could have been critical to the case. One of America's most respected forensic pathologists noted, if somebody actually held Kurt Cobain's hand around the gun and pulled the trigger, some of the blood would probably have splattered on their hand, leaving a void on Kurt's. 67 Police delayed even a fingerprint analysis on the gun, only to declare nearly a month later there were no legible prints. 68 Similarly, they did not check prints on shell casings or the note until 3 years later, when a television show about Cobain's death was about to air. 69 And no follow-up was ever reported on who tried to use Cobain's credit card after his death. As previously detailed, toxicology reports showed Cobain would most likely have died within seconds from the hot-shot opiate overdose. Wallace and Halperin cited top medical journals and quoted national forensic pathologists in support of Cobain's having 3 times the level of opiates in his bloodstream than what would immediately kill even a severe addict. A CIA assassination manual discussed the use of heroin for assassination by causing an overdose. 70 Detective Grant believed addict Mike DeWitt, one of the nannies for Francis Cobain who was dependent on and close to Love, was involved in Cobain's murder. Colorado Deputy Coroner Denise Marshall believes that someone drugged Cobain, first with Valium, present in the autopsy report, possibly using the soda can found near him but never tested by police. Either Cobain then relapsed, or the killer injected the lethal dose of heroin in Cobain, before shooting him to create the appearance of a suicide. 71 The purity of the heroin was one of the first pieces of evidence that U.S. intelligence might have played a part in the actual murder. Whoever gave him the drug would have had to have access to rare, pure heroin, which the government and some police departments have, but which is virtually impossible to find on the street. The extreme degree of police cover-up behavior further supported U.S. intelligence involvement. 72 Police avoidance of following up on a top witness's account put more of a spotlight on possible police intelligence involvement in Cobain's murder. Eldon Hoke had appeared on the TV show Hard Copy, saying Courtney Love asked him to kill Kurt Cobain. Hard Copy paid for America's leading polygraph examiner, Dr. Edward Gelb, to administer a polygraph to Hoke about this statement. Hoke's score fell beyond possibility of deception, twice. Just after that appearance, Hoke and his friends called both Los Angeles and Seattle police departments in an attempt to get the case reopened. 73 This led Seattle police to briefly reopen the Cobain case, saying they would investigate Hoke's report, but no documents show any follow-up. 74 Policeman investigates, becomes next victim. ONE police officer, Detective Antonio Terry, refused to abide by his boss's orders to not conduct a homicide investigation. A month after Cobain's death, Newsweek and the Seattle Times reported that Terry spent nearly 200 hours investigating the source of heroin found in Cobain's corpse. 75 A month later, Terry was driving home from work in civilian clothes in an unmarked car when a stranded motorist flagged him down at his known regular exit off the highway. When Terry pulled over and got out of his car to help, 2 gunmen shot him. 76 When the case went to trial 18 months later, it suggested high-level cover-ups of the incident. Although mortally wounded, Terry shot one of his assailants. He then got back into his car, drove to his South Precinct, and made a statement in which he reported one of the shooters saying, "He's a cop." Terry bled to death after making the statement. He was the first police officer killed in the state of Washington in 7 years. Someone in the police department then forged Terry's personnel records that day. These details support the gunman's knowing who he was despite the absence of police trappings, that they tracked his home route, and then squashed any investigation of his murder. And that Terry was murdered for bucking a much higher authority's orders. 77 The officer who supervised Cobain's death scene also supervised Terry's homicide case. 78 In 1994, it appears, Courtney Love quietly paid a significant amount of money to Terry's widow, seemingly to help keep Terry's widow from making press statements about her husband's death. 79 Ongoing media coverage uncovers facts prior to Cobain's death. Love had evidently made a number of false reports to the Seattle police about Cobain's mental health, which she later retracted. And during the investigations afterward, overwhelming evidence emerged of Love's motives for killing her husband, yet she was never investigated. Cobain was internationally known, a lifestyle image maker whose music, dress, and even heroin usage influenced millions. So it is almost unbelievable that after his death so few major media organizations ever reported Grant's or Halperin and Wallace's findings. Only after a decade did some broadcast media briefly permit these researchers to present what they found, but none allowed any in-depth investigations. The years-long media cover-up of the evidence indicates CIA involvement, because of the agency's ability to censor such politically sensitive issues. As stated previously, U.S. intelligence aided in manufacturing and trafficking massive amounts of heroin from the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. 80 Cobain's heroin use, amongst others, helped popularize the drug for many Americans. Movies that featured white people using heroin began to appear in the 1990s, including Trainspotting, Permanent Midnight, The Basketball Diaries, and the Academy Award-winning Pulp Fiction. The fashion industry popularized heroin chic. 81 Overall, the rate of long-term heroin users increased almost 10% annually from 1990 to 1995. 82 A heroin-using Kurt Cobain helped popularize this trend. A sober Cobain might have turned the trend around, while also turning many on to radical left politics. Within 5 years of Cobain's death, activists embodied the anarchism that Kurt Cobain said he wanted to support with the original idea of essays inside of Nirvana's album Nevermind, and the pictures of burnt-out Los Angeles Republican headquarters after the riots inside their album cover of In Utero. Radical activists gathered from around the country in Seattle to protest the World Trade Organization, WTO, summit. The activists claimed the WTO and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, were representing the wealthiest corporations in exploiting people globally. Left-wing groups for which Nirvana held benefits, such as fairness and accuracy in reporting, FAIR, gave much advance promotion to the anti-WTO protests, which ended up including marches, rallies, and ensuing riots. These Seattle protests sparked similar anti-WTO and anti-IMF protests for at least a couple of years, though they were more common abroad than in the US. 83 Kurt Cobain's co-founder of Nirvana, Chris Novoselic, for the occasion formed a band he called No WTO, with Kim Thayil of Soundgarden, and Jello Biafra, the former frontman of the Dead Kennedys. They only released one album, Live from the Battle in Seattle, on Biafra's independent alternative Tentacles label. 84 However, without Kurt Cobain, this musical support for the anti-WTO protest went virtually unnoticed. Chapter 22. Courtney Love, Drugs and Death. Along with the death of Detective Antonio Terry, the officer investigating Kurt Cobain's death, several other deaths were linked to Cobain's. Courtney Love's life and possible links to these deaths give further credence to the idea that she knowingly or inadvertently collaborated with U.S. intelligence. Did U.S. intelligence manipulate the popular Seattle music scene to promote heroin to activist youth, while trying to silence influential leftist musicians such as Cobain? Witness dies. Is Wrench a spy tool? Eldon Hoke's claim about Courtney Love trying to inveigle him into murder for hire continued to gain importance after his TV interview. In April of 1997, Sundance Award-winning documentarian Nick Broomfield interviewed Hoke for his film Kurt and Courtney. Hoke repeated his claim about Love's offer. In that interview, Hoke started to pronounce the name of someone he believed did accept Love's offer, saying Alan, before stopping short and laughing nervously. A different interviewer, Brent Alden, said that on April 18 he talked with Hoke, and he was very frightened because he knew who killed Cobain, a local Los Angeles musician, Alan Wrench. One Eldon Hoke died within a week of making this statement. Alan Wrench was the last person seen with Hoke before he died. But private detective Tom Grant said he believes the whole Wrench story is a hoax. While Grant is one of the best investigators of the Cobain case, he doesn't state why he's so sure Wrench being a suspect is a hoax. Writers Halperin and Wallace took Wrench somewhat seriously. They interviewed Wrench for their book Love and Death, and their film The Cobain Case. In those interviews, Wrench admitted to killing Cobain. Information about Wrench both from film and book suggests that he was an undercover U.S. intelligence agent. On film, Wrench, an articulate, clean-cut man, admits to carrying out Cobain's murder. Even if facetious, such an admission would normally be investigated by police, but never was. 3 Other evidence raises the question of whether U.S. intelligence inserted Alan Wrench into the Los Angeles punk music scene. A number of leftist political punk bands had sprung up in the Los Angeles area, including Black Flag, the Minutemen, and Rage Against the Machine, providing the impetus for U.S. intelligence to open operations there in an attempt to counter leftist political musicians. Alan Wrench clearly had designs to try and depoliticize punk rock. Although Wrench didn't have any visible source of income, he came into wealth soon after Cobain's death. With a house full of expensive recording equipment, he started his own barely profitable label, Devil Vision Records. He also bought a brand new Lexus soon after Cobain's death. Wrench had a few minor arrests in his background, and was a master of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Wrench also had a surprisingly elaborate website for his local band, Kill Alan Wrench. The band, it declared, is all about all 4 rock essentials: satanic worship, alcoholism, spousal abuse, and self-destructive drug use. The website included transcribed interviews from female groupies. It also had an exhaustive gallery of frequently updated pornography. Concert photos of Wrench had him decked out in devil's horns, pentagrams, red glop, and half-naked young groupies. Furthermore, despite suspicions of Wrench murdering Mentor's lead singer Eldon Hoke, the two groups toured together with their similar apolitical, female defouling, pseudo-punk, supposedly humorous bands in 2012. Wrench's Facebook pictures include many with Mentor's founding bassist Steve Broy playing in Wrench's band. 5 As previously detailed, Los Angeles had a history of vast U.S. intelligence operations overlapping the entertainment industry, particularly in Laurel Canyon, where the U.S. Air Force's Lookout Mountain Laboratory Film Studio started in the 1940s, and military folks turned musicians flocked in the 1960s. Alan Wrench reported regularly playing with Eldon El Duce Hoke's band, The Mentors, on the Riverside, California ranch property of Mentors bassist Steve Broy. By 2003, Broy played both in Wrench's band and The Mentors. Riverside lies near Los Angeles, within 70 miles of Laurel Canyon. The Mentors' first album was Live at the Whiskey, referring to the Whiskey A Go-Go, which launched the Laurel Canyon bands in the 1960s. Also, Broy's Riverside property lies in the general vicinity of various Teledyne Technologies military contracting facilities. Riverside lies adjacent to both the Naval Surface Warfare Center and the March Air Reserve Base. 6 Bassist Steve Broy's biography stated that he started the Mentors with Hoke in Seattle in 1976. They later moved to Los Angeles, though Broy had taken time off from the band to get a degree in engineering. Steve Broy has worked as a director of engineering at Teledyne Analytical Instruments, with a bachelor's degree from the University of Washington in electrical engineering. Prior to Teledyne, Broy worked on military equipment for TRW in Redondo Beach, in the Los Angeles area, where TRW has a heliport, helicopter airport. Mentors bassist Broy confirmed in a 2010 interview that he still worked as an engineer in his day job. MKUltra super spy Captain Alfred Hubbard also worked for Teledyne while distributing LSD worldwide. 7. In his aforementioned book Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon, Dave McGowan detailed another key aspect of the Laurel Canyon rock scene. In a chapter titled, Dig. The Laurel Canyon Death List, McGowan reported that at least 27 long-time, or one-time residents of Laurel Canyon, mostly musicians, ended up dead for mysterious reasons. McGowan noted that Laurel Canyon musician Mama Cass Elliott reportedly died of heart failure at the age of 32. Others died of overdoses, murders, traffic accidents, natural causes, and purported suicides. 8. Alex Constantine, author of The Covert War Against Rock, believed U.S. intelligence killed Elliott for knowing too much and getting too politically progressive, unlike her previous Mama's and Papa's bandmate, former military officer Papa John Phillips. Cass apparently had dinner with Bobby Kennedy, Roman Polanski, and his actress partner, Sharon Tate, at film director John Frankenheimer's home in 1968. Strangely enough, the followers of musician and sociopath Charles Manson murdered Tate along with coffee heiress Abigail Folger, who had met Manson years earlier in Cass's home and later gave money to Manson and the Process Church cult, of which he was a member. Mama Cass was the only member of the Mamas and the Papas to launch a successful solo career following the group's breakup. Cass had been dating Pick Dawson at the time of her death. Scotland Yard had been investigating him for international drug smuggling. Dawson's father worked for the U.S. State Department under Henry Kissinger. A Mama Cass biographer filed a FOIA request for FBI documents on her and published 12 pages from her FBI file that were almost entirely redacted, obscured by black ink. Constantine noted that one report on Mama Cass was marked urgent and confidential, stating that she attended a fundraiser in Hollywood that included Jack Nicholson, Ryan O'Neal, Marlo Thomas, Tuesday Weld, Burt Lancaster, and Jane Fonda. The Entertainment Industry for Peace and Justice Committee, EIPJ, organized the event. Cass told television host Mike Douglas about her political ambitions as she organized against the Vietnam War from within the Democratic Party. Leftist writer Paul Krasner said that Cass was a friend, and believed she may have been killed. Pathologists in London, where Cass died, refused to specify the cause of death at a public hearing. 9 David McGowan reviewed some particularly important characters of Laurel Canyon who carried out many murders. Charles Manson befriended Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys. Manson murderer Charles Tex Watson also hung out with Manson at many Laurel Canyon musicians' parties. Watson further handled large drug transactions for Manson. Another Manson murderer, musician Bobby Beausoleil, had the job of driving girls to topless dance clubs and to shoots for porno films. Many of these girls also became part of Manson's acid-drenched family, similar to Vito Polkas's acid-fueled dance troupe of proto-hippies who frequented the rock clubs and provided Laurel Canyon parties with orgies. Several of these Manson girls were accomplished musicians and, apparently, murderers. 10 Courtney Love and MKUltra. Courtney Love has lived a bizarre life filled with suspicious overlaps with the goals of the CIA's Operation MKUltra. Despite some singing talent, much of Love's life makes her appear a fantasy-driven drug addict seeking glory by marrying a rock star or becoming one. However, closer scrutiny suggests she may have been groomed or conditioned from an early age to carry out some U.S. intelligence tasks. Courtney Love's father Hank Harrison described his daughter's apparent dissociative identity disorder, previously known as multiple personality disorder, in a book, Love Kills: The Assassination of Kurt Cobain. Love had invited Harrison to attend a Hole show in 1993, where Harrison talked with Hole bass player Kristen Pfaff. The bass player told Harrison she feared that Love was going in and out of various personalities as if she appeared dissociative, and was going through fugue state amnesia. Harrison said that over the years he also saw Courtney progress through various dissociative states. How she may have gotten this way deserves much consideration. Linda Carroll, no relation to Rosemary Carroll, was an adopted daughter of a family who had major stock holdings in the Bosch and Longmire business and in gold mining. Carroll gave birth to Courtney Michelle Harrison on July 9, 1964, in San Francisco, California. Hank Harrison was attending graduate school and working as a counselor, while also managing the Warlocks for 6 months after they formed in the San Francisco Bay community of Palo Alto in May of 1965. The band soon changed its name to the Grateful Dead. Harrison lived with members of the Grateful Dead, and its bassist, Phil Lesh, became Courtney's godfather. Interestingly, Carroll named her friend, Del Nan Winblad DeMarco, Courtney's godmother. Winblad DeMarco's right-wing husband had a huge ranch in Delano and was one of migrant farm workers organizer Cesar Chavez's biggest foes. Courtney was born about 16 months before the first acid tests at which the Grateful Dead performed. 11 Courtney's parents' history appears to link with MK Ultras. In the early 1970s, the Grateful Dead turned against Hank Harrison, as he published a book asserting that the band sold heroin. Linda Carroll was also intimately connected to drug users in Ken Kesey's acid test scene, where high-level CIA MK-Ultra scientists such as John Gittinger attended several acid test parties. 12 Courtney's statement that several witnesses claim she was given LSD at the age of 3 remains hard to verify. Love said the acid came from her father, but Harrison presented a polygraph test that he passed stating he never gave Courtney acid. Carroll did send her daughter to psychotherapy at the age of 3, a strange and uncontested biographical note. Carroll was raising Courtney in San Francisco at that time, near Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, where CIA MK-Ultra scientists conducted narcohypnosis and behavior modification in association with the Stanford Research Institute. Ken Kesey had also taken part in CIA MK-Ultra experiments at a Stanford-based research program. 13 Hank Harrison said that Linda Carroll's parents pushed their adopted daughter to separate from him by 1967, when Courtney was 3. Linda Carroll said in a memoir that her alcoholic adopted father, Jack Reese, regularly sexually molested her when she was very young. It's unknown what was happening to Courtney, either in childcare, where Carroll said Courtney may have gone through child abuse, or her therapy at that age. But Harrison noted being puzzled as to why Courtney threw tantrums each time he had to take her back to Carroll's home at the end of his weekend custody. Carroll divorced Harrison by 1968 and took him to court for full custody in 1970. Harrison said her parents used their wealth to extend the hearings for a year and to secretly bribe his lawyer, leading him to lose all rights. He said he went into a deep depression in the following years, as Carroll kept him from seeing Courtney. 14 In federal hearings on CIA projects in 1995, 2 women, Chris DeNicola and Claudia Mullen, testified that they were victims of MK-Ultra experiments in Sub-Project Monarch, starting at 3 years old. During the same 1967 time period, Courtney Love attended psychotherapy. DeNicola's and Mullen's therapist, Valerie Wolf, also testified, stating that 40 other therapists contacted her, with remarkably similar stories from their patients, when they learned she was giving testimony. DeNicola and Mullen testified that LSD, trauma, and hypnosis were used on them from infancy until the age of 16, to help turn them into prostitutes and assassins for the CIA. Mullen said that MK-Ultra's John Gittinger and Sidney Gottlieb did the experimental training on her. Other female agents wrote memoirs with similar stories. 15 The late Jim Keith transcribed much of Claudia Mullen's account in his book Mass Control. Keith presented similar public testimony of self-reported CIA victims Catherine Sullivan and the pseudonymous Bryce Taylor. Keith further detailed a 1992 speech given by psychologist Drive Corridon Hammond to an audience of psychology professionals at a regional conference on abuse and multiple personality. Hammond interviewed therapists nationwide to find that in about 2/3 of ritual abuse cases, perpetrators used a highly developed and uniform technology of mind control. Hammond said many of these cases had connections to the CIA and military, and employed a type of technology originally created by the CIA. He said one group that practiced this was the Process Church associated with the Manson family. In 1967, Charles Manson lived several blocks from the Process Church headquarters in the CIA and prankster-filled Haight-Ashbury neighborhood of San Francisco. Process leaders visited Manson in jail. 16. All this deserves consideration when reviewing further aspects of Courtney Love's life, raising the question of whether Courtney's psychotherapy at 3 was part of a CIA-type victimization. Harrison believes that Carroll sent Courtney to therapy in order to brainwash her. He doesn't know if the therapy had anything to do with MKUltra, but he said that Linda Carroll kept Courtney away from him for years. Carroll had dated Frank Rodriguez in the late 1960s, married him in 1969, and moved to Eugene, Oregon with him near the acid test crowd. This crowd had followed Ken Kesey when he moved to his hometown near his brother Chuck Kesey. The transplanted acid test crowd, who called themselves Merry Pranksters, included Kesey, Ken Babs, and Spider Lady Nancy Van Brash Hamren. Nancy Hamren had a boyfriend whose sister was married to Grateful Dead frontman Jerry Garcia. Chuck Kesey had a business, the Springfield Creamery, which hired Hamren as an assistant, and then named their new yogurt, Nancy's Yogurt, after her. Hank Harrison said that Linda Carroll became close with Hamren, while the Grateful Dead played benefit shows for the Springfield Creamery that popularized it. About a year after Carroll's marriage to Frank Rodriguez, Rodriguez filed for divorce, claiming Carroll was sleeping with Courtney's psychiatrist. In a memoir, Linda Carroll said she then moved to New Zealand in 1973 and left Courtney in Oregon. Within a year, Courtney was brought to New Zealand, but then sent back to Oregon again. Carroll claimed a former family therapist took the bizarre action of flying to New Zealand to pick Courtney up and take her back to the U.S. This is an extreme breach of boundaries, and of time and expense for a therapist. Most importantly, Courtney found Harrison when she was 14 years old in 1979, and in Hillcrest Youth Correctional Facility in Salem, Oregon. Harrison got her out of Hillcrest and housed her for a while. Courtney evidently told Harrison that she was sexually molested by Frank Rodriguez and the psychiatrist. She also said that the doctor hypnotized her and gave her the psychohypnotic drugs Tuinal and Seconal, starting at least as early as age 7. Harrison said he met Rodriguez, and didn't believe he would molest Courtney, but he never understood her tantrums over returning to her mother's at 3 and 4 years old. Harrison said he didn't know the psychiatrist, and believed Courtney was telling the truth about him, particularly knowing such exotic drugs at such a young age. 17 MKUltra researchers Lee and Schlein cited CIA documents detailing their psychiatrist's use of Seconal, in similar fashion to scopolamine, as a narco-hypnotic to gain trance states. Also, as noted earlier, one of the CIA MKUltra leading psychologists, John Gittinger, accompanied 2 other MKUltra scientists to several acid tests, before the acid test crowd moved with Ken Kesey to the Eugene, Oregon area, and Linda Carroll ended up following them. MKUltra victim Claudia Mullen's federal hearing testimony regarding Gittinger is supported by many victims who testified before the Australia Royal Commission. Gittinger took his split personality experiments to Australia by the mid-1970s. John Marks, a former U.S. State Department Director of the Bureau of Intelligence and Research, obtained 16,000 FOIA-released CIA documents, some of which showed Gittinger's work with drugs and hypnosis. Gittinger was also publicly accused of hypnosis and drug experimentation by Vermont dissociative identity, multiple personality disorder victim Karen Wetmore. 18. Another claim about Courtney appeared in a biography, Courtney Love. The Real Story, by Poppy Z. Bright. At 16 years of age, Courtney apparently worked for organized crime in Japan as a stripper in what Courtney called the white slave trade, implying it included prostitution. Hank Harrison said Courtney had found out how to become legally emancipated that year. Harrison said Courtney was beyond his control, and that he saw her start prostituting with a San Francisco madam he knew, who became a longtime advisor to Courtney. Harrison claims she introduced Courtney to high-paying clients such as Hewlett-Packard scion David Packard, also a former U.S. Deputy Secretary of Defense. Harrison said Courtney went overseas with the Japanese mafia both before and after meeting the madam. Courtney biographer Melissa Rossi also said Courtney reported prostituting in Taiwan as a teen. 19 After her first 6 months in Japan, Courtney came back and gained access to a trust fund left by her maternal family. In 1980, while Courtney was in Japan, Harrison got a book deal to research a project in Dublin, Ireland. While still 16, Courtney evidently bought 1,000 hits of LSD and stopped at her father's temporary home in Dublin for several months. While there, she took acid with Steve O'Leary, who was working for the CIA. She and O'Leary then travelled to Liverpool, England, as well as a Kendon Vietnamese refugee camp in London's suburbs. A strange echo of Lenin assassin Mark Chapman spending time at the Arkansas Fort Chaffee Vietnamese refugee camp. Harrison said Akendon was known as a CIA-owned group. 20 The Liverpool music scene was experiencing the biggest explosion in bands since the Beatles put that city on the map 20 years earlier. Perhaps this is why Courtney brought the 1,000 hits of acid to Liverpool, where she certainly expected to distribute them, according to Wallace and Halperin in their book Love and Death, The Murder of Kurt Cobain. If so, she followed in the same path as CIA MK-Ultra and British intelligence agents ready to introduce LSD and manipulate the minds of young, impressionable music industry leftists while also popularizing the drug. 21 It is reported that Love quickly became a groupie for many of the United Kingdom's top bands, Pogues, Adamant, Flock of Seagulls, Echoey, and the Bunnymen, comically claiming to have lost her virginity to several different music stars. One of these music stars, Julian Cope of the Teardrop Explodes, described Courtney as destructive. For example, Hank Harrison said his daughter aborted a pregnancy after sex with the drummer for the Pogues, breaking up his marriage. Reports of her destructiveness all over the city surely contributed to what researchers describe as her being no longer welcome in Liverpool by 1982. 2 years later, during Courtney's marriage to Kurt Cobain, Cope went so far as to take out a large advertisement in the music press. His ad made an allusion to love, free us from Nancy Spungen-fixated heroin a-holes who cling to our greatest rock groups and suck out their brains. Cope was referring to the wife of Sex Pistols guitarist, Sid Vicious, 23, who had a heroin problem when she met Vicious in New York and reportedly turned him on to the drug, before they both died young. Love physically resembled Spungen and had unsuccessfully auditioned to play Spungen in the film Sid and Nancy. 24 Reports continued of Courtney Love next traveling to Portland, Oregon, where she also pushed drugs and caused chaos in that music scene. Many said Courtney was always popping huge amounts of pills including barbiturates, speed, and opiates. When she had extra, she'd distribute them around as if they were candy. There is no mention of how she could be able to get so much to distribute freely. As in Liverpool, she latched onto potential music stars. Roz Rezabek, of the new wave band Theatre of Sheep, said she tried to mold him. 25 Eventually tiring of the Portland scene, Courtney moved to Los Angeles, where she worked as a stripper. While there she tried to become a rock star, joining a band with Cot Bjelland and Jennifer Finch. Bjelland soon formed Babes in Toyland and moved to Minneapolis. They quickly kicked Courtney out of the band for being a substandard instrumentalist. 26 When Courtney Love was 19, she went back to Portland to live with her father, but he soon kicked her out for having heroin parties and leaving syringes all over the basement. She then moved to Alaska, where she stripped in a club and reportedly prostituted at the local army base. Years later she is said to have told her first husband, James Moreland, that she slept with generals at the army base who told her secret information that proved that the wars they got us into were for our own good. 27 By 1985 Courtney returned to Los Angeles and began a sexual affair with director Alex Cox. She gained a small role in his movie Sid and Nancy, about the Sex Pistols, and a starring role in another film. During this time she became friendly with more United Kingdom rock stars, including Elvis Costello and Joe Strummer. Courtney reportedly lived briefly in Strummer's house with him and his wife. Strummer's band, The Clash, is considered by many as one of the top radical leftist punk bands in music history. 28 Courtney Love went on to spend some time in the New York music and film scene before moving back to Los Angeles in the late 1980s and starting a punk band, Hole, with Eric Erlandson. There she latched onto L.A.'s local punk music star James Moreland and convinced him to marry her. Moreland said he thought he was marrying a radical punk feminist, but instead ended up with a right-wing Phyllis Diller. He said he soon realized Courtney was a junkie stripper and prostitute, who had used hired thugs to beat people, as various underworld characters were beholden to her. Similar to Kristen Pfaff's and Hank Harrison's descriptions, Moreland said Courtney seemed as if she had another personality capable of extreme violence. He was constantly threatened by Love, and when he refused one of her demands, a stranger actually beat him into submission. 29 Love and Moreland broke up after she got pregnant, used drugs during her pregnancy, and got an abortion. Around 1986, Courtney Love reportedly went into surgery for a nose job. Within the next 5 years she had added breast implants and liposuction. After the divorce from Moreland, she dated Trent Reznor of 9 Inch Nails, one time and then stalked him, and was dating Smashing Pumpkins lead singer Billy Corgan, whose album Gish was heading to the top of the charts just before Nirvana's Nevermind. Former bandmate Lori Barbero said Love left Corgan for Cobain in late summer 1991, immediately after being introduced to him. 30 Kit's friends said Cobain had only tried heroin a few times before he met Courtney, but she apparently got Cobain into a daily intravenous habit. For example, Cobain's longtime friend Alice Wheeler said Courtney did this to control him. She's very sophisticated that way. 31 During Cobain's last 12 months, Love supplied many addicts with money and heroin, surrounding Cobain with them. This included nanny and gun nut, Mike Callie DeWitt, who admitted his spy role for Love to author Everett True. Cobain fired DeWitt but Love rehired him. Love also forced Callie's friend, Renee Navarrete, on Cobain as a bodyguard. Love finally had Eric Erlandson at the house often, even during Cobain's last days, making the scene similar to Rolling Stone Brian Jones's death scene. Well-documented evidence suggesting Courtney's role in Cobain's death, along with the total lack of police investigation about it, speaks to a high level of U.S. intelligence protection. 32 Following Cobain's death, Courtney Love promoted LSD and crack cocaine. Barbara Walters conducted a high-profile interview of Love in 1995 for a TV audience of 25 million viewers. Love made bizarre statements lauding LSD, telling Walters her father gave her acid as a kid, stating, "He wanted to make a superior race, and by giving children acid you could do that." 33 In 2012, Love discussed crack cocaine in a biography. Love said, "While crack cocaine screwed me up in a lot of ways, it improved me in certain others. I've never been good at numbers, but when I was on crack, I could do math really, really well. I became a fucking whiz at calculus." 34 Immunity from criminal prosecution continued. Love physically attacked numerous people, both men and women, with few or no legal repercussions, leading many to avoid discussing her out of fear. These attacks included some women who had been close to Cobain, such as singer Mary Lou Lord and Kathleen Hanna, lead singer of the seminal Riot Grrrl band Bikini Kill. Riot Grrrl was a movement of female empowerment through punk music and zines, small press magazines. Love punched Hanna in the face at the 1995 Lollapalooza Fest. She pled guilty and was ordered to receive anger management counseling. Love also attacked journalist Victoria Clark and media photographer Belisa Cohen. In separate incidents, she punched them in the face and dragged them by their hair. Cohen sued Love in a civil trial. Out of these multiple physical assaults, reports claim Love only received one misdemeanor sentence. 35 By 2012, Courtney Love's actions were so injurious that her daughter Frances filed a protective order against her. The judge granted the order to Frances Cobain and several of her relatives, including Frances's aunt, Kimberly Cobain, who had previously gained legal custody of then 17-year-old Frances in 2009. 36 Love leaves a trail of death. W. Heil, one musician, died of a heroin overdose in 1990. Much of the chaos in the Seattle music scene started after Courtney Love arrived in the early fall of 1991. Susan Silver, who helped manage Soundgarden, Alice in Chains and the Screaming Trees, said, after Courtney hooked up with Kurt, it was the first time anyone had ever publicly trash-talked anybody in the community. It was really awful to have somebody with this addict behavior of divide and conquer. We had this really lovely, cohesive, supportive community, and this tornado came and started blowing things apart. 37 In late October of 1991, noted Seattle poet, and Cobain's friend, Steve Bernstein reportedly committed suicide by slitting his throat. Bernstein's friend, film director Oliver Stone, believed he was murdered. It must be emphasized that though there is no direct evidence implicating Love at the scene of Cobain's death, the violence was not the first in a series of sinister events involving individuals with whom she had some connection. By early 1993, the frontman for Mudhoney, Mark Arm, and the bassist for Alice in Chains, Mike Starr, both near fatally overdosed, after reportedly shooting up with Courtney in separate incidents. 38 One singer, Mia Zapata, had come to Seattle and was considered the queen of the scene for her inspirational singing and guidance of other female musicians. She had leftist roots as a relative of the famous Mexican revolutionary Emiliano Zapata. By 1993 Mia Zapata's band, the Gits, had toured with Nirvana, and were about to sign a major label record deal. The Gits organized a tour to shadow the U.S. tour of Pope John Paul II, to denounce the Church's politics. 1 month prior to the tour, on July 7, 1993, Zapata was found laid out in a street with her arms straight out and legs together, forming a cross. She had been raped and murdered. Seattle musicians didn't trust the police investigation, and hired a private detective. The band THIRD organized a benefit show to raise money for that purpose. Nirvana joined in and was scheduled to CO headline with THIRD. Backstage before the show, Courtney Love started a physical fight with the girlfriend of THIRD's lead singer, knocking over a lamp that started a fire, and nearly sabotaged the benefit concert. 39 Another close friend of Cobain's, Kristen Pfaff, had briefly joined Courtney Love's band Hole for their hit album Live Through This. Pfaff, who was reportedly happy to leave Seattle and Hole, died 10 weeks after Cobain. A friend found her dead in her bathtub, of an alleged overdose. Pfaff had formerly been in the Minneapolis band Janitor Joe, who wrote anti-war songs such as Big Metal Birds. Wallace and Halperin quoted many who knew Pfaff. Everyone reported how peaceful, friendly, and talented she was. Her band Janitor Joe had received critical acclaim. Courtney Love and her ex-boyfriend, Eric Erlandson, talked Pfaff into joining Hole for their major label debut with Geffen Records. Pfaff's family tried to talk her out of it, concerned about Erlandson's and Love's drug use. But with a generous financial offer made to her, Kristen Pfaff saw a chance to make a living with music, so she decided to join Hole on a temporary basis. 40 Erlandson soon coupled with Pfaff romantically. Within weeks Pfaff was hooked on heroin. Her brother, who relocated to Seattle, said Courtney Love supplied Pfaff with heroin and syringes. A good friend said Love emotionally traumatized Pfaff, who would make musical suggestions only to have Love scream at her and threaten to fire her. 41 It didn't help Love and Pfaff's relationship that Kurt Cobain was attracted to Pfaff, with her beautiful long black hair, striking figure, and similar passions. Cobain said in confidence to his close friend Dylan Carlson, "She's a fucking talented musician. She's also a beautiful soul. I think she's so beautiful, but if I ever told her that and Courtney found out, it would be hell." 42 Pfaff and Cobain spent hours talking about similar interests, but when Cobain gave Kristen a copy of the novel Perfume, which had greatly inspired him, Courtney hit the ceiling. 43 When Hole's Live Through This eventually came out, critics credited Pfaff's bass playing for the band's unique sound. Even Erlandson told Spin magazine, "The day Kristen joined Hole is when we took off." But Pfaff didn't care. She had already quit her nightmarish relationship with Erlandson around Christmas of 1993, and, with Hole's Live Through This completed, she left Seattle and moved back to Minneapolis. 44 In Minneapolis, Pfaff awaited the start of Hole's summer tour, to which she was still contractually committed. Pfaff's mother Janet said that Cobain asked Pfaff to join him in a new band he wanted to start without the rest of Nirvana. When Kristen heard about Kurt Cobain's death in April of 1994, she was devastated. She stopped doing drugs the day Kurt died. Pfaff entered a detox center and started straightening out her life. She then rejoined her old band, Janitor Joe, and was adamant she would never go back to Hole 45. Kristen Pfaff went on tour in Europe with Janitor Joe, but still needed to clear her things out of her Seattle apartment. Pfaff got a Minneapolis friend, Paul Erickson, to drive a storage truck with her to Seattle. According to Love and Death authors Wallace and Halperin, in 1994 in Seattle there were said to be more heroin addicts per square foot in Kristen's Capitol Hill neighborhood than in any other district in the United States. Pfaff's friend Erickson slept in the truck with Pfaff's belongings to protect them from junkie thieves. A bandmate of Pfaff's said she called him that night sounding as chipper and happy as she's ever been. 46 at 8:30 p.m., Erickson said, he saw Eric Erlandson enter Pfaff's apartment and leave again roughly half an hour later. Erickson found Pfaff unconscious in an inch of water in the tub the next morning. She was dead before police arrived. Police said they found syringes and narcotics paraphernalia in the bathroom, and pages were ripped out of Pfaff's journal. The same coroner who had declared Kurt Cobain's death a suicide claimed Pfaff died of acute opiate intoxication caused by an accidental injectable use of the drug. 47 Police rebuffed Kristen's mother's requests to investigate her daughter's death as a possible homicide. Kristen's brother Jason suggested Erlandson may have killed Pfaff. It could have been a dose of dirty overly pure heroin. The fact that Kristen was clean for so long combined with a dose of dirty heroin would have been enough to kill her. Jason was explaining how her tolerance to heroin was likely lower, and it wouldn't have taken as much heroin to get high, but that it being overly pure would have killed her more easily. 48 Evidence suggests Eric Erlandson as a suspect in Pfaff's death, yet there is no mention of police investigating him. Again, police inaction appears purposeful. With the mass of evidence that Courtney Love carried out MK-Ultra-type activities with criminal impunity, Erlandson's actions regarding Pfaff and his partnership with Love at this time suggest his collaboration. Chapter 23. Police attacks on Tupac Shakur and activist gangs couldn't survive in this capitalistic government, cause it was meant to hold us back with ignorance. Drugs and sneak attacks in my community, they killed our unity. But when I charged them, they cried immunity. Tupac Shakur, Panther Power, 1989, from the Lost Tapes, 1998. A review of rap icon Tupac Shakur's radical leftist lineage and leadership provides the first motive of the ruling oligarchy to push U.S. intelligence to target Tupac at the beginning of his career. Soon after beginning his solo rap career, Tupac developed a plan to aid the movement of gangs away from drug dealing and into leftist politics, making him a more major target. As Tupac's talent propelled his fame in a meteoric fashion, his increasing success at converting gangs to activists would put major dents in the oligarchy's fortunes and threaten their control over society. Tupac's leftist lineage and teen leadership. Tupac Amaru Shakur was born in 1971 to former Harlem Black Panther leader Afeni Shakur, who named him after the last Incan leader to die trying to fight off the Spanish invaders in the 1500s. 1 She named Bronx Panther Assata Shakur as Tupac's godmother and L.A. Panther leader Geronimo Pratt his godfather. Afeni's partner, Muchalo Shakur, regularly took Tupac to activist meetings and to the Lincoln Detox Drug Treatment Clinic in the Bronx, where Muchalo was assistant director. After the FBI put Muchalo on its most wanted list and he went underground, the FBI visited Tupac in school to ask if he had seen his leftist stepfather. Tupac never veered from the political path onto which his family set him. When 12-year-old Tupac was asked what he wanted to be when he grew up, he immediately said, "A revolutionary." Muchalo came out of hiding every so often just to wave to Tupac and acknowledge how much he meant to him. 3 While the FBI kept Afeni from gaining employment, Tupac took up acting at the age of 13. His good looks and ability landed him the lead child's role in A Raisin in the Sunday. The play showed at the Apollo Theater as a fundraiser for Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign. 4 In the mid-1980s, Afeni Shakur moved Tupac and his sister Sikiwa to Baltimore, where she had family. There, Afeni fought successfully for her son's admission into the Baltimore School for the Arts, where he excelled. Baltimore teachers described Tupac as a natural leader, chosen to represent the school at citywide forums. One teacher reported Tupac was the best actor they ever had. 5 By then, Tupac had begun to attend national activist meetings. His mother's close friend, Watani Tihimba, was a former Revolutionary Action Movement-based Black Panther in Los Angeles and co-founded the New African People's Organization as their national security director. Tupac attended their young adult group, the New African Panthers. 6 When Tupac was about 17, their Baltimore neighborhood was experiencing a major crack epidemic, and a teenager was shot. Afeni took Tupac and Sekiwa to Marin City, near Oakland, California, to protect them. 7 There they moved in with imprisoned Panther leader Geronimo Pratt's second wife, Linda. Afeni didn't know that people called the neighborhood Cokeland, and U.S. intelligence had developed a hotspot for cocaine trafficking in the same San Francisco Bay Area. 8 The New African Panthers, active in 8 cities nationwide, had many members in their teens and 20s, reflecting the ages and actions of Black Panthers when that group first organized. They made 17-year-old Tupac Shakur their youngest ever elected national chairman. 9 FBI's Richard held targets Huey Newton, Judy Bari. Someone else had moved to the San Francisco Bay Area soon before the Shakurs. Richard W. Held, who once headed the L.A. COINTELPRO unit, became the San Francisco FBI office chief. Held's father had been an FBI assistant director, helping to cover up Panther leader Fred Hampton's murder, and leading attacks on the American Indian movement. Following in his father's political footsteps, Richard Held had arranged for police snipers to shoot Geronimo Pratt in his bed, where they thought he was sleeping. They failed to hurt Pratt at that time, but later Held successfully framed Pratt for an LA murder. With Afeni's continuing addiction, Tupac took her place working hard on Pratt's defense team, which was soon infiltrated and sabotaged, apparently with Held's help. 10 In August of 1988, Panther co-founder Huey Newton worked on Pratt's defense committee. 11 In his position of New African Panther chairman, Tupac said he consulted with Geronimo as well as with Newton, who talked to East Coast former Black Panthers about reuniting. Tupac also started rapping and performing at benefits for Pratt. Huey Newton was assassinated in 1989, under Held's watch. 12 The year after Newton was murdered, a bomb went off under the car seat of environmentalist Judy Bari, leader of the environmental organization Earth First. Evidence and disclosures eventually indicated the FBI was most likely behind this bombing. The car bomb paralyzed Bari from the waist down. She and her wounded fellow activist passenger launched a lawsuit. A reporter asked Bari about the FBI's search for the bomber. Reflecting her label as Queen of the Quip, she said, "I hope the FBI find their man. And when they do, I hope they fire him." 13 After the bombing, Judy Bari chronicled dozens of murderous COINTELPRO type tactics the FBI used against her and Earth First. Leading up to the car bomb incident. 14 The research gave credence to Bari's lawsuit against FBI supervisor Richard Held and his collaborator in the Oakland police. Congressional support helped bring it to trial and, eventually, jurors awarded $4.4 million to Bari's partner, Daryl Cherney, and Bari's estate after she died in 1997. 15 Police armed attacks on Tupac and other foul play. Former colleagues and writers say the Bari suit sent Held into early retirement in 1993, though not before 3 armed and murderous attacks took place on new entertainment star Tupac Shakur, who lived in Held's area. 16 Evidence suggests that U.S. intelligence tried to neutralize Tupac with imprisonment or murder, using increasingly sophisticated strategies in direct proportion to his ever-increasing wealth and fame in the first 4 years of Tupac's entertainment career. They targeted Tupac both as a leftist black leader and for using his new wealth to fund former Black Panthers and other FBI targets. This targeting included arresting Tupac on drug charges several times. Due to both Afeni Shakur's crack addiction and Linda Pratt's alcohol addiction, Tupac left home and moved in with a fellow leftist named Leila Steinberg. Steinberg managed Tupac and introduced him to Grammy-nominated rap artists Digital Underground. Tupac decided to leave his new African Panther leadership to tour with Digital Underground through the US and Europe, thinking he might be able to reach more people with his politics through rap. 17 Tupac's debut CD, Tupacalypse Now, was picked up by major label Interscope Records. Tupac also landed an acting role in the film Juice. Tupac's debut CD included political songs such as Words of Wisdom, in which he calls out to various members of his Panther extended family, while blaming the government for bringing drugs into his community, and rapping, "The war on drugs is a war on you and me." In another track he says, "Fuck you to the FBI, the CIA and BUSH." 18 In late 1991, several days after MTV released Tupac's solo debut music video Trapped, 2 white Oakland police officers stopped him for jaywalking before physically assaulting him. In a legal testimony printed and presented in court by Tupac's lawyer, Tupac, cited as claimant, detailed Oakland police officer, Alexander Boyovish, putting him in a chokehold and then taking him down to the ground. The document said, Officer Boyovish repeatedly slammed claimant's face upon the pavement while Officer Rogers held claimant's body down. Officer Boyovish continued to choke claimant until he lost consciousness. At no time did the claimant assault or resist the officers while they were physically attacking him. These police tactics have led to other victims' deaths. Tupac sued for $10 million but settled for $42,000 several years later. 19 In August of 1992, Tupac accepted an invitation by politicians in Marin City to be the honored guest at their annual music fest back in his old neighborhood on the exact 3-year anniversary of Huey Newton's assassination. Eyewitness Marco Reynolds said that someone named Demetrius with a group of other guys punched Tupac, while he was signing autographs. Reynolds then reenacted seeing Mutualo Shocker's son, Maurice Mapreme Harding, shooting a warning shot straight up to the sky. Reynolds further described how other shots were fired, and, after I didn't hear no more shots, I raised my head and they were already chasing Tupac and Harding. Later witnesses said these other shots didn't come from Harding, thus they must have come from the attackers, who hit a 6-year-old boy 2 blocks away. The attacking group convinced a mob to attack Tupac, all in front of passively watching police officers, according to Reynolds. Bay Area FBI Director Richard Held specialized in various tactics used in that attack. 20 After that incident, important politicians began to vilify Tupac, and conservative companies censored him. Vice President Dan Quayle condemned Tupac's lyrics in a well-publicized speech in 1992. 21 When Tupac's debut album approached gold, Time Warner bought a controlling interest in Interscope Records, and they proceeded to censor many of Tupac's lyrics on his second CD, Strictly for My N.I.G.G.A.Z, his code for never ignorant getting goals accomplished, not allowing Tupac's political song, Holler If You Hear Me, to be his released single. They also delayed the release of this CD for a year. 22 After Quayle's public denouncement, police appeared to use the same FBI harassment arrest strategy against Tupac as they used against his Black Panther extended family. 23 In line with Tupac's quote, "I never had a record until I made a record," police arrested him close to a dozen times on dubious charges, most of which were dismissed. In Los Angeles, the FBI would accumulate a 4,000-page file on Tupac. 24 Police arrested Tupac several times for marijuana possession to gain his temporary imprisonment. The aforementioned intelligence memorandum on musicians leaked by the Senate Intelligence Committee spelled out have members arrested on marijuana charges. Use narcotics, to entrap. Police arrested Tupac several times for such specious claims as smoking marijuana in the lobby of a hotel at a political rap convention in Atlanta. While that 1992 charge was dismissed, it did drain Tupac of time and money. A later marijuana possession charge almost landed Tupac in jail long-term. 25 By the end of 1991, Afeni Shakur had finally begun her recovery from crack addiction. She started helping with Tupac's life work in 1992. She handled Tupac's public relations and other aspects of his music and film career. 26 By 1993, Tupac bought his mother a house in Atlanta. Former Panther Wadani Tyehimba, Tupac's business manager, had already moved there as security director for the new African People's Organization. Afeni rejoined Tyehimba in their work for gaining the freedom of Geronimo Pratt, now Geronimo G. Jaga, which finally succeeded in 1997, with his gaining a multimillion-dollar settlement from the government for false imprisonment. Tupac planned to move to Atlanta even though he had been hit there with trumped-up drug charges in 1992. 27 Politicized gangs worry U.S. intelligence. About the same time he produced his first CD, Tupac Shakur came up with his Thug Life movement. Tupac's manager and longtime political mentor, Wadani Tyehimba, confirmed that Tupac had decided to pretend to be a gangsta in order to appeal to gangs and then politicize them. This was part of his Black Panther extended family's work in helping local Bloods and Crips gangs stop fighting each other over drug-dealing turf and fight instead for leftist political change. 28 In the early 1990s, someone had filmed Los Angeles police beating unarmed motorist Rodney King. It made nightly news and some of the police officers went on trial. Their acquittal sparked the Los Angeles riots. Just days before, former Black Panthers and other activists successfully developed a gang truce between several sections of the Bloods and the Crips, who vowed to fight police racism instead of each other. 29 Former Panthers and civil rights activists like singer Harry Belafonte helped the peace truce, and activist conversions spread to Oakland, which worried the intelligence community. 30 The Bloods and Crips not only encompassed the majority of the estimated 100,000 gang members in Los Angeles, but reports also acknowledged the two gangs had spread to states across the U.S. from Texas to New York. 31 Studies found 1,100 individual Bloods and Crips gangs active in 115 cities. 32 By 1995, the Bloods and Crips were reportedly active in all four branches of the armed services and at more than 50 military bases around the U.S. 33 Tupac Shakur helped host gang peace truce picnics and also fashioned a code of thug life plan with his imprisoned stepfather Mutulu Shakur. Their plan sought to reduce the harm that drug-dealing gangs caused in the community. 34 Mutulu further helped organize a gang truce between the Crips and the Bloods in the federal prison system. 35 In the summer of 1992, The Nation published a plan promoted by one former gang leader turned socialist writer, Monster Cody Scott. In the article, Scott discussed the Bloods/Crips truce and their plan that included a proposal for Los Angeles's budget to improve poor communities' education and economy, as well as getting drug lords to convert to legitimate businesses. 36 Over the following years, the gang unity movement gained top political allies, including Congresswoman Maxine Waters. 37 The gang unity movement raised funds for legitimate businesses with profits going toward rebuilding recreational centers, drug treatment, and community centers. 38 These converted gangs also may have posed a threat to mainstream political leadership, as many credited Jose Cha-Cha Jimenez and his converted Chicago gang, the Young Lords, with helping elect Chicago's first black mayor, Harold Washington, in the 1980s. The Los Angeles Police Department responded to this development with several operations and the bolstering of their specialized anti-gang units. U.S. Attorney General William Barr, of President George H.W. Bush's administration, said the Crips and Bloods, together with criminal illegal aliens, replaced communism as the major domestic subversive threat. The U.S. Justice Department deployed Marines and the 82nd Airborne in the streets during the L.A. riots. They also had the FBI and the Immigration and Naturalization Services working against these gangs. 39 The FBI deployed a 100-agent unit to investigate the Crips and Bloods. They worked with the L.A. Police Department in Operation Hammer, a program that had police raiding activists' gang truce meetings and framing the gang truce leaders. 40 Bush also initiated a second program, Weed and Seed, that coincided with his administration's statements that gangs led the LA riots. Bush said drug dealers and gang members needed to be weeded out for a neighborhood to get seed money. 41 Activists claimed the name applied to undercover agents weeding into the Bloods and Crips to seed conflict. 42 Gunmen soon murdered gang truce leaders, causing few repercussions. Tony Bogard, one of the gang leaders acclaimed nationally for championing the Watts Neighborhood Bloods/Crips truce of 1992, was murdered in January of 1994. Bogard was considered a hero in Watts for forming the non-profit Hands Across Watts, which promoted business ventures for reformed Bloods and Crips. Reputed drug dealer Rodney Compton fatally shot Bogard 6 times and was released from jail after pleading no contest to 1 count of voluntary manslaughter. Police said gunpowder residue was found on Bogard, who was caught without his bulletproof vest on. Compton, shot once in the arm, said Bogard fired first, though no witnesses confirmed his account. 43 other gang leaders were targeted. Police arrested Dwayne Holmes, the gang truce leader who finalized the '92 truce, for an alleged crime of a $10 robbery at a gang unity dance. Despite personal appearances on his behalf by California Congresswoman Maxine Waters and once and future Governor Jerry Brown, Holmes received a near maximum sentence, and the courts sent him to a remote prison in the Sierra Nevada mountains. 44 In spite of these problems, over the next few years activists helped the gang truce spread throughout Los Angeles. While the 1992 gang truce reportedly started with the 3 largest housing project gangs, primarily in the Watts section of LA, by the spring of 1994 more than 24 other LA rival gang factions joined the truce. The gang peace activists also reached out to the Mexican gangs and other ethnic groups. Latinos played a huge part in the rioting, and Latino rappers publicly supported the rebellion of blacks in LA. 45 gang truces and activist conversions eventually spread nationwide, and were talked about internationally. In 1993, activists like Common Ground Foundation director Fred Williams helped organize a national gang truce summit in Kansas City, Missouri. 46 LA. Blood Omar Porti took Black Panther books to New York, starting the gang in Rikers Prison to fight oppression. 47 And in 1994, leaders of the Bloods and the Crips addressed rallies in England's Manchester and London, organised by the Black British organisation Panther, a subsection of a socialist group, the Militant. 48 New York saw the conversion of the state chapter of the Latin Kings into the Almighty Latin King and Queen Nation, ALKN. In the Almighty Latin King and Queen Nation, Street Politics and the Transformation of a New York City Gang, published by Columbia University, it was reported that the 3,000 strong group stopped drug dealing and started to get involved in activism. 49 Former Young Lords activist, Vincent Panama Alba influenced Latin Kings leader, Antonio King Tone Fernandez, to make this conversion. 50 After King Tone converted the Latin Kings into an activist group, the NYPD arrested King Tone on many charges, but courts failed to convict him. Prosecutors finally sent King Tone to jail long-term for conspiracy to sell and distribute heroin in 1998. Alba and other prominent leaders believe it was a frame-up, after the FBI and New York police spent $1 million on Operation Crown that year but failed to find evidence against 91 other ALKN leaders. One single raid during that operation was reportedly the largest in NYC since alcohol prohibition. 51 Gang conversions cost money launderers billions. The profits of the drug trafficking, ruling oligarchy were decreased by billions of dollars due to the gang peace truce movement and conversion to activism between 1993 and 1996. The United Nations Drugs and Crime Czar, Antonio Maria Costas, told the London Observer, interbank loans were funded by money that originated from the drugs trade. The Observer went on to state that, gangs are now believed to make most of their profits from the drugs trade and are estimated to be worth £352 billion, the UN says. Evidence that drug money has flowed into banks came from officials in Britain, Switzerland, Italy, and the US. 52 US intelligence surely knew of this, as some of their top leaders also had leadership in the finance industry. Recent articles have covered drug money laundering by major banks. In 2010, Wachovia, now part of Wells Fargo, admitted to not following the law that guarded against laundering narcotics traffickers' money, when they were caught doing so in a 2006 incident. Bloomberg News reported that an airplane involved in this trafficking was one of 4 that transported 22 tons of cocaine. In working with Mexican currency exchange houses from 2004 to 2007, Wachovia allowed $378 billion of laundered money to go unexamined. 53. Furthermore, in 2012 a Senate inquiry found that HSBC, England's largest bank, accepted more than $15 billion in cash between 2006 and 2009, much of it thought to be connected to drug gangs. 54. Drug money is also allegedly laundered through the profit reports of local chain stores and restaurants whose parent companies are on the New York Stock Exchange. As detailed earlier, Catherine Fitz, former top-level Wall Street insider and former U.S. Deputy Housing Commissioner, explained the huge boost street-level drug dealing gives to banks and other companies on the stock exchange that launder the money, hide it as cash profits in their businesses. The business, often a restaurant that deals in cash, may see a 20-fold increase in the stock value of the company that owns the business. Fitz gave a concrete example of how a drug dealer's sales convert into millions of dollars on the stock market. Every day there are 2 or 3 teenagers on the corner dealing drugs across from our home in Philadelphia. We figured that if they had a 50% deal with a supplier, did $300 a day of sales each, and worked 250 days a year, that their supplier could run his net profits of approximately $100,000 through a local fast food restaurant that was owned by a publicly traded company. Assuming that company has a stock market value that is a multiple of 20 to 30 times its profits, a handful of illiterate teenagers could generate approximately $2 to $3 million in stock market value for a major corporation, not to mention a nice flow of deposits and business for the Philadelphia banks and insurance companies. 55. The gang conversion movement, in which Tupac participated with his Black Panther extended family and the Young Lords, was leading thousands of gang members to stop drug dealing in each of dozens of cities nationwide. The Latin Kings 3,000 member gang stopping dealing would have cost New York money launderers billions of dollars from their conversion alone. Some fast food restaurants have been charged with money laundering for drug dealers, and some chain fast food restaurants have major stockholders who headed U.S. intelligence. Davco Restaurants bought the franchise rights for Wendy's fast food chain in the cities of Baltimore and Washington. 56. Davco Restaurants, one of the world's largest Wendy's franchisees, with over 150 restaurants in the Mid-Atlantic region, has significant U.S. intelligence connections. One of its major stockholders is Citibank director John Deutsch, the director of Central Intelligence for 2 years under President Clinton. 57. Deutsch also was a director of the following corporations at the same time: Ariad Pharmaceuticals, CMS Energy Corp., Cummins Engine Co., Raytheon Co., and Schlumberger Ltd., New York. The New York Times noted how Citibank worked with Cayman Island banks, transferring at least hundreds of millions of dollars for over 2 years, despite the Cayman banks' known drug money laundering. 58. Police shoot at Tupac. Tupac shoots back. U.S. intelligence responded in a number of ways to these gang conversion developments. To lessen Tupac's regular talks with his stepfather, they transferred Mucciolo Shakur to the highest security prison in the country, located underground in Florence, Colorado. Federal prison officials have a history of collaborating with U.S. intelligence objectives. According to a warden's memo, prison officials put Mucciolo in the country's most restrictive confines due to concern over his outside contacts and influence over the younger black element. 59. In response to the work of Tupac Shakur and other rappers with leftist political agendas, politicians were officially brought into the tactical strategy in 1993. According to Sundance Award winner Nick Broomfield, who produced the documentary Biggie and Tupac, in 1993, a Senate Select Committee was set up to look into the hip-hop movement. Fear of its inflammatory qualities led to FBI surveillance. The FBI were actually watching at least one rap group, N.W.A., since 1988.60. After a late October 1993 concert in Atlanta, Tupac's road manager drove the rapper in a motorcade following his business manager Watani Tihimba's car. Several cars of guards and friends followed them. Just as Tihimba went through an intersection, Tupac's car was stopped at a red light. Tupac saw 2 white men punching a black man in his car in an adjacent hotel driveway. The rapper rolled down his window and asked what was happening. 61 A random bystander, Edward Fields, stated that he saw one of the white men, Mark Whitwell, point a gun at Tupac's group, and he screamed, "Get down! Get down! Get down!" At which point Tupac and many in his entourage quickly rolled up their windows. 62 A white couple from Cherokee County in a car facing Tupac's at the corner said in an interview that they looked up to see two white men and a white woman rush across the street to Tupac's car looking like a white gang attacking a black man. 63 When the white husband saw that at least one of the men had a gun, he told his wife to duck her head down. 64 Watani Tihimba got out of his car and said he saw Mark Whitwell smash the Mercedes front passenger window with the handle butt of a gun and shoot at Tupac, who was sitting behind the driver. Bystander Edward Fields also said he saw one of the white males pull out and point a black handgun, and then fired one shot into the Mercedes. 65 Tupac's biological cousin, Billy Lesane, described seeing Tupac roll out of his Mercedes and grab a gun from another of his cousins. Likely due to the surprise of there being several cars with Tupac's that included guards with guns, the outnumbered attackers started running away, while Mark Whitwell kept his arm extended with the gun pointed behind him at the group. Lesane said that Tupac had gotten down on one knee like a soldier and fired 3 rounds, hitting Mark Whitwell in the small of the back and Scott Whitwell in the butt. 66 While these accounts alone support a planned attempt to murder Tupac, the Whitwells' behavior following the incident further suggests such a plan in their attempted cover-up. The Whitwells were police officers, purportedly off-duty at this time, and they filed a written police report that included the statement, "Niggers came by and did a drive-by shooting." 67 Also, despite the many eyewitnesses, the Whitwells told a police division that they didn't have any guns on them. 68 The two were treated at a hospital and released the following day. Tupac was arrested, charged with attempted murder and brought to trial. At some time between Tupac's arrest and the trial, Tupac's lawyers, Chokwe Lumumba and Ken Ellis, found out that the Whitwells were police officers. These cops never identified themselves as such at the scene, suggesting they were trying to hide the fact, as it could have protected them from the potentially fatal retaliatory shooting. 69 It appears this was another U.S. intelligence attempt to assassinate the rap and film star. Tupac's lawyer found that one of the men who shot at Tupac used a gun the other had stolen from a police evidence locker. In a separate trial, another police officer said such a gun is known as a throwaway gun, one that could be put down after murdering someone and couldn't be traced back to the officer. Police also came to Tupac's hotel room immediately after the shooting. Since the rooms were reserved under several false names, it shows the police had always had Tupac under close surveillance. When the evidence mounted against the wounded police officers, Atlanta prosecutors dropped their charges against Tupac for shooting them. 70 Chapter 24 Spy Targets and Tupac, Weed Promotion, Rap War and Gangs. More evidence regarding attacks on 2 other black leaders, Mumia Abu-Jamal and Imam Jamil al-Amin, would suggest that U.S. intelligence orchestrated the 1993 incident where Atlanta police shot at rap icon Tupac Shakur. After that incident, Tupac was arrested on a forced sodomy accusation, anal or oral sex, before being shot in New York. Evidence then indicated that U.S. intelligence ran a sophisticated operation through the Death Row Records label that involved manipulating Tupac to promote marijuana use and promulgate a war between rappers. An investigation also found Death Row trafficking guns and cocaine, before using Tupac's last days to end the Blood/Crips gang truce. Spy targets: Mumia Abu-Jamal and Imam Jamil al-Amin/H. Rap Brown. Evidence that U.S. intelligence attempted to orchestrate Tupac Shakur's murder in Atlanta is bolstered by U.S. intelligence attacks on other black leaders, particularly former Black Panther Mumia Abu-Jamal and former Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee leader Imam Jamil al-Amin. U.S. intelligence appeared to use psychological profiling in their targeting of both Tupac and Mumia. Regarding Imam al-Amin, the FBI had worked with Atlanta police intelligence in the same 1990s time period, using undercover agent infiltrators in the Imam's Muslim group at that time, before framing Imam al-Amin for murder. U.S. intelligence appeared to have used psychological profiling to set up Tupac by having white police in street clothes attack a black man in front of the rapper to try and draw him out of his car. Black Panther Huey Newton wrote that U.S. intelligence used a similar ploy on him when police shot up the door of his next-door neighbor to unsuccessfully try to lure Newton out so he could be killed. As noted, that neighbor was dealing drugs and renting the apartment from the FBI when police shot up his door. 1 Evidence also indicates the use of similar psychological profiling in a murder attempt of Mumia Abu Jamal, born Wesley Cook. Mumia had been Minister of Information for the Philadelphia Black Panthers as a teen. Mumia then became an award-winning journalist after the Panthers disbanded. Mumia worked for WUHY-FM in Philadelphia, as well as writing and reading stories on National Public Radio. Respect from his journalism peers led them to elect Mumia as the head of the Philadelphia Black Journalists Association. 2 Mumia covered many police brutality cases, particularly assaults on the activist group MOVE, who forbade drug use. MOVE taught how an oppressive U.S. government cultivated addiction in America. Reports claim Mumia strongly supported MOVE by 1981, and later joined them. 3 On December 9, 1981, Mumia Abu Jamal and police officer Daniel Faulkner were shot in what evidence showed to be an attempt to murder Mumia or jail him for officers Faulkner's murder. When top bands and international groups around the world supported Mumia in the 1990s, he became the most famous political prisoner in the world. On his CD cover and in his songs, Tupac Shakur promoted Mumia's freedom. 4 In the following years, many witnesses gave testimony that not only exonerated Mumia Abu Jamal, but reinforced the understanding that the incident he was accused of was part of a huge operation. 5 Police tried to hide the medical examiner's report that the fatal .44 caliber bullet that killed Officer Faulkner could not have been fired from Mumia's .38 caliber gun. Years after the shooting, Arnold Beverly, a career hitman serving time in jail, signed an affidavit saying the mafia paid him and another gunman to shoot Faulkner. Other police were at the scene to back Beverly up and provide help with his getaway. 6 Beverly passed 2 lie detector tests regarding this affidavit. 7 more affidavits supported witness testimony that Ken Freeman, a friend of Mumia's brother Billy Cook, was the other gunman identified by Beverly and worked undercover for U.S. intelligence to help kill Faulkner. Without each shooter's full knowledge, this operation targeted Mumia with murder or imprisonment. In an affidavit, Mumia Abu Jamal said he heard gunshots, heard his brother scream after being beaten by Officer Faulkner, and ran to the scene where he saw a uniformed policeman turn toward him, gun in hand. Mumia said he then saw a flash and went down on his knees, severely wounded. 8 According to Billy Cook, that night Ken Freeman was armed with a .38 caliber gun. Apparently, after Mumia's conviction, Freeman told Billy about a plan to kill Faulkner and that he participated in the shooting of Officer Faulkner. Freeman also said he was connected and knew all kinds of people after being in the army. 9 Further cover-ups ensued. 3 years later, Philadelphia police tried to serve an illegal warrant on MOVE, the activist organization Mumia supported. Then, police infamously dropped a C4 military explosive from a helicopter onto the roof of the row house that was MOVE's home and headquarters. The FBI and Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms gave Philly police the explosive. The explosion caused raging flames, but police wouldn't let firefighters put hoses on the fire for several hours. 11 men, women, and children, and their pets, burned to death. The spreading flames also burned down 2 whole city blocks. Only 2 survived, Ramona Africa and 13-year-old Bertie Africa. Police jailed Ramona. 10 Ken Freeman was discovered dead in Philadelphia under mysterious circumstances the following day. 11 In the 1960s, the FBI's COINTELPRO murderously targeted H. Rap Brown. He worked as a Student National Coordinating Committee, SNCC, leader and honorary Panther, before changing his name to Imam Jamil al-Amin at the time of Mumia's imprisonment in the 1980s. 12 In 1967, an hour after H. Rap Brown spoke at a summer rally in Maryland, 2 black auxiliary police officers shot at the SNCC leader, grazing his head. Blacks reacted by rioting. When later asked about the truth of rumors that organizers snuck him out of town in a coffin, Brown replied, "I've never said. The government probably would have liked me to leave in a coffin." The U.S. Congress then passed the Rapp-Brown Amendment, making it illegal to go across state lines and give a speech that provokes a riot. 13 Though the FBI counterintelligence program had supposedly ended, agents said it continued into the 1990s under different names. 14 In Atlanta, Imam Jamil Al-Amin presided over the second largest community of traditional Muslims in the United States. 15 Most Muslims in the world belonged to Al-Amin's sect of Islam. 16 Al-Amin's work included successfully clearing drugs out of neighborhoods of Atlanta. 17 In 1993, when Atlanta police attacked Tupac, they also targeted Imam Jamil Al-Amin in several ways. From 1992 to 1995, Atlanta police intelligence worked with the FBI to infiltrate Al-Amin's mosque, allegedly to investigate a possible homicide. Several years of spying and tens of thousands of documents failed to produce any charges. 18 In 1995 a man was shot in a park near Al-Amin. Police first pressed charges against Al-Amin for the shooting, but dropped the charges when the man claimed police forced him to say that Al-Amin shot him. 19 U.S. intelligence appeared to wage their largest attack on Imam Jamil Al-Amin in 1999. Police claimed he fatally shot a police officer. 20 The problem began when Al-Amin was driving a friend's car, and a police officer pulled him over. Al-Amin had a police badge that a local mayor had given him as an honorary auxiliary officer for helping to get drug dealers out of a neighborhood. When Al-Amin presented the badge to the officer charged him with theft and impersonating a policeman. 21 Soon after, police sent 2 black police officers to arrest Al-Amin, with the warning that the imam was armed and dangerous. One of these policemen said Al-Amin fatally shot his fellow officer. 22 A large body of evidence indicates this was not Al-Amin, and the officers were sent after, or must have come upon, a different person. The officer said he shot and wounded Al-Amin. Police investigators also said Al-Amin left a trail of blood from where he was shot. Upon arrest several days later, Al-Amin didn't have a mark on his body, but he still ended up on death row for his alleged killing of a police officer. Tupac Shakur's manager, Wadani Tihimba, and Tupac's New York trial lawyer both worked to help Imam Jamil Al-Amin's defense appeals, but he remains in prison. 23 FBI escalates attacks on Tupac. The sophistication of attacks on Tupac Shakur continued to develop in proportion to his increasing wealth and fame. While Tupac was working on his third film, Above the Rim, with Woody Harrelson, a Haitian music promoter named Jacques Agnant, aka Ricardo Nigel Brown, befriended the rap star. In November of 1993, 2 weeks after the Atlanta cops shot at Tupac, Agnant introduced Tupac to a woman named Ayanna Jackson in a New York dance club. She admitted in court to having unzipped Tupac's pants and kissed Tupac's penis in the middle of a crowded dance floor, before having sex with him in his hotel. 24 Several nights later, she stated she came back to Tupac's hotel room and had oral sex with him, but this time Jackson accused Tupac, Agnant, and 2 other associates of forced sodomy and sexual abuse. She filed charges with police. 25 Tupac Shakur's description of the night indicates that Jacques Agnant had set him up, perhaps by slipping a drug in his drink. Tupac said he was having drinks with his road manager, Agnant, and one of Agnant's associates when Agnant called to get Ayanna Jackson over to the hotel room. Tupac messed around with her in his room, and then Agnant came in with his associate. Tupac reported walking out of the room and going into another room before passing out. Tupac said that when he woke up, "I felt like I was drugged." Jackson's accusations against Shakur and Agnant included forced sodomy, assisting forced sodomy, and gun possession. 26 Evidence accumulated to indicate U.S. intelligence set up the Ayanna Jackson incident. A U.S. intelligence memorandum regarding political musicians specifically addressed this tactic. It instructed agents to send in women and drugs, use free sex to entrap. 27 Police also tampered with evidence, accidentally destroying tapes of Ayanna Jackson on Tupac's hotel voicemail that supported his defense of a consensual sexual experience. 28 Other evidence indicated Jacques Agnant worked for U.S. intelligence. A Policemen's Benevolent Association lawyer bailed Agnant out of jail and represented him in court. 29 Tupac's trial lawyer, Michael Tariff Warren, acquired Agnant's rap sheet, which showed a long list of major charges up and down the East Coast, all dismissed, which Warren said was a sure sign that Agnant was a police agent. Warren also said that Agnant successfully had his case severed from Tupac's, which the attorney said was highly unusual. 30 Towards the end of Tupac's trial, the case was looking so bad for the prosecution they said they'd be willing to accept a mistrial for having withheld evidence, photographs of Ayanna Jackson at the hotel scene. 31 Tupac rejected the offer, wanting to clear his name. To prevent Tupac from continuing his meteoric career trajectory, police intelligence apparently tried another plan. While the jury was still out at the end of November 1994, an associate of Jacques Agnant's, Jimmy Henchman Rosemond, aka Booker, called Tupac. Rosemond said he'd give him $3,000 to record a song with another rapper. Wary of Rosemond because of Agnant, Tupac said he'd only come for $7,000. Rosemond complied and Tupac came to the New York recording studio in Times Square. 32 In an interview for Vibe magazine, Tupac detailed how, "I felt nervous because this guy knew somebody I had major beef with. Nigel Agnant had introduced me to Booker Rosemond. Everybody knew I was short on money. All my shows were being cancelled. This was reportedly due to police groups calling concert venues and saying they wouldn't provide security due to Tupac shows being a riot risk." 33 But Tupac suffered through many legal charges as well as many lawsuits, leading him to say, "All my money from my records was going to lawyers, all the movie money was going to my family. So I was rapping for guys and getting paid." 34 Tupac had always avoided hard drugs, a reaction to his mother's addiction. However, perhaps not realizing that the genetics of addiction could predispose him to cannabis dependence, Tupac developed a marijuana habit. He said that he was smoking chronic strong marijuana daily. 35 Tupac reported that when he walked up to the studio, a 30-something-year-old black man was hanging out in army fatigues and didn't acknowledge him. Tupac later said he was too stoned to realize how suspicious that was, since black men in that age group usually recognized and acknowledged him due to his film and music fame. Inside the building, that man, and another who had been waiting indoors, shot Tupac once to put him on the ground, then twice in the skull, according to a doctor's affidavit. 36 Amazingly, though Tupac was seriously wounded, he survived. Tupac's plan to clear his name became more complicated, as mainstream media twisted the facts of the incident to state that the shooters were only mugging Tupac, and Tupac reached for his gun to shoot them. A security camera pointed at the lobby doors for buzzing people and had a videotape, which police didn't confiscate. Instead, they abruptly halted the investigation. 37 years later, Dexter Isaac signed a letter saying, "James Rosemond hired me to rob Tupac Shakur at the Misspelled in Letter Quad studio. He gave me $2,500, plus all the jewelry I took, which amounted to tens of thousands of dollars." Either Isaac or the gunman with Isaac had the more serious mission of killing Tupac, seemingly for U.S. intelligence. Government documents showed Rosemond had been charged with a crime in 1994, before Tupac's shooting. Rosemond met with U.S. prosecutors as an apparent informant from that time until at least June of 1998. Documents included an agreement that Rosemond's ongoing statements to the district attorney and U.S. state's attorney would not be used against him regarding the 1994 criminal case, the prosecution of which was put on indefinite hold. 38 It would not be surprising to learn the FBI used the 1994 criminal case against James Rosemond to turn him into an informant, collaborating agent. The FBI had a pattern of doing this. Noted FBI researchers Ward Churchill and Jim Vander Wall described this scenario. The FBI approached FBI infiltrator William O'Neill just after he was arrested twice for car theft. Apparently in exchange for a monthly stipend and the dropping of these charges, O'Neill agreed to infiltrate the Chicago Black Panther Party as a counterintelligence operative. 39 By 2011, James Rosemond was indicted for trafficking numerous kilos of cocaine. 40 A Village Voice article claimed a jury convicted Rosemond of trafficking thousands of kilos of drugs and dirty cash between Los Angeles and New York. The article further stated that prosecutors proved that these shipments included machine guns and were in music crates to recording studios and record labels owned by or affiliated with Vivendi's Universal Music Group, the largest music corporation in the world. The article further reported that Rosemond admitted his part in the assault on Tupac at Quad Studio, in a cooperation deal that might lead to a reduced sentence, according to federal prosecutors. Rosemond wouldn't do time for that crime, as in New York, the statute of limitations on robbery is 7 years. Which means the time to prosecute anyone for the Quad case expired 11 years ago. 41 U.S. intelligence appeared to give up on Rosemond, as he received a long jail sentence for the trafficking. On December 1, 1994, the day after the Quad shooting, a jury found Tupac innocent on all charges including forced sodomy and assisting forced sodomy. They only found him guilty of touching Jackson's butt against her will and assisting suspected police agent Jacques Agnant of doing the same. For that offense, Tupac received a sentence of 1 to 4 years in jail. For virtually the same charges, Agnant's indictment was dismissed and he pled guilty to 2 misdemeanors, the equivalent of a reckless driving and a public intoxication charge. 42 Tupac had been hospitalized for his shooting wounds, recovered, and then began serving his sentence. Tupac started serving time on Rikers Island, New York City's central jail complex. While there, Interscope released his next CD, Me Against the World, and it topped the pop charts for 2 weeks. This coincided with the time President Bill Clinton ordered the bombing of Bosnia. Reporters interviewed Tupac in jail about his chart-topping success, and Tupac questioned the government's treatment of Cuba and bombing of other countries while people go hungry on American streets. 43 Tupac admitted that after developing a daily marijuana habit before prison, it was hard to stop abruptly. My brain was half dead from smoking so much weed, drinking, going to clubs, just being numb, he said. Tupac vowed to quit smoking marijuana. 44 From Rikers, prison officials shipped Tupac 9 hours north to the maximum security Clinton Correctional Facility in Dannemora, New York. There, guards subjected Tupac to the full gamut of penal coercion tactics. These are tactics identified by Amnesty International as designed for manipulating political prisoners. Prison guards conducted rectal exams on Tupac every time someone visited him, saying they were searching for contraband. Despite that, they watched each visit. They also kept him in solitary confinement during 10 of his 11 months in prison. An American Civil Liberty Union, ACLU, report stated the purpose of these tactics were to reduce prisoners to a state of psychological incompetence sufficient to neutralize them. 45 These tactics aided U.S. intelligence's next possible goals for Tupac. They apparently decided to manipulate Tupac and use him to both target the rap community and to influence his fans in several negative ways. These included using Tupac's gangsta facade to promote gang behaviors, manufacturing an East Coast versus West Coast rap war, and promoting marijuana use. Evidence suggests that media assets and intelligence agents were deployed to help set up the East Coast vs. West Coast rap war between Tupac and his rap star friend, Biggie Smalls, aka Notorious B.I.G., born Christopher Wallace. An intelligence document discussing how to target political musicians stated, provoke target groups into rivalries that may result in death. FBI documents and former Panthers detailed how the FBI used similar tactics to set up the New York-based Black Panthers that include his mother, Afeni Shakur, and California-based Panther co-founder, Huey Newton. 46 It appears U.S. intelligence also wanted Tupac to sign with Death Row Records, a new rap label that evidence suggests was a U.S. intelligence front company. In line with Time Incorporated's extensive history of work with the CIA, Time Warner gave Death Row a substantial amount of startup money. Tupac's case was being appealed, and bail was set at $3 million. Normally, only 10% of bail is necessary to secure a bail bond and release from imprisonment. While the Court of Appeals would not accept Tupac's offer of 45% of the bail money, the court immediately accepted a similar offer from death row within days of Tupac signing to them, releasing Tupac from jail while the appeals case was ongoing. 47 Death row had CIA drug goals. A reported drug kingpin, Michael Harrio Harris, started Death Row Records with the help of his attorney, Dave Kenner, who owned its umbrella company. 48 Journalist Gary Webb quoted national drug trafficker Freeway Ricky Ross's probation officer, who said that Harris was one of Ross's 2 understudies. Ross regularly attained cheap cocaine from the CIA Nicaraguan Contra network, before distributing it nationally. 49 Dave Kenner allowed former football player Marion Shuge Knight to direct Death Row Records. Knight had a number of convictions with increasingly harsher sentences until suddenly, while still committing crimes, he seemed untouchable. Similar to Jacques Agnant and Eugene O'Neill, the agent infiltrator of the Chicago Panthers, it is most likely that Knight made a deal with police, as they failed to arrest him while he ran Death Row Records, until he completed his most important tasks. These tasks appeared to overlap U.S. intelligence's agenda. 50 Death Row Records also filled its ranks with police officers. High-level Los Angeles police detective, Russell Poole, along with Detective Ken Knox, discovered dozens and dozens of police officers were working at all levels of Death Row Records. Det. Poole was told these officers could be considered troubleshooters or covered agents. Death Row's security chief, Reggie Wright Jr., formerly employed by the LAPD, admitted to having many LAPD officers working for him. Wright's father headed the Compton, California police gang unit at this time. Compton, part of the greater Los Angeles area, launched both top rap group NWA and one of the first Bloods/Crips truces. 51 Shuge Knight and Death Row appeared to continue U.S. intelligence's work against Tupac Shakur. Death Row's suspicious criminal history led Watani Tihimba to have his new African People's Organization completely disconnect with Tupac, who cried on Tihimba's shoulder about it, saying, "I know I'm selling my soul to the devil." 52 Knight also helped break up top rap groups that had any type of message U.S. intelligence opposed. He lured rappers Doc and Andre Dr. Dre Young away from the chart-topping group NWA. The group's songs included Fuck the Police, which the FBI sent warning letters about to their record label in 1988. 53 The FBI further sent letters to concert hall owners and police, working to get N.W.A.'s concerts cancelled by having police refuse to work security. They repeated this tactic against Tupac and top radical music group, Rage Against the Machine. 54 Death Row, it seems, also got well-known rappers to promote marijuana. Prior to joining that label, Dr. Dre wrote the song, Express Yourself, saying, "I still express, yo. I don't smoke weed or sense/cause it's known to give a brother brain damage, and brain damage on the mic don't manage." After signing with Death Row, Dr. Dre's first CD was named Chronic, the slang for strong weed. Knight also started public brawls around Dre, in which only he, not Dre, avoided arrest. But Knight was unsuccessful when he tried to coerce top New York politically linked rap groups such as Public Enemy and Wu-Tang Clan to switch to his label. 55 While Drive Dre's statement that weed causes brain damage may be a bit exaggerated, several studies show the harm regular marijuana smoking can cause to mental abilities. One study reported that 7 days after their last heavy marijuana use, subjects showed cognitive deficits, but that those problems were reversible 28 days after last use. Another study showed that the more weed smoked, the more negative effects on verbal and visual memory, executive functioning, visual perception, psychomotor speed and manual dexterity even after 28 days of not smoking. Of greater concern, a 2013 study showed that teens who were heavy marijuana smokers smoking it daily for about 3 years had abnormal changes in their brain structures related to working memory and performed poorly on memory tasks. 2 years after they stopped smoking marijuana. 56 Although study outcomes can differ, and it's hard to be sure one is definitive, Did the CIA's MK-Ultra work with marijuana mid-century continue with promotion to teens, particularly black teens in the 1990s and beyond? The National Institute on Drug Abuse stated that marijuana is addictive to 9% of users in general, and 17% of users who start using in their youth. In 2000, an estimated 7 million people in the U.S. population used marijuana at least weekly. The latest figures for 2013 cited 12% of 8th graders and 36% of seniors at public and private schools said they had smoked marijuana in the past year. 57 with about 5 million American students in each grade, was the CIA trying to promote marijuana and get millions of kids, particularly black kids, addicted to weed each year? If so, weed's common effect of producing apathy could raise their dropout rate and keep most of them in lower-paying jobs. Along with people addicted to other drugs, unemployed people addicted to weed may resort to crime for money to survive as adults, contributing to the private prison industry, or exclusion from voting if they picked up felonies, such as for possession or distribution of weed. With the title of her book, law professor Michelle Alexander said imprisonment for drugs turned into the new Jim Crow for blacks, as it replaced the Jim Crow laws that controlled blacks after slavery ended. She said more blacks are in prison today than were enslaved in 1850. 58. If death row was furthering this goal for U.S. intelligence, they did so alongside other goals. Police Detective Russell Poole, who had gotten himself assigned as CO lead investigator of the 1997 Biggie Smalls murder investigation, said in the film Biggie and Tupac, it was no secret that death row was involved in drug trafficking. Poole presented writer Randall Sullivan many police reports detailing this, discussed in Sullivan's book Labyrinth. Poole also found that death row records was trafficking guns. 59 Death row insiders said that death row director Suge Knight and other top death row staff were provoking murderous fights between the Bloods and Crips gang members it employed. In doing so, death row appeared to aid the U.S. intelligence operation to end the gang peace truces that were part of the radical politicization of these gangs achieved by Tupac and the Panthers. 60 Det. Poole's investigation would eventually launch a task force investigating the infamous Los Angeles Rampart Division scandal. Assistant District Attorney Richard Rosenthal said that the connections that Russ Poole had made, including the possibility that an LAPD officer, or officers, might be involved, were the origin of the task force. In that scandal, over 70 undercover members of the Community Resources Against Street Hoodlums, CRASH, unit were implicated in corruption that included unlawful shootings of drug dealers, as well as stealing and dealing their drugs. Death row-linked cop Rafael Perez was a lead witness turned prosecuted perpetrator in that scandal. Death row bodyguard Kevin Hackey said Perez and LAPD cop David Mack were at many death row private parties. It wasn't a coincidence that the undercover CRASH unit targeted the gang truces. 61. Death row records owner Dave Kenner and director Suge Knight had picked Tupac up from jail, and evidently wasted no time in drinking and smoking weed with him, leading Tupac to break his publicly printed vow not to smoke weed again. Kenner and Knight also convinced Tupac to enter the recording studio the same day as his prison release, while he was drunk and stoned. This resulted in Tupac's producing his most negative lyrics. These included a double album of lyrics that almost exclusively promoted smoking weed and selling drugs, and served to increase tensions in the East Coast versus West rap war U.S. intelligence appeared to orchestrate. 62 Knight, Kenner, and death row's undercover police agents also appeared to continue some of the penal coercion tactics on Tupac outside of prison. For example, Knight had his guards, mostly moonlighting cops, beat people disloyal to death row in front of Tupac. Witnesses claimed that death row employees who were also in the Bloods killed some Crips at a Snoop Dogg rap show without getting arrested. Police on duty, as opposed to those cops in death row at the event, came to the show but didn't detain most of the potential witnesses. At least one police officer reportedly working with death row, David Mack, was also a self-confessed Mob Piru Bloods gang member. Death row further disrupted political rap conventions, such as Atlanta's annual Jack the Rapper hip-hop conference where Tupac had previously given speeches. 63. Death row contributed to yet another U.S. intelligence goal. In the 1960s, the FBI had sent fake letters between Afeni Shawker's East Coast New York Panthers and Huey Newton's West Coast Oakland Panther National Office, dividing these groups. The FBI also used undercover agents to create these divisions, and appeared to use similar tactics against Tupac. After strangers in prison and anonymous letter writers told Tupac that his friend Biggie helped set up his shooting in New York, Tupac didn't first believe it. Death Row's Suge Knight constantly hyped their conflict with Biggie's label, Bad Boy Records, and physical attacks began to occur, with most coming from Death Row's police corps. Tupac then began writing lyrics attacking Biggie and Bad Boy Records producer, Sean Puffy Combs. 64 Death Row uses Tupac's exit to end gang truce. By the summer of 1996, the now 25-year-old Tupac had released a double CD for Death Row, All Eyes on Me. It was the world's second fastest-selling CD ever, going triple platinum within months. Tupac also finished co-starring in 2 more major motion pictures. His personal life improved as well. He became engaged to Key Dada Jones, daughter of music mogul Quincy Jones. Key Dada said Tupac started staying home with her, and they planned to have a child and move out of their Death Row leased apartment. 65 In another major change, Tupac broke from Death Row's influence. While still required by contract to complete another CD with Death Row, Tupac started his own record label, Euthanasia, and his own publishing company. He returned to leftist activism, including attending Central American Solidarity benefits, speaking for groups such as the Brotherhood Crusade, and continuing his work to spread peace truces between the Bloods and Crips gangs. In his efforts to improve the lives of the disadvantaged, Tupac planned to finance a chain of daycare centers for low-income women, and fund sports leagues for poor children in Los Angeles. 66 Regarding the gang peace work, Tupac discussed plans for community centers with former Crips gang leader turned author Cody Scott. Cody Scott's best-selling book, Monster, documented his and other prison inmates' ideological conversion to socialism. Scott had been a spokesman for the Los Angeles Gang Peace Truce movement with an article in The Nation magazine. By this time Scott had changed his name to Sanyika Shakur in deference to the Shakur family. 67 Tupac and Sanyika planned to spread activism into various Los Angeles communities together, strategizing on various community projects that were to include other rap stars and celebrities. 68 The government would imprison Sanyika at least 2 more times, including at least once due to a positive urinalysis for marijuana. 69 In that summer of 1996, many noticed Tupac's attempts to stop smoking weed and stop drinking. Music mogul Russell Simmons said that at a party, while everyone else was smoking weed and drinking, Tupac didn't. Instead, he spent the whole night dancing with his bodyguard Frank Alexander's wheelchair-bound niece. 70 A video offered further evidence of Tupac's efforts to stop smoking weed. It showed Tupac at a concert talking to a fan while smoking a cigarette. At one point, a white roadie came up to Tupac and offered a joint. Tupac shook his head no to the marijuana and kept smoking his cigarette. 71 With Tupac slipping away from Death Row's control, police and prosecutors brought a marijuana possession charge against Tupac, a violation of his release on bail during appeal of the sexual abuse jail sentence. A judge showed mercy. Tupac's lawyer had filed for Tupac to plead guilty, open to the judge, which required the lawyer to commission a report on Tupac for the judge to read. After reading the report, which recommended Tupac give a free benefit concert, the judge said in court, "This young man seems to me to be absolutely remarkable." He agreed to the benefit concert sentencing, which would take place in Las Vegas on September 7, 1996, on the same night and in the same city as Mike Tyson's heavyweight boxing match. 72 Tupac had strong disagreements with Suge Knight that summer, insisting the CD he finished in August, Machiavelli, Killuminati, The 7-Day Theory, satisfied their 3-CD contract agreement. At the end of August, Tupac fired his lawyer, Death Row owner Dave Kenner. Kenner had written the contract Tupac signed with Death Row, which also made him Tupac's lawyer, flouting the obvious conflict of interest. 73 Tupac shot in Las Vegas. Undercover police agent Kevin Hackey said in a public forum that he was working as an FBI agent for the 4 years he was working for Death Row Records, including when he became one of Tupac's 3 personal bodyguards. Hackey appeared to turn his back on the FBI when he urged Tupac not to go to Las Vegas that weekend in early September 1996. Knight and his security director, Reggie Wright Jr., immediately fired Hackey the day before the Vegas trip. Tupac almost took Hackey's advice and backed out of Las Vegas, but his friend Tyson's boxing match and the court-ordered benefit concert there that night likely led him to attend the Vegas event. 74 additional undercover Las Vegas police joined the police ranks working in Death Row Records for this night. Death Row held a pre-bout party with plenty of people drinking liquor and smoking weed. People said Tupac took part in both. With Knight and others from Death Row, he attended the boxing match at the MGM Grand Hotel Arena. Afterwards, in the hotel's lobby, Tupac got into a scuffle with a stranger, Orlando Anderson. Witnesses said they believed Suge Knight helped set it up, partly by describing Anderson as a Crips gang member who stole a Death Row chain from an associate of Tupac. 75 After leaving the hotel, Knight, with Tupac in his passenger seat, set out with an entourage of Death Row cars to their company-owned Club 662, where Tupac was to give his midnight benefit concert. On the way there, just off of the Las Vegas Strip, Tupac was murdered in what police detective Russell Poole described as a police-orchestrated drive-by shooting, within 9 days of his firing Death Row owner Dave Kenner. Poole said that an eyewitness, Tupac bodyguard Frank Alexander, believed the entire assault on Anderson had been staged. It was entirely possible Suge had paid the Crip to take that beating and then kill Tupac, as the white Cadillac with the shooters was actually a little bit ahead of the BMW when the killer opened fire, allowing him to shoot at an angle that made it possible to avoid hitting Suge with a stray bullet. 76 Las Vegas Times crime reporter Kathy Scott reported the FBI had Tupac under surveillance the night he was murdered. Along with rampant police foul play around Tupac's murder scene, police superiors squashed any real investigation. Scott detailed a page-and-a-half list of police improprieties in the investigation. Kevin Hackey said he had documents to prove his FBI employer had undercover agents, along with alcohol, tobacco and firearms agents, in that entourage. Hackey said on film that Knight was involved in the orchestration of the shooting of Tupac. LAPD Det. Russell Poole said he was shocked when Las Vegas police showed him a closet full of evidence regarding Tupac's murder case, and their superiors told them not to investigate. 77 While Tupac Shakur fought for his life in a Las Vegas hospital, Death Row spread the word that the Crips shot Tupac. Death Row also distributed guns to gang members in LA. Fatal shootings began, ending the Blood/Crips peace truce. Suge Knight talked to both the police and the FBI during this time. After many gang members were killed, activists spread the word that it wasn't the Crips who shot Tupac. The violence stopped just after Tupac died on September 13, 1996. 78 Police lied in saying there were no forthcoming witnesses among the hundreds of people outside the Maxim Hotel on the busy heavyweight title fight night. Comedian Chris Rock would later mock U.S. intelligence, as Tupac was killed just off the Strip during a Mike Tyson fight. And they say there were no witnesses. More people watched Tupac get shot than watched the last episode of Seinfeld. The government hates rappers. 79 Two of Tupac's backup rappers, one of whom was Yafu Fula, told police they thought they could identify the shooter. Police failed to follow up with either of them. The night of the next Tyson fight on November 10, 1996, someone put 2 bullets in Fula's head. Like Tupac having a Panther mother, Fula's father was Bronx Panther leader Sekau Odinga. Police pretended Fula's murder had no relation to Tupac's. Time magazine called it drug-related. But Fula had no prior criminal record, and even the FBI somehow released an unredacted document stating that Fula was killed mob-style, executed from point-blank range. The murder was done professionally. 80 Many others linked to Tupac also died around this time. Tupac's former business manager, ex-Panther Wadani Tyehimba, said that as National Security Director of the new African People's Organization, he had to distance himself from Tupac after he signed with Death Row, so as to not put the group in jeopardy. Tyehimba added that his oldest son, Yaki Sizwe, had followed Tupac to keep working with him after he signed to Death Row Records. Yaki Sizwe also turned up dead around the time of Tupac's murder. 81 This left 3 former Black Panthers with the loss of a child. After Tupac's death, the leading theories put forth by mainstream media included the idea that Tupac was killed as part of the East Coast versus West Coast rap war. In that scenario, writers said that Biggie Smalls and his producer, Sean Puffy Combs, played a part in Tupac's murder. Writers presented these theories with little to no evidence. 82 Det. Russell Poole, the CO lead investigator of the murder of rap star Biggie Smalls, had to resign from the Los Angeles police force and hold a press conference to get his investigative information out. Poole stated Night's people killed Tupac, and that Biggie's and Tupac's murders were well orchestrated, well planned out, radios being used, experienced police officers knew exactly what to do. Poole also substantiated Kevin Hackey as a main source of information, and his information was worthy of follow-up, but I was ordered not to go any further. Hackey believed Death Row killed Biggie to throw the attention off Death Row for killing Tupac, make it look like the East-West rivalry, make it look like Bad Boy Records, which wasn't remotely the case. 83 The murders of Tupac and Biggie remained in the news for years. Journalists identified New York FBI and ATF agents taking pictures of Biggie just before his murder. This included FBI agent Oldham, who simultaneously worked as a New York police detective and monitored a later trial of Sean Puffy Combs. Biggie's mother used this and much more evidence to pursue a lawsuit against the LAPD for her son's murder. Despite initial success with that suit, including a $1.1 million award for legal fees, a judge ultimately dismissed the case. 84 Chapter 25 Rap Targeting and Ecstasy. Eminem and Wu-Tang, POCC. Even to ally, word got out that the New York and Los Angeles police departments were training police units around the country to target rappers. The training included FBI counterintelligence program tactics. 1 Police foul play surrounded deaths and dubious charges against many rappers who had become activists in New York. For example, the execution-style shooting of Run DMC's Jam Master Jay in October of 2002 was caught on surveillance video camera, similar to how surveillance video had Tupac Shakur's New York shooters on tape. While police rejected the videotape covering Tupac's shooting, in the case of Jam Master Jay, it's unknown if police ever did anything with the tape. No one was ever convicted of Jam Master Jay's murder. 2 Targeting also included top rappers who had become involved with the Hip Hop Summit Action Network, which had developed a radical leftist 15-point plan to reform society. 3 It had top rappers, leftist academics, and activists on its board, including the late Columbia University professor Manning Marable, former NAACP director Ben Chavis, and Congressman Kwesi Mfume. Rappers such as Sean J.Z. Carter, Sean P. Diddy/Puffy Combs, Marshall Eminem Mathers, and rap producer Russell Simmons, who was founder of the group, all appeared to get targeted and scared away from more leftist activism after their involvement. 4 Evidence reveals ecstasy brain damage. By the mid to late 1980s, a new drug, MDMA or ecstasy, began to get popular. MDMA is a methyl analog of MK-Ultra drug MDA. The media quoted celebrities about ecstasy, and its popularity increased into the 1990s. Evidence points to U.S. intelligence and other Western country intelligence agencies having a hand in popularizing the drug as a weapon against potentially activist young adults and cultural leaders. By 2001, significant studies had been published regarding ecstasy. The National Institute on Drug Abuse in its research news wrote that ecstasy damages the brain and impairs memory in humans. Johns Hopkins neurologist, Dr. George Ricourt, was the principal investigator in this National Institute on Drug Abuse joint study. Ricourt also led a second study showing dark areas in positron emission tomography, PET, images of MDMA users' brains that represented damage due to chronic use. 5 British professor A.C. Parrott published a review of 15 years of research in the journal Human Psychopharmacology, citing numerous studies that found ecstasy use led to neurocognitive deficits. Memory deficits, he wrote, have been demonstrated in light users with an average lifetime ecstasy consumption of 10 to 20 occasions. 6. He further stated the worst cognitive function damage was generally found in heavier users. 7 Studies from many countries have shown how ecstasy damages selective memory and causes learning deficits, as demonstrated on a wide variety of tasks. 8. Ecstasy, a weapon in South Africa. THIRD-WORLDISM's Operation MK-Ultra had originally used the metabolite for ecstasy, MDA, in its experiments on American citizens, resulting in the death of unknowing patients. 9 Later, foreign intelligence agencies used ecstasy as a weapon against their own people, as happened in South Africa during its racist apartheid regime. The apartheid government made people of color second-class citizens by law. In 1994, apartheid had finally fallen and the majority of citizens, who were black or of mixed race, elected the pro-black African National Congress, ANC, to its top offices. The new ANC government arrested Wouter Basson in 1997. Basson had been the Director of Chemical and Biological Warfare, CBW, for South Africa's former white apartheid regime. The ANC government charged Basson with selling 1,000 ecstasy tablets in South Africa's black neighborhoods, and far worse crimes, as part of CBW's Project Coast. Basson's former research manager admitted that he was told to manufacture more than a ton of ecstasy crystals. 10 Evidence suggests that Western intelligence agencies also started promoting and trafficking ecstasy to youth worldwide around 1990. The campaign was similar to that of LSD by the CIA's MK-Ultra program and collaborating intelligence agencies in the 1960s and beyond. Techno music and midnight raves began to take hold in dance clubs during the 1990s, bringing scores of young people together for this underground experience. Soon AstroTurf, or fake grassroots promotion, could be seen in this movement. Incomprehensibly expensive, glossy cardboard invitations sometimes circulated regarding these events. Clubs were bought out and transformed, with techno DJs replacing former dance clubs' DJs. The old DJs had played dance songs by bands that had lyrics and messages that occasionally promoted leftist causes, such as top leftist group Rage Against the Machine. The scene was transformed by repetitive techno music with minimalist, shallow lyrics. 11 While drug dealing existed in the old clubs, the rave or techno clubs that replaced many of them had many more drug dealers making sales. These new dance forums popularized club drugs such as ecstasy and ketamine, Special K, as well as poppers, amyl nitrate, and acid. One drug dealer, working with a partner from a Baltimore mafia family, described what happened when he asked his partner if the mafia was collaborating with government agents in distributing mass quantities of these drugs. He said his partner panicked and turned shaky, stating, "You don't want to be asking those kinds of questions." 12 FBI dealer agents trap Wu-Tang Clan. The techno/rave community tried to reach out and appeal to people of all races. U.S. intelligence appeared to accomplish this in several ways. In 1999, circumstantial evidence started to accumulate. That year, an attractive young white woman stated she brought ecstasy to use with some of the most popular New York rap groups. Also at that time, rappers started discussing their ecstasy use in top magazines, and the drug increased in popularity. 13 Strong evidence of U.S. intelligence involvement in the distribution of ecstasy came in a front-page Village Voice article in 2000. It discussed how the FBI and ATF worked on a joint operation employing a mafioso wholesale ecstasy kingpin, Michael Caruso. The article claimed Caruso first brought techno music to Manhattan and turned Staten Island onto ecstasy. Caruso had been sentenced for a string of crimes that included drug pushing, bank robbery, kidnapping and extortion. The government drastically reduced his sentencing on the ecstasy charges, after which the FBI and ATF hired him to work as an undercover agent with the goal of getting close to the rap group Wu-Tang Clan. 14 The targeting of Wu-Tang Clan had a history. U.S. intelligence unsuccessfully tried to get Wu-Tang's 1998 concert tour with Rage Against the Machine cancelled. Rage Against the Machine threatened to file a lawsuit and got the tour shows reinstated. 15 Police previously used this tactic against rappers N.W.A. Tupac Shakur and Paris. 16 U.S. intelligence had a number of reasons to put heavy focus on Wu-Tang Clan. Besides touring with Rage, the Grammy-nominated Wu-Tang Clan worked with a founding member of the Republic of New Africa, Brooklyn's Sonny Carson. Carson had worked with Tupac's New York lawyer, Michael Tariff Warren, on black liberation causes. Papa Wu, the brother of Wu-Tang rapper Ol' Dirty Bastard, ODB, birth name, Russell Jones, founded a music studio with Carson in the Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood of Brooklyn. Wu-Tang also worked with the Panther-inspired, worldwide hip-hop activist organization Zulu Nation. 17 U.S. intelligence had many reasons for concern over Sonny Carson's work with rappers topping the pop charts. Zulu Nation revered Carson, and the group was inspiring new chapters worldwide. Also, Carson's son, Lumumba Carson, started an influential Brooklyn group called Black Watch. That group was one of the first to explicitly meld black nationalist politics with hip-hop. Black Watch spawned many activist rappers, including Lumumba Carson's next group, X-Clan, where Carson took on the moniker Professor X in the 1980s. 18 Rap activists reported that the music industry aided the more subtle attacks on rappers. Public Enemy's former member Professor Griff said people in the record industry tried to create a conflict between his group and X-Clan. 19 Also, politically conservative Time Warner bought up a majority of rap labels. In the late 90s, events supported Wu-Tang Clan rapper ODB's claims that the FBI had targeted him. While ODB was the most eccentric of the group, his brother Papa Wu kept ODB joining activist causes. ODB told friends and relatives that the FBI killed Tupac Shakur for being a rap activist. ODB changed his name in the futile hope of avoiding being framed or murdered due to his own activism. From 1998 to 99, police arrested ODB 4 times around the country on trivial charges. In the summer of 98, strangers broke into ODB's New York home and shot him, but he survived. 20 later, possibly using a version of the U.S. intelligence threat timing tactic, police orchestrated their most blatant and deadly attack on ODB and his rapper cousin Fred Cuffey on Martin Luther King's birthday. The NYPD Rap Intelligence Unit had a file on Cuffey. On a mid-January night in 1999, 2 plainclothes New York Street Crime Unit police, wearing bulletproof vests and driving an unmarked car in Brooklyn, sirened ODB to pull over. One of the officers put a gun to the head of ODB's passenger, Cuffey. The other cop told ODB to get out of the car. Out of fear, ODB stepped on the gas and fled. The police then fired at the rappers. 21 A different group of uniformed police then came upon the rappers, surrounding ODB's car just outside his aunt's boarding home. While they didn't find a gun on ODB or Cuffey, they did arrest the 2 based on the claim that ODB was driving with his headlights off, and that the rapper fired at the undercover cops first. A police source said ODB's lights were on, and a grand jury ruled in favor of ODB and Cuffey's account. Months after that New York shooting, police arrested ODB and held him on $115,000 bail for wearing a bulletproof vest. 22 In 2000, the aforementioned Village Voice article said the FBI had paid ecstasy-dealing young mafia kingpin Michael Caruso to work undercover. Caruso's work appeared to include becoming a personal manager for 2 Wu-Tang rappers. It's uncertain how much Caruso influenced Wu-Tang to use and promote ecstasy, but The Voice reported Caruso organizing sex and drug parties for Wu-Tang members. The FBI said they and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms were investigating Wu-Tang on suspected gun running, but the FBI never charged anyone with a crime. 23 months later, the Source Rap magazine ran an interview of Mike Caruso joking about the allegation of his FBI spy work, but Caruso failed to say Wu-Tang fired him after reading the Voice article. 24 From 1999 to 2004, police subjected ODB to trivial arrests, and prison officials reportedly forced ODB to take psychiatric medications while he was incarcerated. ODB put out solo CDs at this time, and most topped the pop music sales charts. In 2004, after his prison release, ODB died just before his 36th birthday. Mysteriously, it took over a month for a coroner to announce that ODB died from a heart attack due to mixing cocaine with a prescription painkiller. 25 ODB's brother disagreed with the coroner's report, saying ODB was drug-free at the time of his death. He also implied political reasons for his brother's death, saying he and ODB were attending activist rallies together at that time. 26 Eminem promotes ecstasy before promoting recovery. In 1999, white rapper Eminem, Marshall Mathers, came out with the Slim Shady LP. The CD made constant references to drug use and rose to the top of the rap charts. During an interview with Rolling Stone magazine, Eminem reportedly took hits of ecstasy as he talked to the reporter. He also promoted it in his songs. Other rappers, in magazine interviews, started discussing ecstasy use, increasing the drug's popularity. Eminem had risen from an independent label-produced rapper to rap prominence, just as top rap industry figures had formed the Hip Hop Summit Action Network, HSAN, that was then attacked by conservative forces. 27 Eminem supported HSAN. In 2003, Eminem also produced, for free, many of Tupac's songs for Afeni Shakur, and supported her major motion picture release, Tupac, Resurrection. 28 At about the same time, Eminem wrote a song saying he didn't care about dead presidents, cash, he only wanted to see the president, George W. Bush, dead. The Secret Service launched an investigation. 29 Eminem had multi-platinum sales on his 2004 release Encore. Eminem had tried to sway the presidential election in the fall of 2004 by releasing another song and video highly critical of Bush. The CD's song Mosh, and its accompanying video, encouraged young people to storm the White House and get Bush out of office for lying about the reasons for the Iraq War. Eminem produced this album just before he volunteered his time to produce a whole album of Tupac Shakur's unreleased music, Loyal to the Game. It topped the music sales charts. 30 Additionally, Eminem worked on a collaborative song with Mos Def and Jadakiss in a rap written by Immortal Technique, wherein the Bush administration is blamed for bringing down the World Trade Center on September 11, 01. 31 Starting at the close of 2005, strangers shot members of Eminem's rap group, D12, whose CDs had sold over 4 million copies each since 2001. In December of 2005, someone shot and wounded D12 rapper Obi Trice as he was driving on a Detroit area highway. On April 12, 2006, someone fatally shot D12 rapper Proof, Eminem's best man at his wedding and his right-hand man on stage. Proof had a musical legacy. His father played in Marvin Gaye's band. Less than a week before Proof's murder, Rolling Stone published an article about him and his new solo CD. In that article, Proof made reference to his song Kurt Cobain, with this assertion, "The circumstances of Kit's death are freaky to me. I don't think he killed himself." 32 Details on rapper Proof's shooting show signs of intelligence targeting. One of the people involved in the shooting was a former U.S. Army sergeant, as had been the case in another circumstance of political targeting. Secondly, the gunman shot Proof 3 times in the head and chest, a military execution style used on Black Panther National founder Huey Newton, and unsuccessfully on Tupac Shakur. 33 It's interesting that this occurred just after Eminem first got clean and sober. In 2005, the year before Proof's death, Eminem faced his addiction and went to residential treatment. Eminem said that Proof's murder triggered his relapse, and he eventually needed to go back into rehab after overdosing on methadone in 2007. His friend Elton John mentored him through rehab in 2008, and he stayed sober thereafter, promoting it with a 2010 album, Recovery. 34 By 2012, articles discussed the prevalence of ecstasy in the hip-hop music world, including one rap label's involvement in trafficking the drug. In April 2012, articles stated that prosecutors were charging a rap label, Thiz Entertainment, Thiz is another slang name for MDMA/ecstasy, with trafficking the drug nationwide, along with cocaine, heroin, and marijuana. While the evidence was strong to support the notion that Death Row Records was a U.S. intelligence front company, some evidence also suggests that this entertainment was doing U.S. intelligence bidding. The Los Angeles Times stated that the rap label started in 1999, and at some point started dealing ecstasy, until it was trafficking nationwide around 2010. 35 court documents associated with the article show the government had a paid informant within this entertainment as early as 2004. In U.S. intelligence operations, informant usually means paid agent who takes on activities that range from drug dealing to helping set up murders. The court documents list many other U.S. intelligence undercover agents, including a key informant who began his work in 2006. So, the traffickers spread their operations nationwide years after Drug Enforcement Agency paid infiltrators became part of that group. This suggests that DEA agents were helping to traffic ecstasy in wider and wider areas for at least those 6 years, until more honest police agents found out about it and pressed criminal charges against the rap label. 36 Chicago police used drugs to target Hampton Jr. SPOCCF. Fred Hampton Jr., son of the Chicago Black Panther leader, had first become a leader of Chicago's National People's Democratic Uhuru movement when he was 22 years old in 1992. Blacks in Los Angeles rioted that year, following the acquittal of police who were filmed beating black motorist Rodney King. Hampton Jr. organized a rally to protest that police acquittal. Hampton said that a day after his rally, police officer Joseph Groupset, who led FBI agents in arresting Hampton's father before murdering him, picked Hampton Jr. up as he was walking with his 3-year-old daughter. Evidence indicates that they framed Fred Hampton Jr. for firebombing a store that never even experienced a fire. Hampton spent 9 years in prison. 37 Both in and out of prison, Fred Hampton Jr. experienced murderous attacks, as he founded the Prisoners of Conscience Committee, POCC. 38 The brutal Chicago political establishment continuously attacked the POCC. A former Vietnam War military policeman, John Birch, headed a Chicago police tactical squad implicated in torture interrogation tactics. These tactics included suffocation as well as the use of electric cattle prods on the ears and genitals of over 100 black and Latino suspects. A groundswell of bad publicity eventually led Chicago police chiefs to suspend Birch by 1991. 39 POCC's Minister of Defense Aaron Patterson spent 17 years on death row after a confession gained through Birch-supervised suffocations and beatings. Illinois Governor George Ryan pardoned Patterson in January of 2003, at which time he jumped into his activist leadership position. By that year, Richard Daley Jr. had kept a long-time position as Chicago's mayor. Patterson regularly spoke at anti-war rallies and anti-police brutality forums, while organizing with POCC. 40 Within 20 months, Chicago police culminated an operation with federal alcohol and tobacco and firearms agents against Patterson. POCC Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. said they labeled this Operation Revolving Door, and Joe Gorman Jr. headed it. Hampton also named the connections to his father's murder in this operation. He said that Mayor Richard Daley Sr. had personally hired Michael Cronin, who headed the gang narcotics unit, while Joe Gorman Sr. used a machine gun to help kill Panther Chairman Fred Hampton Sr. and Mark Clark. The ATF, the same group involved in murderously targeting Tupac, Biggie, Wu-Tang Clan, MOVE, Panther leader Eldridge Cleaver and Cesar Chavez, arrested Patterson with Michael Cronin present. They had paid someone to offer Patterson guns and drugs for sale. Judge Rebecca Paul Meyer, who had presided over a corruption trial that removed Gov. Ryan from office, sentenced Patterson to 30 years in jail. Prosecutors did not charge Patterson with selling drugs or guns, nor possession of drugs and guns, but merely conspiracy to do so. Prosecutors alleged Patterson intended to become involved in these activities. 41 In September of 2007, Fred Hampton Jr. said that he and his fellow POCC members heard that Chicago police shot 2 black youths. The POCC decided to conduct a people's investigation of it. They came upon the police and got out of their cars to observe what was happening. The police reportedly beat Hampton and other POCC members for attempting to disrupt the police investigation of an aggravated battery. Hampton was acquitted in mid-October of 2007. 42 Chapter 26 CIA, Maps and Hefter, Embalming the Dead Eye and the New Millennium, The New York Times, The Baltimore Sun and other large circulation daily newspapers highlighted research on psychedelics and ecstasy. Doctors at prestigious university medical schools produced studies promoting positive aspects of these drugs. These studies often mentioned an affiliated funding source research group, the Multidisciplinary Association of Psychedelic Studies, Inc. MAPS. Founded in 1986, MAPS received early aid from MKUltra participants such as Timothy Leary. The former CIA contracted inventor of LSD, Albert Hofmann, also donated to the funding of MAPS. The year before, the Food and Drug Administration had classified ecstasy as a Schedule I drug. This made ecstasy illegal as an addictive substance without clinical value. One Rick Doblin founded MAPS. Doblin described his first acid trip, which reportedly led him to say he had been fortunate to be able to combine psychedelics with the pursuit of the American dream. The Reagan-Bush administration's IRS granted 501c3 tax-exempt charity status to Doblin's North Carolina-based MAPS. MAPS received large contributions from billionaire George Soros, the multi-billionaire Pritzker family, and an anonymous British foundation. In the new millennium, MAPS listed major contributions from families and groups, including the Pritzker family, who had a net worth in the tens of billions of dollars. 2 Back in 1993, Rick Doblin had already received attention from the Associated Press when they covered the 50th anniversary of LSD's discovery. A conference was held, and many of the LSD luminaries were quoted there, including Timothy Leary. The relatively short article devoted about 2 paragraphs to MAPS founder Doblin. 3 MAPS's start during the Reagan-Bush presidential administration seemed no coincidence. In 1986, Vice President George H.W. Bush's aide Oliver North jump-started the Iran-Contra scandal, involving the CIA in trafficking cocaine. Once former CIA Director Bush reached the presidency, he appointed Dr. David Kessler as Food and Drug Administration Commissioner. Harking back to the MKUltra days of testing LSD in schools, Kessler approved university testing of psychedelics again in 1990, just after his U.S. Senate confirmation. For this approval marked the FDA's first for psychedelic research in over 20 years. Dr. Kessler remained FDA Commissioner for the next 5 years, including 3 years under President Clinton. President Bush also had Kessler fill the FDA with a like-minded research staff favorable to psychedelics. In an interview, Rick Doblin said one of these leading doctors in the FDA was Dr. John Harder, whose vision was to train me to understand how the FDA works so that I could try to mobilize the demoralized psychedelic community to submit protocols. Doblin went on to describe the history of his work, which inadvertently revealed his unusual power in the FDA. Even after Kessler's resignation under President Clinton, there was a short period after he resigned in 1995 during which lower-level FDA officials made it difficult to move forward with psychedelic and medical marijuana research. However, I filed a complaint with the Ombudsman and the policies established by Pilot Drug were reaffirmed in 1999 by FDA upper management. Doblin further said Clinton's successor, President George W. Bush, also picked an FDA commissioner, Dr. Jane Henney, who is supportive of psychedelic research. 5 From 2000 to 2011, MAPS articles showed up in newspapers worldwide. With MAPS funding of Harvard and Johns Hopkins researchers, the idea of LSD and ecstasy having health benefits spread. The New York Times, Baltimore Sun, and other newspapers helped spread MAPS propaganda, further legitimizing the group. 6 studies prove ecstasy dangerous in any amount. By 2007, the danger of ecstasy came out more broadly outside of MAPS's circles. 2 British researchers, Keith Laws and Joy Kokolais of Hertfordshire University School of Psychology, led a meta-study of 26 previous studies involving 600 ecstasy users. They found ecstasy had a medium to large effect on impairing short and long-term memory. The study also found the number of ecstasy tablets taken over a lifetime didn't have much effect on the results. Regarding memory impairment, Professor Law said, essentially it's the same if you take only a few, or an extremely large amount of tablets. 7 Health correspondent Jane Kirby, of the British newspaper, The Independent, published her review of the study. Kirby added, other studies have shown long-term or heavy ecstasy use can damage neurons in the brain and cause depression, anxiety, and difficulty sleeping. A journal, The Psychologist, quoted a MAPS researcher, Dr. Ilse Jerome, critiquing British researcher Keith Law's meta-study. Jerome said the studies Laws analyzed had methodological problems. Jerome said these problems related to polydrug use, uncertain dosage, and drug purity. Laws answered, saying the main polydrug use was cannabis and was dealt with in their paper. He said cannabis use with ecstasy led to long-term visual memory deficit, while ecstasy alone caused only verbal memory problems. Laws also said purity and dosage amounts were not a problem in analyzing the effects of street ecstasy on memory. 9 But, similar to the evidence of U.S. intelligence's media assets promoting marijuana and LSD in the 1960s and 70s, ecstasy promotion gained renewed strength after 2000. 10 MAPS researchers and staff also understood the power of repetition and wider information dissemination. In 2011 another article quoted Harvard MAPS-funded researcher John Halpern. In the journal Addiction, Halpern published a study that received $1.8 million from the U.S. National Institute on Drug Abuse. An article in The Guardian, a London newspaper, repeated Halpern's dubious claims that the other studies had methodological drawbacks that bedeviled them. John Halpern continued churning out similar critiques. Too many studies, he stated, have been carried out on small populations while overarching conclusions have been drawn from them. Halpern further said that different populations were compared in prior studies, ravers with non-ravers. The Guardian stated as fact that, all-night dancing, exposed these individuals to sleep and fluid deprivation factors that are themselves known to produce long-lasting cognitive effects. 11 With a simple third control group of non-rave participants, Halpern could have proved this alleged methodological problem, but he never did so, and that is significant. Halpern also said in 2011 that he used his almost $2 million for his study to whittle down 1,500 potential participants to only 52 users and 59 non-users. Thus, The Guardian, and surely other mainstream media, failed to note that many other studies, with subjects ranging from 15 to 150, showed long-term memory and psychological problems from ecstasy use. For example, the Archives of General Psychiatry noted in 2007 how Thelma Schild and her colleagues compared 58 individuals before and after their ecstasy use, to 60 individuals with the same age, sex, and intelligence score, but who did not use ecstasy in the same 2-year period. They found that low doses of ecstasy are associated with decreased verbal memory function. Another study followed 109 individuals who took a little more than one ecstasy pill every other week for a year. They had similar declines in their relational memory. A final study worth mentioning compared control groups of marijuana users and found that ecstasy caused its own unique memory problems, with users of only 10 ecstasy pills in a year. 12 CIA MK Ultra's 50 years of involvement. The strongest evidence of the CIA continuing MK Ultra was revealed in the November 2000 arrest of 55-year-old William Pickard, deputy director of UCLA's Drug Policy Research Program, for running one of the nation's largest LSD laboratories. Drug enforcement agents would also eventually implicate Professor John Halpern and another psychedelic think tank, the Hefter Institute, which had worked on many projects with MAPS. The DEA arrested Pickard at the laboratory site, a decommissioned missile silo. DEA agents found enough raw materials there to make over 15 million hits of acid. Comprehensive articles in Rolling Stone and the San Francisco Chronicle cite evidence suggesting that Halpern, Pickard, and others were involved in a continuing MK Ultra operation. This operation had links to the original MK Ultra LSD laboratories and to universities involved in MK Ultra, top government officials, and LSD promoting think tanks. First, San Francisco Chronicle reporter Seth Rosenfeld described William Pickard as meeting with top LSD chemist Tim Scully in 1974. Scully had worked with former top acid trafficker August Owsley Stanley III, as well as the Grateful Dead with the acid tests. Scully then worked with William and Peggy Mellon Hitchcock's family and ran the American LSD laboratory for the world's top LSD trafficker, U.S. intelligence agent Ronald Stark. According to Rosenfeld, during their 1974 meeting, Pickard handed Scully a U.S. Army Chemical Warfare Group pin, before giving him thousands of dollars for his legal defense. William Pickard grew up in a wealthy suburb of Atlanta. He developed an early expertise in chemistry, but dropped out of Princeton and traveled to the San Francisco Bay Area in 1967. There he befriended Talitha Stills, sister of Crosby, Stills and Nash singer Stephen Stills. She said Pickard had a trust fund and didn't work in the late 1960s. The Bureau of Narcotics Enforcement said Pickard was working with the Brotherhood of Eternal Love's LSD laboratory. 13 U.S. intelligence agent Ronald Stark based his American operation at that laboratory. Rolling Stone reporter Peter Wilkinson said that in 1978, police found Pickard's fully functioning MDA laboratory, and Pickard admitted he tried to sell some of the Brotherhood's lab gear that had traces of MDA, ecstasy/MDMA analog, on it. In 1980, Pickard was arrested for manufacturing amphetamines, and a few months later for manufacturing MDA again. 14 prior to that, William Pickard had worked as a research manager at University of California, Berkeley from 1971 until 1974. The San Francisco Chronicle stated that Pickard's academic resume contains a 20-year gap from 1974 to 1994. Some records placed him at other universities, such as MKUltra hotspot Stanford University in the San Francisco Bay Area. The Chronicle noted that when Tim Scully got out of the prison in the early 1980s, Pickard consulted with him on manufacturing LSD. It should be remembered that the government isn't monolithic, as every agency has different factions, including honest DEA agents who will arrest chemists such as Scully. It only appears that the most powerful factions are able to keep the top acid traffickers, such as Ron Stark and William Mellon Hitchcock, from receiving prison sentences. 15 In the mid-1980s, Pickard took a course on social drugs with Alexander Shulgin. Shulgin worked for Dow Chemical in the 1960s, where he synthesized some of MKUltra's newest superhallucinogens, such as DOM, street name, STP. He then gave samples to the CIA to experiment with at Edgewood Arsenal in Maryland, who released its chemical makeup to the public soon after. 16 The New York Times called Shulgin Dr. Ecstasy, and said he created over 200 psychedelic compounds from 1960 to 2005. Shulgin further reportedly advised LSD manufacturer Owsley for years, including hanging out with him at Grateful Dead shows. By 1988, William Pickard's neighbor had called police about odors coming from a shop Pickard ran in a San Francisco Bay Area industrial park. DEA agents found 200,000 doses of LSD, including blotter paper featuring Grateful Dead album covers. Pickard had state-of-the-art equipment, including a roto-evaporator, heating mantles and a pill press, an item that DEA restrictions make almost impossible to obtain. Pickard served part of a 5-year sentence. Officials later revealed Pickard had been on their payroll as an informant for state and federal drug agents at that time. 17 By 1992, William Pickard was out of jail and attending monthly meetings with Shulgin and other important figures, like Harvard public policy professor Mark Kleinman. Pickard enrolled at Harvard, another MKUltra hotspot, in Kleinman's John F. Kennedy School of Government. During that period, Pickard married Deb Harlow, who pioneered the use of MDMA in therapy before it became illegal in 1985, reminiscent of LSD used to aid therapy before 1966. Pickard also wrote papers reviewed by Robert Gelbard, then Assistant Secretary of State for International Matters and Law Enforcement Affairs. 18 Rick Doblin, Director of the Multidisciplinary Association of Psychedelic Studies, socialized with Pickard in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Shulgin's home in Northern California. 19. It's surely not coincidental that Pickard started mass manufacturing LSD again in this mid-1990s time period. Pickard went to former MKUltra subject Al Salvinelli's home in New Mexico, where he met with Harvard Medical School resident John Halpern, who conducted the ecstasy-promoting studies for MAPS. They conferred regularly over the coming months, and revisited in Salvinelli's home before Halpern introduced Pickard to Stephen Watney, a Manhattan blue blood socialite and trustee of the American Ballet Theatre. The DEA helped detain an indictment on Watney for his laundering of millions of dollars for Pickard's LSD operation. San Francisco Chronicle reporter Seth Rosenfeld also said that Pickard admitted giving Halpern $299,000 in cash in 1998, without explaining why. 20 LSD network a CIA MKUltra drug war on Russia? The San Francisco Chronicle learned Professor John Halpern had told the DEA that Pickard admitted he was working for the FBI, the DEA, and American spy agencies. An informant also claimed that Pickard had sent close to a $100,000 in just one shipment of LSD profits to the Hefter Research Institute. The Chronicle said that Hefter financed federally approved human experiments with psilocybin at the University of Arizona, as well as studies at Harvard and universities in Switzerland and Russia. 21 Hefter's funding of MKUltra programs against America's Cold War enemy, Russia, may be particularly significant. Hefter also received money from Lawrence Rockefeller, the brother of David Rockefeller, who was on the National Security Council's Operations Coordinating Board. David Rockefeller informed President Eisenhower of all of the CIA's covert activities during MKUltra's first decade. The Rockefeller Foundation also went from funding Germany's Nazi eugenics institutes to funding the CIA's MKUltra Human Ecology Fund. 22 The San Francisco Chronicle said that as of 2001, the Hefter Institute included respected scientists at the University of California and other schools. Halpern is a consultant, Shulgin is an advisor. 23 Mark Kleinman left Harvard to head UCLA's Drug Policy Analysis Program, naming William Pickard assistant director. While there, Pickard did research in Russia. A Harvard source said Pickard befriended law enforcement in Russia, including the Federal Security Services, the successor to the KGB. Kleinman had overseen Pickard's research at Harvard and UCLA. Pickard's main focus at UCLA was the Future and Emerging Drugs Study, FEDS, a proposal for an international group of experts to monitor new drugs that could purportedly have novel positive effects. 24 Were spy agencies paying corrupt Russian FSB agents to aid their attempt to popularize acid in Russia? The final 3 years of this operation began in 1997. That year, William Pickard began working with Gordon Skinner, who had telltale signs of long-term work with U.S. intelligence. Skinner owned Porsches and a missile silo in Kansas. Skinner's history included getting caught selling very large quantities of marijuana in 1989. While authorities usually use smaller dealers to entrap larger dealers, in Skinner's case they allowed him to avoid much jail time by having him do the opposite. He sold 30 pounds of weed to 3 people and turned them in. Skinner also beat an involuntary manslaughter charge the following year. Similar to other cases, this history suggests that U.S. intelligence at least turned Skinner into a paid informant, if he wasn't already an agent for them. Skinner also had a link to the Grateful Dead, renting Jerry Garcia's home in 1999. 25 Furthermore, high-level military figures met with Skinner and Pickard. Maurice Seligman reported meeting with them in Las Vegas months before Pickard's arrest. Seligman, an Army Reserves Major General, had led the 122nd Army Reserves Command covering Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma, and Mississippi during the Vietnam War. Seligman claimed he came as a family friend to discuss an invention, but U.S. intelligence has historically used Army Reserve units in Special Forces Group, Green Beret, covert operations. 26 In November 2000, as noted, some apparently non-complicit DEA agents raided William Pickard's laboratory. It was estimated that Pickard produced a kilogram, 10 million hits, of LSD every 5 weeks. While some DEA officials may have aided Pickard's operations, others authorized the raid and arrest. Drug enforcement agents seized 90 pounds of reagents for making LSD, the largest such seizure in DEA history. Pickard's co-conspirators apparently allowed him to be the fall guy. One of Pickard's best customers reportedly sold a majority of his LSD to dealers in Europe. Pickard had befriended members of the British House of Lords, while also working with State Department officials and the District Attorney of San Francisco, Terence Hallinan. While William Pickard ended up getting jail time for this last operation, Professor Halpern, MAPS, the Hefter Institute and others remained untarnished as they continued their drug promotion work. 27 Skinner set up Pickard and gained criminal immunity despite admitting to high-level functions of laundering drug money, securing LSD laboratory sites, and delivering thousands of LSD doses. 28 Honest law enforcement would later catch other military figures involved in ecstasy trafficking. Within 5 years of Pickard's arrest, authorities would charge an Air National Guard captain and master sergeant of importing 290,000 ecstasy pills worth $11.6 million from Germany to New York on a military cargo plane. The New York Times reported that federal agents said these two military officials had carried out at least 3 earlier flights that moved drugs worth $10 million or more. 29 LSD officially weaponized. Is Burning Man an acid test? In 1998, the United States Air Force published an influential report outlining the use of LSD and other drugs as weapons. The author, Air Force Major Mark R. Thomas, provided an extensive bibliography on how these non-lethal weapons have been a material element of civilian law enforcement for many years. 2 policy analysts also detailed non-lethal weapons for combat use in the Air Force Academy's Journal of Policy Analysis and Management. They discussed the cooperation between the Department of Defense and the Department of Justice on this tactic. Air Force Major Thomas's report, Non-Lethal Weaponry, A Framework for Future Integration, summed up the American and global use of non-lethal weapons. It said soldiers might oppose lethal military force against their fellow citizens. So, from Seattle to Philadelphia, from D.C. to Prague and most recently Davos, Switzerland, non-lethal confrontation has become second nature to U.S. fighting forces and those inspired and trained by U.S. affiliates. The non-lethal weapons listed in this report included club drugs listed as dissociative hallucinogens, LSD and ketamine. It also listed calmative agents, sedatives, tranquilizers, and hypnotics. 30 Army intelligence and other parts of the U.S. military had previously been involved in MKUltra's use of LSD on Americans. Also, high-level CIA MKUltra scientists reported their cross-country attendance of acid test parties. That, along with other evidence, suggests they supported such projects to promulgate LSD use. These evolved into the many thousand-strong human beings and other similar gatherings where MKUltra Project psychedelics appeared in abundance. Evidence suggests that U.S. intelligence continued influencing such gatherings at raves and techno parties, and possibly at new outdoor gatherings such as Burning Man. The Burning Man event started as a gathering of artists with unknown funding who got together and threw a party in the middle of a desert area near Black Rock City, Nevada. It may be noteworthy that MKUltra also included radiation experiments centered in Nevada in the 1950s, and the first psychedelic saloon was started in Nevada in the 1960s. The event got its name from the burning of a huge wooden sculpture of a man as the culmination of the party. Art attracts some people to the event, while others come for DJs playing techno music, and still others for optional open nudity. People with unknown motives acting as grassroots promoters of the event have been seen in disparate cities, such as Seattle, New York, and Barcelona, Spain, showing photographs with nude participants and giving long descriptions while trying to lure strangers to the annual event in Nevada. 31 The New York Times Arts section and other mainstream media eventually gave the Burning Man event huge publicity. Many Burning Mans started popping up in cities all over the country. Burning Man has elaborate websites with videos and pictures and interviews. It has grown to attract tens of thousands of people each year. Evidence arose that some people at the main Burning Man event forced involuntary doses of LSD on others. A woman who DJ'd at the event wrote a blog titled, "Stay Out of Our Camp, Acid Assault Hippie. The DJ started her blog extolling the good aspects of the event. The DJ said, "All in all, it was a very successful year and well worth all the hard work. I could very well say this was the best burn we have had in at least 10 years, except for one blight on our otherwise wonderful experience, acid assaults by complete strangers." On a night she had been working, the blogger said one of the bartenders complained he had been doped by a hippie dude who had slipped acid into a sip of special bourbon he offered. From that night on, the blogger continued, "We had to institute a policy that nobody could accept food or drink from strangers unless they were willing to take a chance on being dosed. We were not alone in being targeted," the blogger wrote. "The next evening I was having dinner with friends from a neighboring camp, and was informed that a medic for Burning Man had been dosed with acid via a spray bottle while he was on shift. After another campmate related a similar story, the DJ went to a radio station and made an announcement that some hippie or group of hippies were roaming Burning Man assaulting people with LSD. The writer concluded with a message to the perpetrators, blaming them for fucking up other people's Burning Man, and destroying the sense of community that we burners try to preserve. 32 National and global LSD promotion continues. It is well known that the Grateful Dead shows increased the availability of LSD. One LSD dealer reported buying a supply directly from the Grateful Dead band members. 33 high-level MK Ultra scientists like John Gittinger attended the Grateful Dead's earliest mid-1960s acid test shows. 34 Grateful Dead frontman Jerry Garcia's longtime heroin addiction may have also helped popularize that drug among its devoted following of Deadheads. 35 After Ken Kesey and the Merry Pranksters moved to Oregon, former Marine Ken Babs followed him there. His prankster brother John Babs also moved nearby. Ken Babs started a literary journal with Kesey. With a grant from the Grateful Dead, Babs also catalogued the prankster bus trip film and audio tape, taking it on the road to show to former and new fans. 36 Timothy Leary commented that the Grateful Dead kept the acid tests going for over 20 years thereafter. Leary seemed proud that the pranksters initiated thousands of people to LSD, and said, "By the way, I never heard of any casualties from it. There were 3,000 people in one of those warehouses with electric Kool-Aid, and I never heard of any casualty rate. Out of those acid tests we have a living, growing flower known as the Grateful Dead. Several 100,000 people go to see them each year." 37 But studies show there were many acid casualties. As previously noted, the Grateful Dead have had many links to the CIA's MK Ultra and later MK Ultra type operations. MK Ultra scientists attended the Dead's early acid tests, and the U.S. intelligence collaborating Oakland Hells Angels provided security at their shows. U.S. intelligence's top global trafficker, Ron Stark, also had the phone numbers for Grateful Dead band members on him when he was arrested in Italy, and top 1990s acid trafficking collaborator Gordon Skinner rented Dead frontman Jerry Garcia's home. 38 In 1995, Jerry Garcia died of heroin-related problems, which ended the Dead's relentless touring. There was a major drop in LSD use the first year without the Grateful Dead tours. Slate magazine writer Ryan Grimm wrote, "For 30 years, Dead tours were essential in keeping many LSD users and dealers connected, a correlation confirmed by the DEA in a divisional field assessment from the mid-1990s. The spring following Garcia's death, the season the MTF monitoring the future surveys are administered, annual LSD use among 12th graders peaked at 8.8% and began to slide. 39 Radio station owners and producers kept the Grateful Dead extremely popular by continuing to play their music on stations nationwide. By 2011, over 100 stations around the country had Grateful Dead Hour as part of their weekly radio schedule. Some radio stations of the left-leaning Pacifica Radio Network devote 2 to 3 hours a week to the Grateful Dead. 40 No other band has ever attained a fraction of that much airtime on radio stations nationwide. Many former Deadheads became devoted to Phish in the mid-1990s. Slate's Ryan Grimm noted, Phish picked up part of the Dead's fan base and presumably vestiges of the LSD delivery system. At the end of 2000, Phish stopped touring for several years, and perhaps not coincidentally, the MTF numbers for LSD began to plummet. 41 At an end of 2013 New Year's Eve, Fish held several nights of concerts at Madison Square Garden. A 52-year-old dealer was arrested with 424 capsules of MDMA, 71 strips of LSD and 14 bags of mushrooms. He was one of 228 arrested or receiving summons, mostly for drugs, at the 3 straight nights of Fish shows. 42 groups continued to promote LSD, along with ecstasy, nationally and globally. By 2009, the 2 key MK Ultralinked research groups, the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, MAPS, and the Hefter Institute, gained increasing mainstream news acceptance in legitimizing LSD and ecstasy, leading to an increase in use by impressionable youth. 43 In 2012-13 alone, MAPS financial pages detail the funding of at least 9 conferences on psychedelics, 3 LSD studies and 23 MDMA studies around the world. They earmarked $5 million for just one of these ecstasy studies. 44 As of early 2014, a Burning Man website boasted of regional chapters and events on 6 continents. The website listed 46 articles featuring Burning Man in 2013 alone, from sources such as CNN, NBC, ABC, The Huffington Post and the Moscow Times. The website influences press coverage, with a very sophisticated and extensive guide for media coverage of Burning Man. While Burning Man has maintained itself as a grassroots phenomenon, and some are likely sincere about their involvement, the vast financial resources apparent from its website suggests its use of public relations astroturf, faking a grassroots phenomenon. 45 Chapter 27 International Drug Wars, Occupy Wall Street. It's worth repeating that 2 of the longest-running wars of the last 100 years, Vietnam and Afghanistan, had the same major commonality: both involved vast drug crops. Afghanistan, in Central Asia, has the largest expanse of poppy fields for heroin-making opium crops. As part of the Golden Crescent, the Afghanistan region would end up producing more opium than the Southeast Asian Golden Triangle area around Vietnam, at the other end of the same mountain range, after the U.S. took over many of Afghanistan's opium fields. Another area of conflict, Colombia, a South American country to which the U.S. increased its military aid by billions of dollars in the late 1990s, had some of the largest cocaine-making coca crops in the world. Colombia offers a prime example of the numerous covert operations that have continued in Latin America for over 6 decades. Plan Colombia, control of coca crops. In 1991, President George H.W. Bush launched the Andean Initiative for Drug Eradication in Central and South American countries. These countries mostly produced coca crops from which cocaine is produced, while they also had a small amount of opium-producing poppy plants. U.S. statistics showed that by 1999, Colombia's cultivation of coca actually tripled, rising from 3.8 to 12.3 thousand hectares, and the cultivation of opium increased from 0.13 thousand hectares to 0.75 thousand hectares. As previously discussed, the illicit drug sales, both locally and globally, artificially prop up stock markets. The Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, FARC, started in 1964 as a military wing of the Colombia Communist Party, after the military of Colombia's Conservative Party government attacked the Communist Party members in their rural enclaves. Following decades of fighting between FARC and government forces, in the late 1990s Colombian President Andrés Pastrana granted FARC over 15,000 square miles of land as a peace settlement. While the CIA and other U.S. governmental groups had supported cocaine trafficking in Latin America for decades, President Bill Clinton's administration significantly increased its support of this top cocaine exporting country. In 1998, the Clinton administration announced its plan. Colombia would give $7.5 billion in economic, military, and social aid to the country. The European Union was supposed to collaborate in this program, but pulled back and criticized its military emphasis, when 37 Colombian human rights groups and non-governmental organizations signed a statement rejecting the plan. Professor Peter Dale Scott said, "Plan Colombia was, like so many aid programs in the past, 90% military. 3. The Clinton administration claimed most of the money went to combating drug trafficking. Scott detailed how this explanation was a farce. He said the Colombian military and their paramilitary allies have been directly involved in drug trafficking, as opposed to FARC guerrillas who until recently merely taxed the trade. In November 1998, for example, a Colombian Air Force plane landed at Fort Lauderdale, with 1,600 pounds of cocaine. 4. Plan Colombia appeared to be a hugely escalated war against FARC and the other largest Colombian Marxist rebel groups, such as the National Liberation Army, ELN. Carlos Castana headed the top Colombian paramilitary group aiding the Colombian government, the United Self-Defense Forces of Colombia, AUC. He stated his group was financed 70% through drug trafficking. Newsweek and the San Francisco Chronicle reported the Colombian government's own intelligence agency estimate in 2001 that the responsibility for drug trafficking fell 40% to right-wing paramilitary groups and only 2.5% to FARC. Yet, Plan Colombia focused primarily on the FARC-controlled regions and not the areas controlled by the AUC and the other top right-wing paramilitary drug trafficking groups. 5. By the end of 2013, Dana Priest reported in the Washington Post that the CIA and the National Security Agency helped the Colombian military kill at least 24 FARC and ELN leaders. In that article, Priest confirmed this through interviews of 30 former and current Colombian and American officials. Priest further reported that Clinton's Plan Colombia package had increased to $9 billion, but that the aid given by the CIA is an additional secret assistance, which also includes substantial eavesdropping help from the National Security Agency, that is funded through a multi-billion-dollar black budget. The additional CIA and NSA aid was started under President Bush in 2000 and continued under President Obama. 6. Afghanistan invaded for access to drugs and oil. On September 11, 2001, planes hit the World Trade Center in New York City, one side of the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. experienced destruction, and an airplane went down in Pennsylvania. President George W. Bush's administration quickly blamed Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda. Bush just as quickly blamed the Taliban of Afghanistan for harboring bin Laden, and started a war there on October 7, 2001. 7. Professor Peter Dale Scott and others have unearthed evidence that the Bush administration's real reason for invading Afghanistan was access to its poppy fields and its proximity to oil resources. Scott quoted a Foreign Military Studies Office of Fort Leavenworth article published 3 months before the World Trade Center destruction. The article discussed the large inland sea to the west of Afghanistan, through which oil companies proposed a key pipeline. The Caspian Sea appears to be sitting on yet another sea, a sea of hydrocarbon. Scott added that those oil reserves played an important part in America's strategic concerns and military plans. America's ruling oligarchy apparently identified several key reasons for invading Afghanistan, with the top 2 being drugs and oil. 8. The U.S. had also identified vast mineral resources, including copper, cobalt, gold and, perhaps most importantly, critical industrial metals like lithium. The Pentagon stated that lithium deposits they found could lead the country to equal or surpass the world-leading supply found in Bolivia, recently led by the anti-corporate Evo Morales. Lithium is increasingly used in batteries of all kinds, from household to auto and airplane, and in various types of electronic equipment. 9. Additionally, a number of sources, such as Minot University's Rural Methamphetamine Education Project, offer an interesting side note regarding lithium's use in underground methamphetamine labs. Lithium metal is a key element in the clandestine production of methamphetamine. Lithium is used as a reducing agent during the chemical process. 10. Before September 11, 2001, a major change took place in Afghanistan that affected the world's opium trade. The Taliban controlled most of the country at that time, and by 1999 they were profiting the most, in supplying nearly 5,000 tons of heroin annually, or 70 to 75% of the world's heroin. In July of 2000, as confirmed by a United Nations report printed in the Washington Post, the Taliban supreme leader, Mullah Mohammed Omar, imposed a ban on opium production in Afghanistan. The New York Times also printed a 2001 headline, "Taliban's ban on poppy a success, U.S. aides say." That ban resulted in 70% of the world's illicit opium production, 4,600 tons, being virtually wiped out at a stroke that year. The Taliban reportedly did this for religious reasons. 11 The Northern Alliance, also known as the United Front for the Salvation of Afghanistan, had formed in 1996 as an opposition group to the Taliban. The CIA backed them as they tried to counter the opium ban in Afghanistan in 2000. The Northern Alliance increased its own opium production and trafficking. The London Observer wrote, during the ban the only source of poppy production was territory held by the Northern Alliance. It tripled its production, for 83% of the total Afghan production of 185 tons of opium during the ban. 12 Given the timing of the Afghanistan invasion, the Bush administration might have invaded to regain control over the opium-producing poppy fields. Besides illicit opium and heroin, opiates are used in various medicines. 13 The Northern Alliance's drastically low production went on for only 15 months, before the US and other Western countries invaded on October 2, 2001. After the Afghanistan invasion, the US and British forces put Hamid Karzai in power. Karzai had represented the Northern Alliance/United Front. In early October 2008, the New York Times published evidence suggesting that Hamid's brother, Ahmed Wali Karzai, protected caches of heroin found by lower-level Afghan authorities. The article claimed solid evidence of Ahmed Karzai's drug trafficking, and noted that even the White House believes Ahmed Wali Karzai is involved in drug trafficking, though they only talked about him being a political liability. 14 Several weeks later, the New York Times printed another article stating that Ahmed Karzai had been on the CIA's payroll for the prior 8 years. 15 BBC News reported that by 2007, the 8,000 plus tons of Afghan opium production almost doubled any previous production. 16 The head of the United Nations Drugs and Crime Office noted that during the bank crisis of 2008 and 2009, a number of interbank loans were funded by money that originated from the drugs trade. Some banks were rescued that way. 17 The International Monetary Fund stated, the amount of money laundering occurring on a yearly basis could range between $600 billion and $1.50 trillion. U.S. lawmakers believe that half is being laundered through U.S. banks. A majority of this money revolved around the drug trade. 18 U.S. intelligence uses drugs in targeting occupiers. On September 17, 2011, the first Occupy protest took place in Zuccotti Park in New York City's Wall Street financial district. A Canadian activist group, Adbusters, initiated the protest. People gathered there to protest the corrupt influence of banks and corporations on the U.S. government, as well as the general economic inequalities in the U.S. The Bush and Obama administrations' bailout in giving over $700 billion to the top bank owners instead of to struggling Americans was just one example of their grievances. Their popular chant, "We are the 99%, suggested that 1% or less of the wealthiest Americans controlled the rest of people's lives in negative ways. 19 Some people filmed the protest and the police brutality that occurred there, and posted the videos on YouTube. Those videos became popular and inspired many around the country to duplicate the Occupy Wall Street protests. They also offered inspiration to activists in other Western countries experiencing austerity measures imposed by U.S.-linked global banks such as the International Monetary Fund. The term austerity acted as code for making most citizens work more hours for less money. Austerity measures sought to erode pollution laws, undermine national health care systems, and cut retirement pensions. They made life harder for the majority of people, while benefiting multinational corporations. 20 When the Occupy Wall Street movement began, many prominent economists agreed with their stance of opposing the massive bank bailouts. For example, Nobel Prize-winning economist Joseph Stiglitz was highly critical of $700 billion of taxpayer money used to bail out the banks. Stiglitz said little of this money actually went to helping out the average American. 21 The Occupy movement reached many American cities and inspired camping out in public places in solidarity with the Wall Street protesters. Police used various means to counter and repress the protests. In Oakland, police attacked protesters with tear gas, clubs, and explosive flash bombs, forcing them out of their encampment. 22 Media groups such as London's Guardian reported that U.S. intelligence began infiltrating Occupy Wall Street in New York City with undercover agents, whom the reports named. An undercover army agent had previously infiltrated the Students for a Democratic Society, restarted in 2006, and framed some of them around 2009. The Partnership for Civil Justice obtained FBI files in 2012 and released documents describing how U.S. intelligence actually worked with the banks against Occupy Wall Street. For example, an FBI document dated November 3, 2011 showed how the FBI worked with the Joint Terrorist Task Force on targeting Occupy groups around the country. The FBI also formed working groups with both Homeland Security and bank representatives in this targeting. The FBI files further revealed that they had uncovered a plan to attack Occupy leaders in Houston with sniper fire, if deemed necessary. What might make such action necessary in Texas was not detailed. 23 In Minneapolis, police were caught using drugs to target Occupy activists. A team of videographer activists filmed police officers going to an Occupy encampment and offering activists free food and money to take part in a drug study. The officers escorted the Occupy activists to their car parked around the block. The occupiers who went with the police said the police took them to a giant indoor warehouse, where they saw many other participants talking with police. When the Occupy activists got back from the study hours later, the videographers interviewed some of them. They said police officers gave them a bag of marijuana and a pipe with which to smoke it. They smoked for about an hour. One said that once he was high, police asked him a lot of questions about himself and the other Occupy activists. They also independently described a mass of both state and county police in the giant warehouse to which the police took them. One Occupy activist who got stoned that way said, "People were smoking K2 and spice, that synthetic marijuana. People were drinking and smoking." All activists agreed that police coerced them into using the drugs by buying them lunch and giving them free cigarettes, and even offering to pay the activist participants back for any kind of drugs they bought off the street. Police also asked other participants many questions about the Occupy movement, and offered drugs in exchange for participants spying on the Occupy movement. Asking them questions about Occupy when stoned is reminiscent of early U.S. intelligence use of a potent marijuana extract as a truth drug for interrogations. 24 Minnesota authorities eventually decided to close down the unit conducting these activities, run by the State Patrol. An article said they made the decision after the Minnesota Public Safety Commissioner issued a press release stating that a police officer involved in the program reported the police unit's drug exchange activities to the Minnesota State Patrol. But the incidents and film created by Minneapolis activist groups spawned many more investigative disclosures. 25 The disclosures revealed the length and international scope of the program. A local mainstream Minneapolis news organization revealed that the police officers offering drugs to Occupy activists were part of a unit involved in the drug recognition program, started in 1991. A CBS News affiliate report said the drug recognition program involved police from around the state. It quoted a member of the Minnesota State Patrol, who said, 190 officers at 85 Minnesota agencies are drug recognition trained officers at their departments. 26 The Minneapolis daily newspaper, the Star-Tribune, came out with an investigative article about police drugging Occupy participants, revealing that state police departments nationwide had been conducting these same types of programs. The Star-Tribune discussed the debate in Maryland courts about the drug recognition program in that East Coast state. 27 The drug recognition program began as part of the Drug Evaluation and Classification (DRE) program, which started in the early 1970s in California. It expanded to 49 states, Canada, and other countries, according to its own website. The International Drug Evaluation and Classification Program office is in Alexandria, Virginia, a Washington, D.C. suburb. 28 The Star Tribune article cited Earl Sweeney as the chair of the local DRE's oversight panel. He also was a member of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. 29 The participant descriptions of massive police involvement in the Minnesota DRE program are suggestive of a new national MK-Ultra type program that uses various forms of regular and synthetic marijuana. Many people have suffered days, if not weeks or more, of psychosis after smoking synthetic marijuana, sold in convenience stores under the name Spice or K2.30. The drug recognition program started around the time the CIA's MK-Ultra and FBI's counterintelligence program were shut down. While this evidence calls for more investigation, the Occupy videographer activists also underscored their belief that this was a new version of MK-Ultra with the name of their film, MK Occupy Minnesota. 31 Most top banks launder drug money. Many news sources, including Forbes magazine, Reuters, The Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg News, covered President Obama's administration fining of Wachovia, America's fourth largest bank, and HSBC, Europe's largest bank, for allowing money laundering. Bloomberg News reported that HSBC failed to monitor more than $670 billion in wire transfers and $9.7 billion in purchases of U.S. currency, allowing money laundering, prosecutors said. The Wall Street Journal reported prosecutors saying in 2010 that Wachovia, acquired by Wells Fargo in 2008, processed $420 billion without using proper money laundering detection. U.S. investigators found that some of this money was used to buy planes caught trafficking vast amounts of cocaine, while other money was from laundered drug proceeds. 32 This money laundering allowed for money made from drug sales to be counted as legitimately made profits. In the Mexican journal La Jornada, Binghamton University sociology professor James Petras detailed how a majority of the largest American banks participated in these activities. There is a consensus among U.S. congressional investigators, former bankers, and international banking experts, that U.S. and European banks launder between $500 billion and $1 trillion of dirty money each year. Petras cited U.S. Senator Carl Levin, who summarized that half of that money comes to the United States. 33 In a 2001 report, Correspondent Banking, A Gateway for Money Laundering, Senator Levin of Michigan, the ranking Democrat on the U.S. Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, released the results of a year-long investigation on how foreign banks use U.S. banks to launder money. The report additionally implicated Bank of America, Bank of New York, Barnett Bank, Chase Manhattan Bank, now J.P. Morgan Chase, Citibank, First Union National Bank, Harris Bank International, Popular Bank of Florida, Security Bank N.A., and Toronto Dominion Bank, New York branch, in money laundering. 34 Professor Petras detailed an even larger scope of money laundering by American and European banks. Petras wrote, every major bank in the U.S. has served as an active financial partner of the murderous drug cartels including J.P. Morgan, as well as overseas banks operating out of New York, Miami, and Los Angeles, as well as London. The Los Angeles Times noted that the European banks involved in this money laundering included Credit Suisse, Barclays, Lloyds, and Ing. 35 Julius Pierpont J.P. Morgan was a descendant of the Pierpont family intermarried with the Russells, the top opium trafficking Americans who started Yale's Skull and Bones Secret Society. By 2013, Bloomberg News reported that J.P. Morgan Chase & Co. was the largest bank in the world. 36 The amount of HSBC's settlement with the Obama administration for money laundering was record-breaking in 2013. At that time, HSBC was the world's third largest bank and sixth largest public company. It's interesting to note the chronology of HSBC's start. In 1842, the British gained control of Hong Kong from China after the First Opium War, before another Opium War in 1860 forced China's legalization of opium trading. A Scottish lord founded the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation, HSBC, in the British colony of Hong Kong in 1865. 37 HSBC appeared to be founded on opium profits, and it seems the bank never completely abandoned the advantages that could be maintained from links to opium and its derivatives.